that story is real for a second, okay? Like your kid's like, oh, I would want to give the homeless people homes. And you're like, no, you're a Republican now, bitch. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. 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 You wanted to help those who are marginalized? Fuck you, dude. I need you to be a fucking paleo conservative right now. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face.
That's right.
I almost got, child labor going too. This fucking tight. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby.
What's going on, everybody?
Fucking dumb baby.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, prenoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but very cold, very gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. It is actually 62 degrees and kind of dark, kind of gray here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. It's Saturday fun day, but let me tell you, okay, it's not a very fun day for me, and I'm going to tell you exactly why it's not a very fun day for me, because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell you all about it, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm having a bad fucking morning and potentially a bad day and potentially just bad in general. Your wiki feed score about to go down hard, brother. I don't give a shit, man. Anyway, yeah, I'm not feeling like I'm carrying the flame today, I'll be honest with you. And the reason for why is because, well, one, I ended the broadcast last night instead of playing Dispatch. I lied to the Dispatch enjoyers. I lied to the gaming enjoyers. I lied to people that wanted gaming because my family was visiting. So obviously, I had to hang out with them, and we watched the last episode of Pluribus, the last one that came out, and obviously no spoilerinos, but that shit was mid. I'll be honest with you, middest episode yet. It was peak. No, Pluribus last episode was the most like unimpactful one. It felt like a filler episode. It was so slow. It was beautifully shot. But that's like the Vince Gilligan guarantee, right? But nothing happened in it, and it's really fucking annoying. Spoilers? That's not a spoiler. You're a man of no taste. That episode was fire. No, I think you guys are dick riders and you don't want to be sincere. Real important stuff happened by the end. What the fuck? Yeah, that's not enough. That you fucking TikTok brain baby. All right. Listen. If you build tension for the entire runtime of an episode, it needs to be explosive. Okay? There needs to be a finale or a reveal that is worth it. And unfortunately, it was a little bit mid. However, it's endlessly watchable as always because it's Vince Gilligan. The art direction is incredible. The art direction is incredible. Where are you going? Where are you going? As soon as I start talking. Oh, no, never mind. She was just, hello. Okay. Kaya. Okay. Kaya. Come here. Come here. Ugh. She had it great. Are you still boycotting South Park due to them mocking Charlie Kirk? Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Every time that's why you're having a bad day? No. No. That's not an action show. Y'all get off TikTok. I'm not. Oh, shit. Of course. Kaya's like breaking stuff over here. It's slow on purpose and show the contrast of Carol succumbing to the circumstance. Okay. We're not going to spoil it for people that haven't watched it yet. But all I'm saying is it was kind of a mid-episode. And I think slow on purpose is like a Cope opinion. Anyway, but I watched that. I finally finished Severance. Severance season 2 was pretty good. Severance is wall-to-wall spectacular. Totally get the hype around it. Totally understand why people like it so much. Not exactly certain as to why people. I think people make up their own conclusions about what Severance is supposed to imply. Like what the ideology behind it is and stuff. Like I think people just like make up their own shit about it. I think season 2 was a little bit better than season 1 was a little bit better than season 2. But that's usually the case. That's fine. And I don't know. I really enjoyed it. Severance is about labor alienation. Like what the fuck else could it be about? It's so clear. I don't know. I think a lot of people look at it. I think a lot of people look at it with a different lens. Some people think it's about religion. You can literally take, it's like choose your own adventure, choose your own ideology, because it's so comprehensive. And perhaps the real reason why it's so comprehensive is because it does ultimately rely heavily on Marxist doctrine, sociology, and it centers itself around labor and commodity production, and that is precisely a inherently Marxist analysis, and therefore it can be about everything, right? So in that way, it's actually very good. In that way, it's a really, really good. I feel like it's not brave enough to say anything too concrete. Yeah. No, I think there's some pretty solid statements in there. But yeah, Severance was really good. Do you like the gay sex and heated rivalry? I haven't. A conservative guy I know missed the plot entirely. Wow. A conservative person you know failed to comprehend art. That's alert the presses. Everybody. Wow, conservatives not understanding media. I guess it's a day that ends with Y today, you know? There's not. Is there anything that they understand? Have you seen this viral Chinese baller that's popping off on the Chinese internet? No. But I do watch some other baddies that ball. Like there's a couple baddies that ball that I see that show up on my timeline sometimes. But in any case, we'll look at it. So, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. We got a fucking blast off meme in here, ready to go. Have you seen my request for you to try tree tea oil? No. All right. Anyway, so what I was gonna say about Severance is I finished it, but I will say the ending. I mean, it's not like it was an interesting ending. Interesting ending. I don't want to spoil it. Interesting ending. That's all I'm saying. Tread carefully. Okay. Like me, I'm making different decisions. You feel me? You ask me, I'm making different decisions. Okay, that's it. I'm seeing totally separate things through. Okay, I'm seeing totally separate things through. I'm not saying anything else. Okay, you ask me, I'm doing something entirely different. Okay, I'm fucking Milchick. Okay, anyway, that's not a spoiler. Everybody calm down. It has nothing to do with anything. In any case, oh, here's a solid video about how the Venezuelan economy collapsed. Wait, this is ABC News in depth. I doubt that this is going to be anything but imperialist propaganda, but maybe I'm wrong. So, easy for you to say you're not an any? Yeah. Okay, that's true. So, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the real reason why I'm in a bad mood though is not because like I couldn't sleep until like 2 a.m. because I was just like dialed in on Severance and it just like kept me up because I'm a baby. And when I watch exciting content, it just ends up. When I watch exciting content, it just ends up cooking my sleep schedule. Although that is the case, but the real reason why I'm in a bad mood is because I woke up early in the morning, as always, okay? And I went to go play basketball. And once again, being a 34-year-old fat ass who should never entertain doing anything physical out in the real world, honestly, I learned my lesson once again. Playing basketball 5-on-5 outdoor court on concrete, not a good idea at all. I had already started substituting my basketball play for indoor courts anyway, which is better for my it's better for everything really. It's just better, it's bouncier, it's grippier. It's indoor courts are better in general, much safer in general. And yet I'm just such a fucking stupid idiot who deserves nothing and deserves only pain that I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just play outdoors 5-on-5 full court basketball. First game, absolute domination. Okay. Absolute domination. Second game, obviously they are going way harder than the first game after we cooked them. Okay. And we go in, full court, fast break. The opposing team's big opens up on a fast break. I sprint back behind him. Try to get a LeBron style fucking block from behind, go up with him. But before I could even go up with him, I actually stepped on the back of his foot and rolled my ankle again. Rolled my fucking ankle. I just popped a perky, Charlie Kirky, in and out, rolled ankle, left ankle this time. So there's good and the bad. I'm going to give you the good and the bad. Number one, the ankle roll this time was worse than the last time. Okay. Partially because I'm much fatter and lack in mobility this time around. It's much worse. It's much bigger. It hurts a lot worse. Okay. It's currently fine. I instantly pressed it. I instantly compressed it. That's what you're supposed to do. Rice doesn't work anymore. That's outdated tech. New tech means, well, some parts of rice works. Rice is what? Rest, ice, compression, and elevation, right? Rice is actually wrong. Rice is actually wrong. Rest is only appropriate if you truly cannot move it at all. But if you have like a severe sprain, but it is good to have some kind of movement and some kind of blood flow into the problem area. After you sprain an ankle, you really have to wear a brace whenever you're exercising so you don't sprain it. Exactly. That's true. So in any case, I had, this is coming off the tail end of my like 6-month recovery period from my right ankle being busted. Okay. My right ankle was busted as hell. And I had to basically spend maybe like 2 months of recovery. I had to do 2 months of just like very, very light activity on it. and then consistently have leg braces, ankle braces on whenever I played. And only recently was I able to basically play safely without ankle braces. Okay. You got to do ankle flexion exercises. I do. And I also do work a lot of the muscles around my ankles, specifically my calves and stuff like that. But you have to remember, something. If you don't, if you gained weight and you're playing in a dynamic environment like this, there's always going to be risk of injury, especially if you're playing outdoors. So 22-year-olds also roll their ankles? Yes, but not to the same degree, and it's nowhere near as severe as when a 34-year-old rolls their ankles, because I'd rolled my ankles in the past. The recovery was fine. It was sometimes 24 fucking hours, depending on how badly I rolled it. Nowadays, it takes like 6 months to just get back to full recovery. In any case, does your hypermobility play a part in this? Yes. And I know everybody wants to see it. I skid as well on the ground because I'm one of the skidders. What is it called? Like the glove. There's like a TikTok war going on between the finger glove community and I'm not a glover, I'm a skidder. Sliders, not a skidder. Sorry. I slid because I'm a slider. I'm not a glover, I'm a slider. Why do you go so try hard? What do you mean, dude? No half measures, baby. Are you kidding me? I'm always going 100p every time. Train your mobility and agility or you will have injuries at your size. No, I know. It's very fucking annoying, but it is the reality, okay? Oh, shit. Hold on. Door's open. But yeah, do you want to see? You want to see the big, beautiful ankle? Bro, you're rich. Just get bionic ankles. It doesn't work that way. Okay? It don't work that way. Here, you want to see it? I already posted it on my Instagram story, but look at how fat that was. That was right after too. And I insta compressed it, obviously. I instantly compressed it and it doesn't matter. That's like immediate post impact. Straight up cankles. Yes, I need a fucking mani-pedi. Shut up. I know. Feet for free. Yeah. Here, let me get that. And then can you take these two and put them in the fridge? Or you can just get it from over there. Yeah. Shit is balloon. Cut your toenails. Man, shut up. I know. Listen, man, I didn't make it look good for you, okay? I wasn't like, this is not for the fetishists. This is not for the fetishists, you freaking weirdos. What the hell do you want from me? Let me know if you need someone to kiss it better. I do. Yeah. Unk, you need to bring a whole medikit for when you ball. This is why you don't have a page on WikiFeet. I do have a page on WikiFeet. I used to have a literal like above 5 rating on WikiFeet too. But in any case, yeah, I got Trump ass cankles up in this bitch, or at least with one. Look how beautiful and dainty my ankle is, by the way, normally. Look at that. And then look at this. Gargantuan. Feet pics for free is crazy. I'm not a fetishist, but you got to take care of those toes, bro. You're going to cut someone open with those razors? Okay. TikTok doctors will say you have 6 months left to live. Okay. Get them. I got them long ass toes too, bro. Remove these grippers from our site. Okay. I knew that no one was going to be fine. You sure it's not broken? Brakes surprisingly don't hurt sometimes. No, I don't think it's broken. We'll see. We'll find out. I'm going to find out tomorrow after I spend a little bit of time off of it, you know? This is proof you are a white man. You're so pale. I know. I know. Oh, please get these white dogs off my screen. I'm eating. But yeah, I already have all the tech from the last basically 6 months. Cause like the last 6 months or last 7 months, I had this issue. And then the last month I wasn't wearing braces and stuff like that. So I was fine. And then instantly it's the other leg. So it's good that it's the other leg. It's good that it's the other ankle. Cause if it was the same ankle, I was fucked. Right? Cause once you roll your ankle one time, especially at this age, the recovery period is longer and longer and longer, and the injury is worse and worse and worse until you just like completely fucking grind it down to the bone, right? So those cement slappers are pale as fuck. Oh, keep them on my screen. I'm eating. Is this going to affect how you lift? No, it's fine. I mean, lifting is not the end of the world. It's just like for lifting, it's usually like a week plus where it impacts my lower body workouts, but it's fine for upper body stuff anyway. You need to be rubbing the fuck out of it so it doesn't swell all the way up. Yeah, no, I know. I have been. You got to ice that shit? No, ice is wrong. See, this is what I mean. That's the old tech, okay? Ice is wrong. Icing an injury like this is not correct, okay? Out of the rice technique, rest, ice, compression, and elevation, the only one that is like super correct is compression. You're supposed to compress the area, okay? You're supposed to compress the area, which I already did immediately. Okay, but you need to recycle blood flow into the problem area to the best of your ability. Resting is only fine if you genuinely cannot move it at all. Obviously, you're not supposed to exert yourself. You're obviously supposed to not like harm yourself or anything like that. But what you're supposed to do is move it around a little bit. Rest as in gentle movement to the best of your ability, and even actually like moving around. Okay, moving around, like moving that around, using it a little bit to the best of your ability. That's important to do. So, and then obviously, like I'm cycling Advil and Tylenol, just to get that autism juice flowing. You already know what it is. Lol, recycle blood flow. You have no idea what you're talking about? No, it's not like I'm not giving you medical advice. And no, it's not like literally recycling the blood flow. It's just saying like, keep moving the area that you're injured. Did you Google all this? No, dude, I've done a fucking PT my whole life. I'm a big boy who plays contact sports way past the point of expiration, okay? I do legitimately injure myself, and I mean, I care about my body. Obviously, I care about my recovery. I care about working out. I care about physical fitness. You pick up certain things. Okay? You pick up certain things after a while. People don't comprehend how much more mobility training tall people need, especially athletes. Yeah. Anyway. Out of all the times you say, what do I say time and time again? You will fight this ad nauseum. Yes, no matter what. So many hemorrhoids. Yeah, I Rick rolled that shit. I was, I kirked it a little too hard, dude. It's all good. It happened. Great. Hasan rolled his ankle, and now we have Chat MD for the entire week. Yeah, that's true. Anytime I bring up anything that's like even remotely related to medicine, the entire chat becomes doctors, MDs. Remember when you fucked your back up years ago? Yeah, at least I don't have that problem anymore. I mean, I was trained on WebMD. Who wasn't trained on who? I mean, who in here actually has an MD? Everybody is trained on WebMD. You look 25. I have white beard hairs. You're lying, but thank you. Thank you for the lie. That was a very kind lie that you just told. May have to amputate? Yeah. All right. So, but that's why I need to pop a perky, Charlie Kirky. Okay. I'm not an MD, but I do have health related OCD, so I'm very well read. Okay, Chatter. Listen, Chatter was like, listen, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a bit autistic about healthcare, you know? It's just, which is basically the same as being a doctor, you know? It's like probably even better than being a doctor, honestly. Because like doctors, what the fuck do they know? You know, they don't know. They're too hoity-toity with their medical degree and $300,000 in medical debt. And oh, look at me, I'm in a residency program. Like, oh my God, I see patients every day. Pff, lame, gay. Yeah. Me, on the other hand, I'm hyper fixated on medicine, so fan about your joke, what'd she say?
These jokes, but he didn't get permission for my jokes. Like that was fully just off the dome. He just responded fucking perfectly. He was so.
Oh yeah, that's true. I did not. You know, I Cutie asked me about like doing October 7 jokes, and I was like, yeah, go hard. Who gives a shit? But fan, I didn't think was gonna come in hot with that, but you know, I just fucking had to hit that quick.
Got permission from Cutie for Cutie's jokes, but he didn't get permission for my jokes. Like that was fully just off the dome. He just responded fucking perfectly. He was so quick with it. And then my initial reaction was, don't threaten me with a good time, but I thought that would be weird, and so I panicked and I didn't say that. But I should have. Yeah, he understood the.
Yeah, she almost said, is that a threat or a promise? But then she was like, is that a threat or I don't know what's going on? And I was like, that's fine. People still got it though. People got that energy out of it.
I it so well. It was actually really quick. But no, obviously I've had like a week to
You've lived in your body for 34 years. You know it better than anyone else. Don't let no doctor tell you no nonsense. Yeah, I'm freaky unk. So that's why it came as natural to me. As freaky unk. Yeah, as freaky at unk, it was easy. It was natural. Only freaky when froken to. That's true though. Yeah. I can frick with the best of them, you know? I'm freaky. Quit playing with those glasses. You know what you're doing? What am I doing? Proud to have RFK Jr. as the head of HHS. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna see my doctor on Monday, and I'm just gonna be like, just hit me with all the vaccines, dude. Give me the steroid vaccine. Give me the skinny vaccine. I need it. Fuck it. YOLO. We need it. Bro, it's crazy. HasanAbi says he's scared of Wendy. Oh, we made it on Wendy Talk. Yeah, we got a collab. I'm kind of scared of Wendy Ortiz. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know enough. But I feel like she has fedayeen, dude. I feel like she has like ride or die, like people that will die for her. You know what's crazy? Me and Wendy apparently have a massive overlap of viewers. I had no idea. No, it's not cap. I think it's because I'm also Flexican in my heart. Why are you guys saying cap? Maybe not the people here, but there are hella people. I don't know who that is. No, I'm serious. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in our community. There are a lot of people in our community that are like, oh my God, those are my two favorite streamers. Yeah, it's not you guys. It's not the Twitch. It's not the Twitch chat. It's like people that have been following for years, but like know me from like Instagram and YouTube, like YouTube watchers. Oh my God, I'm a fan of both. Please do a collab. Can I get a Hasan and Wendy collab, please? These are like my streamers. My worlds are colliding. Considering I'm only sub to the twins and Hasan, this is truly like my two worlds colliding. I watch her on TikTok and you on Twitch. Like she has an incredible fan base. Like her fan base is she has shooters. Okay. I should have said I hate pop culture. I know. Okay. Some of you wear that shit on your sleeve like it's a good thing. It's good to be, listen, okay? Every step you take, you are taking in the right direction. And you need to conduct yourself a certain way. This is why it's important to say, be normal. This is why I always say be normal. Why? Okay? Understanding pop culture is good. Watching sports is good. I can't believe I'm saying stuff like this because this is what normal people do on their own for fun. Okay? You don't ever want to be a boring person who only fucking consumes politics. Okay? That's not normal. You will not be able to develop healthy social relationships in the real world. This is why I always try to, spread out our interests, okay? TikTok memes and brain rot even plays a role in this because obviously, like, you need to be able to pop off at the water cooler, okay? I am autistically describing the importance of socializing and enjoying things beyond politics to my audience that is also just as neurodivergent as I am, but like, it's true, okay? It's true. And I think when people just like, there's this attitude, says you're tuned off from all music pop culture. No, I mean, I still keep a fucking ear to the ground regardless. You know what I mean? Like, is SD Kid Timothy Chalamet, okay? Is he? As a Scouser, he's putting Liverpool on the map. Is he actually still technically considered underground when he has popped off so big in the last year? Is his last album truly a light 6? Or even worse than that? I think it was a light 5 by Anthony Fantano. Was it too repetitive? Is he actually UK's Yeet? These are the type of questions that you should be ready to fucking rip out on a moment's notice, okay? Just because I don't listen to music that much doesn't mean I'm not still tapped in, okay? Are you gloving? No, I'm not. I'm not gloving. I slide with the sliders. How do you do, fellow kids? No, it's not a how do you do, fellow kids. I mean, I do listen to music every now and then. Bro, your taste in art sucks. Okay, shut up. In any case, listen. Socialists have to be tapped in to the culture. They have to present themselves a certain way. They have to market themselves. They have to make sure that they carry themselves a certain way. It's not the worst thing to present yourself as an aspirational figure. And a lot of you, I think, consider that to be immoral and insincere. And we got to change that. In 2026, we're changing that. Okay? We're changing that. We got to get more serious about the way that we market not only ourselves, but also our worldview. Unc, do you know about NetSpend? Yes. As a 34-year-old Unc, I am familiar with NetSpend. Maybe not to the same degree as FaZe Banks is. Freaky Unc. Anyway, Yes, there's a war brewing between DDG and Asmongold, but Asmongold's too smart and too much of an old dog to fucking lean into that shit. So he won't. XQC maybe he will, but I don't think Asmongold will. But we'll see. We'll get into that as well. My brother, have you seen this masterpiece? Yes, I have. I have seen the Charlie Kirk, Jeffrey Epstein assassination. We carry the flame. Conga line. I saw it all. I know. I see everything. All right. Where was I? Oh yeah, Animal Farm. We're gonna be talking about that as well. Obviously, Jesus Christ, it's just like the most. Like, I don't know which one has done more damage to the cause of developing and organizing like principled socialist movements, Trots or George Orwell single-handedly. Both present themselves in different ways as anti-Stalinists, and both have been able to basically rip apart the Western consciousness. I don't know. But we'll get into Animal Farm in a second. The most like commonly misunderstood work in general. Blast off needed? Yeah, we'll do it in a second. Hold on. Yeah, let me blast off real quick. So yeah, that's where my life is at currently. Okay, freaky unk, 34 years old, constantly in a constantly on a you know, injury after injury. It's Saturday fun day. We are doing Hogwatch. We are doing memes. Okay, we're doing it all. We're doing REACTLORD. We're doing Dispatch. Get it now, bro. You're gonna be insufferable at 40. Why? I don't think so. I think contrary to a lot of my counterparts and contemporaries in this field, my content is age appropriate. It actually becomes more age appropriate the older I get. Oni Spumoni, I got your blast off meme too. I'm gonna put it out there when I actually do play Dispatch. I will blast off when I do the Dispatch. I'll use it then. You already are? Do you think you'll become more cynical? This was a crazy fit. I don't know what I was thinking with the fucking black and the brown together. Sometimes I really put it out there and it's a fucking abject failure. Like low-key, the original photo, Jeffrey Epstein has a better fit on than I do. You know what I mean? That's disrespect. Hasan, I love you, but why do you dress like your dad hired you as stylist? No, this fits perfectly fine if I didn't wear those pants. If I wore different pants, it would have been fine. It's cozy. It looks good. You were young. You made mistakes. No, this is a recent one. My point is, if you're taking chances, sometimes you're gonna miss, dude. You can't be swinging and hitting home runs every time. I'm not Shohei Ohtani, okay? Sometimes I'm swinging and I'm missing. Anyway, that's just the name of the game with fashion. It's not even a bad fit necessarily. It's just the black and red pants just kind of throw it off a little bit. The fact that we have to study such a dogshit lazy propaganda piece like this is kind of further evidence of how sludge wash we are. What? Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Animal Farm. Kirky questions for CBS Town Hall. Go do a Past Alpha self-critique stream. It'd be fun. Yeah. We need to do cultural revolution style struggle sessions, but for my fits. I may not be able to copy your style, but at least you push me into the same mindset you have about the clothes you wear. It's today, right? What's today? Oh yeah, Town Hall is today. We'll watch it today later when it comes out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually stoked on that for sure. Yeah. The Erica Kirky Town Hall is today, which is lame as hell. I know it's fun day. No, it's not RIP gaming. I will do gaming. Don't worry. Do not worry. What the Chronically Online think when they see an out of context clip of you online? What is this? One of the best comedies ever made?
Goldie?
No, ma'am, he's not a terrorist. He's just an idiot.
This is just a bomb.
You say you got a bomb! It's a water pipe for tobacco!
No, it's not a bomb. It's just a bong.
Poison gas!
Late 2000s were crazy, man. True, but also, I mean, look at 2025, dude. This is what bangs on TikTok and on Twitter now. Like, I do think it's a testament to how dumb we've gotten in general, that like instead of watching full-blown movies, no matter how stupid they are, I feel like this is the primary mode of consumption for many people, which is snapshots, like small cut snippets of movies, or sometimes even worse than that, straight up AI summaries of movies. Okay? Because it doesn't seem as far-fetched of a situation now. Maybe something to look after at Lindsey Graham is polling just 3 points ahead of a generic Democrat challenger. That's not surprising. Bro, your calves are small. Just kidding. Are you going to talk about Section 230 today? Establishment liberals are being so fucking stupid. Arming the fascist state with more power. I can't believe how many libs want to repeal. Probably not. I mean, it is devastating, and we're just getting more and more cooked. Have you seen Crockett AI baby video? It kind of reminds me of this. What? What the hell? Blast off. Far-right nationalist Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein were friends. That's crazy. What's the point of an AI summary of a movie? Maybe I'm too old to understand. I don't know. Until you see it in front of your own two eyes, and it's like incredibly captivating for some reason, because I do get trapped sometimes, and then it pisses me off. And it's not just for older people. No, Zoomers love that shit too. Don't even act like it's just for older people. I think one of the worst aspects of it is that like the lower the quality is of the dog shit that you're consuming, the more captivating it is. I saw a study on this a while back, a couple weeks ago, that showed that TikTok is not the most addictive short form content. Did you know this? It's actually Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. They are even more addictive than TikTok. TikTok is now seen as like more premier. Okay? TikTok is now seen as more premier short form content as opposed to IG Reels and as opposed to YouTube Shorts, because in an effort to be a valid market competitor to TikTok's domineering For You page algorithm, YouTube basically decided no holds barred, just go crazy mode. And Instagram too. It's all AI. It's all bottom of the barrel nonsense. IG Reels for the AI, and for TikTok Reels that TikTok TikToks that banged like 2 months ago, you know? But it is so much worse. Like, I feel like the algorithm is so much worse on YouTube Shorts and even Reels. They're just like pure slop. Speaking of slop, Jasmine Crockett is posting weird AI-generated diaper diplomacy videos on Instagram now. I wrote about diaper diplomacy earlier this year and how they've quietly become a YouTube politics YouTube behemoth. Jake the Rizbot, Timu Project 2025, Ice Block, Summerween, X's new shitposter in chief, 24 karat gold Labubu heist, princess treatment, Indonesian aura farming, and how Glastonbury is shaping culture. Did you ever show your most watched Twitch recap? I don't even know how to access it. Twitch didn't even tell me. Did you see this?
So last
Almost
night,
500,000 views. No, it's 500,000 likes. I did see this. Yes. This is a lady that curved clavicular. I see everything. What are the words coming out of your mouth, man? Okay. Context clues, man. This is, I guess, diaper diplomacy is a style of content that's like AI generated where they babify. They turn all the politicians into babies. And it's basically popping off on YouTube Shorts, I suspect. Here, let's look it up. Let's dive into it. Here it is. Diaper diplomacy. This is the... And if you look at their shorts, I mean, they are doing fairly well, it seems. Why are they putting babies into AI? Do they not get how bad this is? It's basically like cat videos for boomers, but for babies, okay? I mean, it's still for boomers. This is boomer slop. Here, let's take a look.
You know, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test at Walter Reed Medical Center.
Who is this for? The baby doctor's reaction. The doctor looking like, that's not what I told you. No one takes an IQ test at a hospital. It's the doctor's reaction that does it for me. Absolutely love the baby doctor. You know who's watching this shit? Your mom. Okay? Your mom. My mom. Like, this is exactly the type of shit that my mom is luckily not on YouTube. Like, she doesn't fuck with YouTube Shorts, but like on IG Reels, sometimes I'll peek over while we're watching like a TV show or something, and I catch her looking at IG Reels, and it's just AI slop. And I'll be like, Mom, you know that's AI, right? And her response is always, well, it's cute. I know it's AI, but it's cute. There's some about it that just like that tickles the curiosity part of boomer brains, and I think Zoomer brains as well. Like, if Gen X is the lead poison generation that just like spikes when it comes to violence and ultra violence for some weird reason, like they're worse than the boomers and they're worse than the fucking faillennials and whatnot, and they just are the solid base of support for Trump, I would go so far as to say that millennials, like older Gen Z and younger millennials, are the only generation that basically was there when we transitioned from not having your computer in your hand all the time to having your computer in your hand all the time. And therefore we were able to deal with some of this stuff a little bit better than I think Zoomers and Gen Alpha is dealing with it. Because I used to think the next generation will be way more tapped in to bullshit online, not realizing that, no, this is all they know. So they actually have a less of a, they are not very good at scrutinizing information that they're experiencing. Like my generation, millennials and older Gen Z as well, we saw our parents and our grandparents get like duped by, email chains and shit like that. So we were like, oh, that's kind of funny. Like, people are constantly scamming on the internet. We know that, right? Whereas I think Gen Z and Gen Alpha are either aware of the scams that are happening and they want to become the scammers themselves, or are just like somewhat oblivious. Like, they have less of a they have less of a nose for this kind of thing, I think, especially young Gen Z and Gen Alpha in general. They're more tech illiterate than I thought they would be as well. I thought they would be super, super tech literate. Not the case. And I don't know why. Like it's almost like there is this one generation slammed in between that was like forced to be both tech literate and also exist in a world where tech wasn't as advanced. Yeah, with I would go so far as to say like the reason why I'm bracketing off like older Gen Z versus younger Gen Z is specifically because of COVID. Like if you were in the COVID schooling era, you're kind of cooked. Depending on exactly when COVID hit and like what part of schooling COVID hit, like you're totally cooked. I don't know what Gen Alpha is going to look like in general. But yeah, Gen Z versus Zillennials, I guess, if that's what you want to call it. But yeah. We had computer classes. We had touchscreens since birth. Yeah. Oldest Gen Zs were finishing college when COVID hit. Yeah, exactly. Oldest Gen Zs are like 27, 28 right now. Tech literacy comes from fucking with the nuts and bolts, and those are hidden both in hardware and software than they used to be. Yeah, I think so too. I think tech literacy is like forced upon a generation that like kind of grew up with Microsoft before everything was like Macified. And if you were using a PC, like you had to learn basic things about the PC. You had to learn how to get into the guts, both on the hardware side and also on the software side. Whereas Mac is so perfectly designed for immediate use without any knowledge whatsoever, and it's so safeguarded that it's quite difficult to actually get in to the back end and make some significant changes. Very little customization options as well in comparison to like a PC. Obviously, a Linux would be the most insane version of this, but that's for the real. That's for the real heads, right? Not exactly true. No, I think the Mac operating software, and not even just the Mac operating software, but just like operating softwares on iPhones in general, are infinitely more rigid and more structured than the way that like a PC works. It's good for mass consumption. They make it so that like, even if you don't know anything, you could be an alien, right? You could be a straight up alien. And if they give you that fucking phone, you can kind of understand what's going on, right? Like you could be an uncontacted tribesman and you could kind of figure it out. Like that's what it's designed for. It's like boomers and children can both pick it up and use it, as opposed to like a much more much more difficult way to navigate. You're wrong on this one. Mac OS and Linux are basically both Unix. Windows is just hard to use is all. Okay, sure. Yes, Mac hides all of the backend shit, okay? My point is not that it's inaccessible. My point is, as opposed to like a PC, it's much less accessible. And the reason why they do that is so that it's easier, it's more user-friendly, okay? The user interface is much more user-friendly, and you're summoning the PC sweats? No, the PC sweats would agree with me on this. Also, Mac OS is different than iOS. Yes, but Mac OS, and specifically the iPhone operating software, the operating system on the iPhone, is not designed so you can actually open up and customize the backend. Okay? and because of that, there's actually better protection. For example, everything is like automatically encrypted on the newer ones too, but everything is locked down. Everything is locked down. It's actually more difficult to, I guess, you know, it's more difficult to hack it. It's somewhat more difficult to, somewhat more difficult to like design malware around it and stuff like that. Whereas on a PC, I think like because everything is much more free and much more customized, there is, you know, everything. It's a little bit easier to get fucked. Both Mac and Windows keep their stuff on lockdown. It's hard to get into the gut of the Microsoft Windows and Mac because it's private software. Yeah. Anyway, how the fuck did I get here? Oh, I got here by looking at the baby stuff. And the reason why I was looking at this baby stuff is because I was looking at like boomers and saying that there's this weird generation that's just like a little bit more tech literate, and it was surprising to me to find out that Zoomers are not as tech literate as I thought they would be. I thought Zoomers would be more tech literate than my generation for sure, but I don't think that's the case. And I think the reason why they're less tech literate is because of the mass use of the walled garden style approach that the iPhone operating software has. It's very user friendly and it holds your hand, and therefore you just kind of get used to just like the easy. You don't have to work on it basically, and that promotes tech illiteracy to a certain degree. This, of course, is different for older Gen Z, the Zillennials. They suck at tech. Some Gen Z don't even own a PC. They have their phone and maybe a tablet or Chromebook. Yeah, they do a lot. They do everything on their phones. Like, here, I will give you a telltale marker of whether or not you have a difference in generation, okay? There are certain things that I do on a computer that I don't think you should be doing on a phone. It's stupid, and Gen Z is probably smarter. Buying plane tickets. I've never in my life ever purchased a plane ticket on a phone, okay? I have to sit down to buy a plane ticket. I have to sit down in front of a laptop or sit down in front of a PC to purchase a plane ticket. Zoomers, on the other hand, do it on their phones. To me, that's crazy. I feel like something as significant as purchasing a plane ticket must be conducted in like a sit down manner. Okay? If you're engaging in any kind of like online shopping where you're making big purchases, you got to sit down for it. Crack the knuckles. Editing, things like that, video editing, things such as that, making YouTube videos. Those are all supposed to be sit down in front of a computer type events. For Zoomers, they just go boop, 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 boop. They do it on their phones. It's much faster, right? It's much faster. They don't give a shit. They can just like nail it. They got CapCut, whatever. Okay. Sometimes they just edit it on the software that exists within TikTok. I don't fully understand it. Okay. They purchase their airplane tickets on the phones. They do everything on the phones. Okay. If I have to quickly purchase a ticket, I will do it on my phone. If I'll have time, I'll do it on my laptop. Yeah, it's easy to purchase. It's easy to compare fares when you do it on your laptop, when you do it on a larger screen. The user interface, in my opinion, on the mobile apps is not great. It's not conducive. In any case, have you seen the adult streamers pandering to Gen Alpha?
6, 7. 6, 7.
just, brother, no country for old men style. Take me out back and put one. Okay. Put one right here when I'm doing the 2-3 years Dagestan. Exactly. Send them all to Dagestan for 2 to 3 years.
6 out. Okay.
Oh my gosh, a little 6-7.
Calm down. They banned 6-7 at In-N-Out because people kept blurting it out. I have the higher, dude. Nah, you're old enough. Should be embracing this dumb shit just to ruin it for the kids. Yeah, to be fair, we do have a very unique power. Us olds, we can just like ruin these fucking memes, right? Jay Schlatt did it best. You liberals can't handle dark comedy. Yeah, the darkest part of this comedy is that you can see the life escape the eyes of these guys, especially ones over the age of 30 or nearing the age of 30. When they do that shit, they're like, in the back of their minds, they're like, Beats fucking working in a coal mine. Okay, if you pause right before. You can catch the soul escape in the eyes of someone who is making that mental math in their minds where it's like, I could be flipping burgers at a McDonald's right now for like $10 an hour. So I'm going to keep pumping that 6 and I'm going to keep pumping that 7. Okay. I couldn't escape it also from your video. That's an insane place to identify 6-7 meme. While I'm talking to fucking Yanis Varoufakis. Okay? Yanis Varoufakis. I think the minimum wage should be about 6-7. Okay, stop. Stop it. Anyway, we were doing the diaper diaries or whatever the fuck this is, or diaper diplomacy. And the reason why we were looking at diaper diplomacy is because Jasmine Crockett, running for Texas Senate, has posted a diaper diplomacy video that is literally 2 minutes and 17 seconds long. Let's take a look.
Trump's toughest choice was between Chantilly lace or alabaster for his billionaire ballroom. The American people have been watching, and even those who weren't watching, they felt the effects and know the pain. Trump's unpopular policies will cost him the Republican majority in the Congress. He knows that, and that's why he called Greg Abbott and said, I need 5 seats from Texas.
Damn, that's a baby in a wheelchair, dude. That's a little baby in a wheelchair. Saddest story ever told. Shortest sad story ever told. Little baby in a wheelchair. Childhood polio.
Seats from Texas. I'm entitled to them. And Abbott got right to it. Well, Trump, I know you're watching, so let me tell you directly, you're not entitled to a damn thing in Texas. You better get to work because I'm coming for you. He knew he would lose. So Trump did what he always does, resort to lying, cheating, and stealing. He has rigged our elections once again by changing the lines in the middle of an election cycle. And the cherry on the top, Trump drew me out of my home district. I know he's tired of me holding him accountable, dismantling.
I mean, this is a person who knows her audience really well, by the way.
Let me show you a video.
Yeah, we'll do Tom Nicholas on the Christian nationalism and its failures in a second. Because, like, if you look at the demographic breakdown in the current Senate primary poll in Texas, ages 18 to 35 are overwhelmingly on Tallarico's side, and then all the boomers are on the Jasmine Crockett side, right? They want someone who is, the clapback queen that says, Donald Trump, you're orange man, you're fucking lame, right? They see that as like the peak of fighting back against the authoritarian nature of Trump. Now, this isn't to glaze Tallarico either. I don't know if Tallarico himself is like, an actual fighter or someone who is a real one, right? Someone who is genuinely invested in any sort of real left flank politics at all, right? But yeah, if you look at the Senate primary poll and you're looking at 18 to 34, Tallarico is getting 63%, Crockett is getting 34%. And if you look at the actual age demographic breakdown on the older side, Jasmine Crockett is cooking. Okay.
His lies, and I know he's tired of me breaking through to millions of Americans, tired of me getting people out to vote, tired of me living in his head rent-free. Well, Mr. President, you couldn't beat me at the ballot box. And so, as y'all know, a judge that you appointed, Mr. President, he said your maps were unconstitutional, but you ran it up to your loyal activist cronies at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I know Tallarico was on Joe Rogan. Tallarico also did the 20v1 surrounded Jubilee video too.
And snatched representation away from almost 500,000 people I represented right here in CD30. Well, I'm here to tell you, Donald Trump, you won't get rid of me that easily. I'm not going away. I'm not giving up. I still believe in this country.
Yeah, they babified it, basically. It's just AI slop, right? But this shit is, this is catnip for the boomers, okay? Is there really a difference in their policies, Tallarico and Crockett? It's Texas. Tallarico has some weaknesses. Crockett has some weaknesses. Tallarico has gotten money from Miriam Adelson for gambling, specifically. Jasmine Crockett hasn't gotten money from AIPAC, but has done the bidding of AIPAC with her voting record. So it's very difficult to make an honest assessment here, especially in the absence of like either of them trying to cut away and plant a flag on the anti-Israel side. Not that like Israel is the most significant component in this race. It's not, but it's a pretty good litmus test for whether or not you are truly invested in trying to win favors with a broader populist base of support. Because it's one of the biggest weaknesses of this administration. It's basically a gimme. Yeah, and if you're not even excited to seize on that popular momentum, you're not paying close attention, or you're just going to very clearly be an establishment stooge. I'm pretty sure Tallarico has at least presented himself as more pro-Palestine than Jasmine Crockett. But when you look at the crosstabs of the Texas Senate Democratic primary right now, women are 57 to 36 on Crockett's side. Men are at 52 to 42 on Tallarico's side. White people are 53 to 40% on Tallarico's side. Latinos are 51 to 41% on Tallarico's side. And honestly, like black Texans are riding pretty hard for Crockett. And it will come down to the Latino Texans in the Democratic primary. If Tallarico can seize on the Latino Texans, whether it be the Texans that are exhibiting buyer's remorse after voting for Donald Trump, or whether it be like the non-voters that come out to take a stand, which is very difficult to activate in the primaries to begin with. That's what it's going to come down to. Because right now, Crockett has like almost a 10-point advantage on Tallarico. She has a higher profile in the high propensity voters, obviously. And high propensity voters is how Democrats win in midterms, and high propensity voters is how, Democrats make a name for themselves in the primaries, right? Like that's how they win in the primaries. You're talking about like the MSNBC constituency, people who are just like totally primed, totally tuned into the race. Electability arguments work really well for those guys. You don't really need a lot of policy or at least in the past, you didn't really need a lot of policy to motivate these guys. You know, people that go to church, people who are very malleable, and people who have somewhat more conservative opinions. I have this belief that the general electorate, unironically, is more open to left populist sentiment than the Democratic primary voters are. And the reason why I say that is because all of the low propensity voters love that, okay? Low propensity voters that never will vote for a primary, obviously, duh, they're low propensity voters, actually love, you know, free shit. They love free healthcare. They love messages like that. Whereas because the Democratic primaries are like this closed circuit of MSNBC watchers and New York Times editorial board readers and people who go to church, and then the church leaders are telling them, you know, go vote for the establishment candidate. They are seemingly they're very loyal to the Democrats, and they will always end up going out and voting for the Democrat pick. But during the primary structure, they will always go with like whichever is the more conservative pick. And the reason why they will do that is because everyone in the establishment media is telling them the conservative pick is actually the much smarter pick. These are the people who don't consume as much information off of social media. They are the last. They're the last of a dying breed. The people who actually tap into mainstream media and get their nose from mainstream media. Now, I would say that the electability arguments have actually swung away from the establishment conservative picks as of late. The plus 45 demographic is looking for more radical picks now. They actually do see the Bernie wing as a pretty they see the Bernie wing as like the true electable candidates. So that's a good thing. But because they still get their nose from MSNBC and shit, if MSNBC is really, really pumping the Jasmine Crockett stuff, they're not going to swing in the direction of Tallarico. But electability for many does also have a lot of, weirdly enough, some racialized sentiment as well, even amongst black voters in general. While black voters will, they really do like Jasmine Crockett, the irony is they are also oftentimes, or at least from what I've seen over and over again, the first to tell you like, oh, white supremacy is so powerful as a motivating force that like a black woman will never win in Texas. And the person that I'm thinking about, I saw like this incredibly inconsistent message from one of these guys who is like an establishment lib defender, obviously somewhat reactionary, was where is it? No, it's not FD. What are you talking about? You're literally describing my father. So valid. Yeah. Hold on. I think has Bolsonaro posted about it. No, it's not too raw. It's not. This is the, oh no, it's not. It's Booker G. Washington, right? Jewish Wong says, I actually think Warnock could be competitive. So leftists are saying Tallarico can win Republicans over because of his religious roots. Okay, let's run Warnock in 2028 and see how that works in red states, right? That's what Booker G. Washington says. And then Jewish Wonk, who is like a fucking Omega Zionist, responds and says, I actually think Warnock could be competitive, which also makes me deeply suspicious about Warnock, that this guy actually likes Warnock. Anyway, he won in a purple state. So many of the people being floated for 2028, e.g. Newsom, have no experience campaigning in purple states and flipping small but critical number of Republicans. A purple state isn't a red state, says Booker G. Washington. Also, he's a black man. That's going to send the anti-blacks out in full force. Nobody wants to admit that openly. They want to pretend that we don't know how they think a white man Dem has a better shot. He doesn't, just hated less. But then right here, he also then replies to this person saying, who do you think has the best chance to win in Texas, Tallarico or Crockett? Crockett, broader coalition and not depending on nominal Republicans who vote Dem in Texas. I just don't understand that. Like, So on the one hand, he's saying like Warnock would lose because he's a black man. But then also he's saying that Jasmine Crockett will do better than Tallarico, a white man, as opposed to a black woman. I personally don't care about that aspect of the electability argument, as I've told you over and over again. I don't give a fuck what someone's background is, and I don't give a fuck about electability from the perspective of someone's background. I think it's a hurdle, but it's one that you can clear, right? It's a hurdle that you can clear. Same with Kamala Harris, same with everybody else. It's not something that we should be promoting. It's not something that we should be invested in as a real reason as to why we mustn't go with certain candidates, because it's a very dangerous attitude to have in general, because I think policies are what matters more than anything else. Sure, the demographics do actually play a role in the electability argument, but the reality of the matter is, just because it's a hurdle doesn't mean you can't climb it. Okay. So what are we supposed to do? Run white men everywhere? Like, that's so fucking stupid. I don't give a shit if there's a black woman running against a white man, and the black woman has much better left populist policies. If one candidate is the Medicare for All candidate and the other one isn't, I'm going to always pick the Medicare for All candidate. Okay? Their racial background, their age, none of that actually factors in to my calculations as far as this is your biggest L take. It's part of the friction with the black community, in my opinion. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? I think this is, once again, stemming from a misunderstanding. Okay? I'm saying that it is fucked up and bad to automatically write off black candidates because of their background, saying that it will invite negative polarization by racists who will go out and vote against them. I think that's not that's not good. That's not a good way to do politics. Oh shit, I'm behind. I guess you might be. Do you understand? I think ultimately what matters is what you're going to do for your constituents. That's what politics is about. That's what democracy is all about at its core. Okay? Under no circumstances should you actually capitulate to racialized animus and decide, oh, I'm not going to, we shouldn't run this person. We shouldn't run that person. My assessment in this Texas Senate Democratic primary revolves around the policy positions of Jasmine Crockett versus the policy positions of Tallarico. While the demographics can play a role, right? Hold on. The demographics can play a role, especially in the United States of America, a objectively white supremacist country. It's still, it's utterly irrelevant. Okay. Because while it is a hurdle, I understand it is a hurdle, you can clear it with charisma and good policy. Okay? That's it. You can earnestly communicate your positions, and you can show that you are a real fighter. And you can show people that you got their back, and they will overlook whatever kind of racist opinions they might have. I mean, Barack Obama is a great example of this, right? Now, obviously, if you don't deliver, then the white supremacist attitudes go even crazier than ever before. You have to make sure black community's behind you if you're black, and the white people can be convinced later you can't be Richie Torres but socialist and win. What? Anyway. But yeah, independents are 49% to 41% leaning in Tallarico. Democrats, though, self-described Democrats are 53% to 42% on Crockett's side. No 4-year degree, 53 to 41% in Crockett's side. 4-year college degree, 48 to 45% Crockett. So Tallarico is actually, you know, the areas where he's doing pretty well in this poll, where Jasmine Crockett's at 51% and Tallarico's at 43%. Is the established Democratic base of support. Jasmine Crockett is cleaning house, okay? Older voters, MSNBC voters, black voters. Jasmine Crockett is seen as like this telegenic young fighter who has had a lot of big media moments so far in the second Trump term, against Marjorie Taylor Greene, butch blonde, bad body, and has a bunch of good media moments against Donald Trump. Unfortunately, though, for us, I'm not in love with either candidate. I will be honest with you. I'm not in love with either candidate. And it's ironic because, like, I would say both of these candidates, like Jasmine Crockett should not be getting outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene on the issue of Gaza, right? That's just ridiculous to me. The very fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene has a better position on Gaza and a better position on Israel than Jasmine Crockett is unacceptable. Okay? Jasmine Crockett is one of the new crop of Democrats that is younger and more in tune with what's going on the internet, more in tune with like securing media moments. But on the policy front is the same old school establishment Democrat. And that's what scares me. Okay? Tallarico, on the other hand, has some decent media moments. You know, he's like, oh, I'm a preacher. I'm an evangelical Christian. But, you know, we really got to hit the affordability slant. You know, he's done that fairly well. And his messaging is like better, I would say. There's still some off about him that is just, you know, I have a hard time trusting, if that makes sense.
A trillionaire when veterans are sleeping on the streets. I'm all for success, but this is not success. This is hoarding. What leads a person to accumulate more money than they could possibly spend in 100 lifetimes when we have people starving in this one? The reason poverty still exists on the west side of San Antonio, the reason poverty exists.
Is he not evangelical? Oh, he's Presbyterian, not evangelical. My mistake.
This, in the wealthiest country in human history, is not because we can't feed the poor, it's because we can't satisfy the rich.
You just have a natural reaction of hatred towards religious individuals. Yeah. Is that why I actually really liked Raphael Warnock initially? Because he was a liberation theologist who was actually anti-Israel initially. I mean, he's been very disappointing as well for different reasons, but like, I don't give a shit. You have to understand, I do not care. I do not care at all about someone's background beyond how that background has shaped their ideology, how their background has shaped their worldview, how that background has shaped the things that they stand for. Okay? Yeah, Zoran is a practicing Muslim. Raphael Warnock was literally a liberation theologist reverend. You know? It doesn't matter if someone is like religious or not. The thing that smells weird to me about Tallarico is how in tune he is with the type of things that his audience wants to hear. Okay? While also simultaneously getting Adelson money. And I know that the Adelson money was for a casino and not specifically for Israel, but there's something that's a little bit too performative and maybe a little insincere about the way Tallarico carries himself, the way that Tallarico presents himself from what I have seen. Now, of course, it's obviously Texas, so you're not going to fucking find a candidate that you're super, super on board with regardless. It is what it is, but...
But you know what we can do? You know what we can do? We can tax trillionaires out of existence. And we can use that money. We can use that money to guarantee food, healthcare, and housing for every single American.
Like, redistributive policies, talking about billionaires, all that stuff is really good, okay? All that stuff is really, really good. Jasmine Crockett won office with the help of a crypto super PAC, and James Tallarico's biggest donor last year was Miriam Adelson's casino PAC. Exactly. The Texas Democrats, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Tallarico has like a point on Israel stuff. Despite getting money from fucking Miriam Adelson, Tallarico is ironically better enough on the statements about Israel than the person who hasn't gotten any money from Israel, as far as we know, who has visited Israel but hasn't gotten money from AIPAC, Jasmine Crockett. Here's HasanAbi head Jules Nader saying, Jasmine Crockett calls criticism of her pro-Israel stances intellectually lazy and asks people to look at her voting record. Well, she has voted to cut UNRWA and to arm Israel, along with voting yes on the following pro-Israel HRs. HR 771, HR 340, HR 1449, HR 5917, HR 798.
People have said, I know you've seen it on social media, where people are saying that some of them aren't going to vote for you because of this pro-Israel stance. What do you have to say about that?
What I have to say is that people need to start to do their research and stop falling for the clickbait. Listen, if you've loved me before, then what has changed? You can always look at my voting record and know what it is that I have and haven't voted for, but it's quite intellectually lazy.
Yeah, Tallarico's campaign got $59K from that PAC, and Crockett got $2 million from crypto lobbyists. I think there's a difference. Yeah, and also Tallarico was asked about the Miriam Adelson position, and he actually responded to it. I think it was on MSNBC a while back, but we'll... yeah, he's also taking an anti-AIPAC stance, but like this is the new meta amongst like the aesthetically progressive liberals who are basically trying to present themselves as like anti-Israel for appearances to win votes.
If you just sit there and let somebody else tell you something and you don't go and get the full picture. You can always look at my FEC filings and find whatever information it is that you seek. So what I will tell you is that I'm not going to be distracted, because at the end of the day, I can tell you that Texans are concerned about the fact that we lead in uninsured in this.
Do you think Crockett is a fall in line, Dan, when it comes to voting? Oh, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Tallarico's campaign manager said he took the money to help fight private school vouchers, which Madelson is also against. Miriam Adelson is also against, not defending him accepting the money, only providing the information his campaign manager stated about him taking her donation. No, I think it was because of, it was for gambling. Because Miriam Adelson's like second highest priority post after Israel is trying to get gambling legalized in the state of Texas. Because remember, the Adelson dynasty is built on top of casinos. They are, Sheldon Adelson was a casino magnate. So, and yes, she also now owns the Mavs and played a role in the Luka trade, obviously. But that's something that she cares about.
Country. I can tell you that Texans are concerned because right now jobs are few. I can tell you that Texans are concerned because they can't afford childcare. I can tell you that Texans are concerned because hospitals are about to close down. And if you have questions, then you should just go and look at my record. I have nothing to hide. I wouldn't be running for office if I had anything to hide. But what I'm not going to do is allow people to sit here and have me on the defensive about something that they don't even know what they're talking about, because it is very easy to look up who is endorsed by who and to figure that out. That is intellectually lazy for you not to just go.
On behalf of Texans, we have some of the largest pro-Palestine protests in the country. We have a decently sized population of Palestinian Americans and refugees, and many of us do care about Palestine and not just ensuring our chicken tendies are 10 cents cheaper. No, I think like that's the most chicken tendies getting 10 cents cheaper is the most like broad appeal message you can have. The reason why I bring up Israel is not because like I'm saying that it's the #1 issue that most Americans are concerned with. The reason why I bring it up is because at a time when there is an opportunity to present yourself as a different kind of politician, as someone who has their ear to the ground, as someone who's capable of captivating the populist base that everyone is trying to mysteriously identify and trying to farm, okay? If you're not taking an anti-Israel stance, then either you're not paying attention or you're basically saying, even if I lose, I want to lose with my own design, and I want to only win with the constituency that I build out. And the unfortunate reality is you will absolutely lose in the general with that kind of attitude. Not because Israel is a top of mind concern for the average Texan, okay? It just means that you're not invested. You're not actually invested. You're going to make wrong decisions. You're going to message wrong when you're in the general about all of these other issues that pertain to the everyday existence of Americans. And even if you were able to win somehow, which is very unlikely anyway, you are going to be a horrible congressperson. You're going to be a horrible senator. Sure, you'll be better than fucking Ted Cruz, but you're going to be one of the worst Democrats in the Senate, constantly standing in opposition to any kind of initiative that might improve the material conditions of the American working class. You will never actually get on board with like Medicare for all, for example. Okay? To me, Israel is a great litmus test for how responsive you are to the needs of your constituents. Okay? It's not just about Israel. It's more so about everything else. Okay? It's more so about everything else that you are actually going to do when you are in office if you win, or whether or not you'll win at all in the general. Okay?
And look who has been endorsed.
I know you're. Anyway, yeah, she's very defensive about this stuff, so she's like obviously heard it as a major point of criticism. And I think the most appropriate thing to do if I was in her campaign, I would immediately fucking go back to the drawing board and force her to take as best of an anti-Israel stance as possible. Okay, Texas is already going to be a fucking long shot. Okay. As Ta-Nehisi Coates has stated, if you don't expect the Democrats to defend the humanity of those being slaughtered during a genocide, how can you expect them to defend democracy? And it's true. It's true. So on the other side, you have Tallarico, U.S. Senate candidate. James Tallarico says he will not be accepting money from AIPAC. This is like the entry point, right? I mean, it's not even bare minimum at this point. I feel like this is the way that like a lot of Democrats are presenting themselves as insincerely being anti-Israel, like for the optics. Okay, it's not. You know, this is just like you're putting your foot in the door, right? This is the new meta. You will hear them. There's two new metas for Democrats right now. Constantly slamming the word affordability and saying they won't take AIPAC donations. Okay? I need you to understand something. They're saying that to dupe you. Okay? I need to see more. I need to see something beyond saying, oh, I'm not taking any AIPAC money. Okay? What are your positions? What are your positions on this issue? Are you on board with tackling some of the BDS laws in your state? That could be an incredible entry point for winning over a lot of populists. You could just be like, Texas has insane laws in the books oh, if you fucking protest against Israel, we won't give you, we won't actually give you FEMA relief. What an insane thing. Cities that have tried to divest from Israel and reappropriate those funds back to initiatives like hardening their infrastructure have been railed against by our corrupt governor, Greg Abbott. How insane. In the state of Texas, we believe in the First Amendment. And yet our Texas politicians, my Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle, clearly do not believe in the First Amendment because they gladly passed bills in the state legislature that make it so that you have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel if you want to become a school teacher. Is this really who we are as Texans? Boom. There you go. That's free money for you. That's free ball. Okay? That's free ball. That's it. It's free. It's out there for the seizing. Okay? You say those fucking words, you're gonna do LeBron numbers. Okay? Whether it be the primary, whether it be the general, especially if you're a quirked up white boy and the son of a pastor. Yeah, 2018 LeBron numbers. Anyway, my point is, stop saying 8 points Sag, okay? The one time he gets sub 10 points, sub double digits, everyone fucking brings it up.
A theologian who said, I screamed at God for the starving children until I realized the starving children was God screaming at me. And God is screaming at all of us in Gaza as we speak. Israel has a right to exist and a right to defend itself just like any nation. But Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have the right to wage war against civilians.
Bro, these guys are like 2 years late to the liberal Zionist pivot. It's so crazy. They're always playing catch up. It's so frustrating to watch as a political commentator. It's so goddamn annoying. Every day of the week, we have to watch these guys play catch up.
To use famine and collective punishment as tactics. So to answer your question, as a U.S. Senator, I will use the financial and diplomatic leverage in this country to stop the atrocities and the suffering in Gaza. It's also for the people of Israel, because Benjamin Netanyahu's disastrous war has made the people of Israel and Jewish people all over the world is truly less safe as a result. And to answer your last question, no, I will not be accepting money from AIPAC in this race.
So here, there's more to this interview. This was a while back. This was 2 months ago, right? And this is the same interview where he is asked whether or not, he's asked about the Miriam Adelson donation that he has received already.
Campaign of, by, and for the people.
Mr. Tallarico, can I follow up on that with perhaps some more specifics, and certainly as it relates to past donations, future donations? I understand last year and state campaign finance data shows that a group funded by the casino mogul Miriam Adelson was the biggest donor to your House reelection race last year. Can you clarify that? Will you be taking money from her or any organization that she supports? Will you be taking money from AIPAC in this election year?
Well, if there's any money going through a corporate PAC, I won't be accepting it, as I said. And I have always supported legalizing gambling here in Texas. It is good public policy. It will help bring good jobs to Texas, and it will bring desperately needed tax revenue for our public schools. As you may know, I'm a former public school teacher, and I have fought in the trenches of the Texas legislature to save Texas public schools. And so I'm always going to support policies that achieve that goal. And to answer your last question, no, I will not be accepting money from AIPAC in this race.
Can I ask you to build on that, what your current stance is on Israel's assault on Gaza and what you believe should be done if, for example...
So he just defends them for free? No, it's because he thinks this is the maximum anti-Israel position you can arrive at. That's the problem. A lot of these fucking Democrats think that is the maximalist, like, anti-Israel position, saying it's a war, saying it's there's some war crimes, if you even mention that, saying Benjamin Netanyahu is bad, and saying Israel has a right to defend itself, and basically saying, I will not take AIPAC money. Okay? It is very, very frustrating that this is the way that our politicians communicate on this issue. Okay? What is this? What? Lying, take it up with the mom, sweetie? What are you guys doing? How are they not tapped in at this point? I mean, to basically get them to even communicate this position took thousands of students getting, student protesters getting arrested, 2 years of genocide, public sentiment basically shifting in the exact opposite direction. It's crazy that it, like, it's not, like, these guys, I mean, they're politicians. They're not sincere. And even sincere ones can actually end up failing you, right? Even sincere politicians that have spent an entire life, their entire lives doing activism, can still end up failing to meet the moment on issues like this. Okay? Part of that is because they're insincere, they're grifters, they're charlatans. The other part of that is because they are totally bubbled in an echo chamber, utterly removed from the interests of the masses, utterly disinterested in the interests of the masses, and are constantly being pummeled with text messages from lobbyists, corporate donors, other politicians, depending on how long of a time they've spent in Congress as well, right? This is where we're at with Tallarico versus Crockett. Tallarico has marginally better takes on Israel than Jasmine Crockett does, but both are just like, you know, they're not great.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu were to come here to the United States, would you, as a senator, support his arrest? What do you think is the correct path forward there?
Well, there's a theologian who said, I screamed at God for the starving.
Anyway. But then James Tallarico says he supports a ban on offensive weapons to Israel while this conflict continues. He adds, I never want someone to think my views on that topic are influenced by the money I take.
You are going to
Yeah, it's the ban on offensive weapons as the conflict continues. It's like, how about a ban on all fucking aid? Is it a genocide or not? If it's a genocide, as the UN has already declared it, then you have to fucking sever ties. You have to punish Israel to get them to stop. It's crazy because these guys are still under the banner of a Trump presidency. If they win, they're still going to have Trump's veto power. So the very fact that they're not even hitting the 2016 ass lines or the 2018 ass lines that they used to, you know, being in favor of Medicare for all, knowing full well that the Trump administration is never going to fucking sign off on it. They're not even doing that right now. Okay? That's crazy because Democrats used to, at the very least, entertain more radical positions when they know full well that those positions will never actually turn into legislation.
Take money from AIPAC. For people who don't know what AIPAC is, can you explain to them why you're not taking money from them, and how we can talk about that conflict in a way that makes people feel anti-Semitic? A lot of people are feeling closeted. Talk about it because they don't want to be labeled anti-Semitic.
Right, and we all oppose anti-Semitism wherever it is.
Exactly.
But this conflict, we have to have an honest conversation about how to save lives. Right now, we have too many women and children and innocent civilians being killed in Gaza, and it has to end. The United States has to hasten that end. And that's why I've come out for a ban on offensive weapons to Israel while this conflict continues. And I hope that more elected officials do the same thing. I've heard about it the most from young people And we talked about the crowd that was here. The thing that really inspired me was how many young people were here. As you know, typically this far out from a cycle, you're going to see older folks and more politically active people. I can't tell you how many people have showed up in this line and said this is their first political rally they've ever come to.
Yeah.
And that issue is one that they care deeply about, something we all should care more about. And I'm going to be outspoken on it. And I never want someone to think that my views on that topic are influenced by the money that I take. And so it's why I put this policy in place. And I hope more elected officials do the same.
Yeah, while this conflict continues is such a ridiculous fucking answer too, because it's been continuing for 80 years, right? I don't think he means like while this conflict continues as long as Israel's an apartheid state. So yeah, it's pretty cooked on that front, even though I would say that while the bar is in hell, Tallarico gets to clear it only marginally. Or not even clear the bar, honestly. Neither candidate clears the bar, but at least like Tallarico is like kind of coming closer to the fucking bar than Jasmine Crockett is. Don't say for Texas. This is politics at the national level, okay? This is politics at the national level. It's not a thing. Like, how many more actual anti-Semites and neo-Nazis do you need to see in prominent positions in the media for you to recognize that Democrats are basically fucking leaving this space for those who don't have any fear in openly saying that they're anti-Israel to you know, win favors with the crowd? It is ridiculous. It's utterly fucking ridiculous. It's so frustrating. Anyway, speaking of ridiculous, frustrating shit, moving on from this, conservatives need their own space. They want safe spaces, apparently. But I'm not going to look at that. I am instead going to look at, where is it? Yeah, Animal Farm.
Hi, Lucky. What's up? We are going on vacation.
I do hope it's somewhere good. What does that say?
Laughter House.
That sounds awesome. I love to laugh.
It's a slaughterhouse.
Look at all this deliciousness. They want this.
Do you want to be food or do you want freedom? Then let's fight for it. We're free. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy.
4 legs, good. 2 legs, bad.
No animal shall wear clothes.
Huff, what? We're show pigs.
And all animals are equal.
Animals running a farm? I had to see it for myself.
Thank you. Aw, so cute.
Activate cute eyes.
I'd rather gouge them out.
You know this is not going to be an anti-fascist work, but instead an anti-communist work. I already know it. George Orwell himself, despite his, socialist beginnings, also actively in his later years became, anti-USSR pretty aggressively and was objectively anti-communist. So even the any kind of like sincere approach to this would still probably take an anti-communist stance regardless. But can't wait for this to be a pro-capitalist, pro-free market, libertarian, anti-communist work. Yeah, Angel Studios, from what I understand, is already like, the guys that made the Sound of Freedom movie, right? Am I correct on this? Like, it's being made by. It's really a couple things are really interesting about this. Okay, so one, it's Angel Studios, right? So the stuff that they're doing is like somewhat right-wing slop, Christian slop. But at the same time, they got like, I think they have Laverne Cox in the Animal Farm movie as well, which is interesting because I guess like they don't give a shit. Like while they are conservative, they clearly don't care about, you know, a trans person doing voice acting in their movie. But yeah, where is it? Isn't it Sound of Freedom on here somewhere? I'm surprised it's not like up here. Oh yeah, here it is. Sound of Freedom official trailer. The King of Kings. David and Goliath like you've never seen.
Want that farm.
We should move into the farmhouse. So the humans know we're in charge.
You are about to become my new best friends. Pigs and humans working together. I like the optics.
Oh, we love the optics. What are optics?
I think it's a kind of seafood.
You're wearing clothes!
Would you look at that? I am.
Everything's...
Anyway, but the distribution is, yeah, see? A satirical allegory of revolution and power, Animal Farm traces out movement for equality is systematically corrupted. As the pigs consolidate control, truth is erased, dissent is crushed, and the farm descends into a ruthless dictatorship, fulfilling Orwell's warning about the dangers of communism. Here we fucking go.
different, but we're still friends.
Yeah, theme song is by Portugal the Man, who are prominent leftists. Seth Rogen is obviously the main protagonist, who himself is anti-Zionist and pretty socially progressive as well. And yet the distribution is being handled by the guys who fucking made Sound of what was it, Sound of Freedom or whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, Sound of Freedom, the psychotic Jim Caviezel movie. And the rest of their slop is just like super duper right wing. Seth Rogen isn't that progressive? No, he is. Why are actors selling out to this slop for this slop? I don't think they know who's going to be distributing it when they sign on board. And also, most American progressives don't know about George Orwell's like anti-communist leanings. Okay, that's the other thing. Knowing about George Orwell, even knowing that George Orwell was a socialist, is not something that the average American knows. That is precisely the reason why Animal Farm, 1987, brother, Animal Factory, all of those fucking all of those takes are unironically utilized more often than not by right-wingers. There's a reason why right-wingers love 1997, brother. Like, come on, it's like a super fucking, it's an OG meme in this community for a reason. What is this?
It's one of the longest running arguments in science fiction. Wherever dudes with wraparound shades and a gun collection.
Science fiction with Damien Walter. Is 1984 a warning against fascism or socialism? It's definitely not a warning against socialism. I will say that. Okay? It's not. That's fucking ridiculous. It's definitely a warning against fascism, for sure. It is anti-fascist in his work. George Orwell was an anti-fascist. However, he was also anti-communist. Okay, he's one of those. He's British. Okay, this is how fucking British people are. All right, just don't lean into too much. Don't try to understand it. Okay. The CIA airdropped Orwell everywhere. Yes. It's one of those ways where people will say, oh, this is anti-authoritarian, okay? Anti-totalitarian, anti-authoritarian. It's anti-Stalin, and it's anti-Hitler. I think we all know what that looks like in practice. George Orwell himself was an anti-fascist of I guess he was of anarchist background, right? Yeah, he fought Franco in Spain. But he also literally ratted out
literally
communists.
1984. Hi there. Did you know that Orwell was just an all-around horrible human being? Well, he was a worse writer, which really is the major issue with him. If you didn't know, George Orwell was a snitch, a rapist, a racist, a colonial cop, and a CIA puppet, whether knowingly or unknowingly. His "it's okay to leave your nephew with me" mustache is only the cherry on top. First, about the man himself. The son of a British colonial officer from a wealthy landed family, he began his career as a British imperial official in Southeast Asia, basically a colonial cop. He was a little conflicted by his role, but not out of a conviction against the evils of imperialism and colonialism, but because the, and I quote, yellow faces, as he called them.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. Hakeem is way more aggro on Orwell. Because there's the good and the bad. Okay, there's the good and the bad. Like he was, again, like I said, he was definitely anti-fascist. Okay, he was definitely anti-fascist. But he was also very, very anti-Stalin. No, he was not. I mean, he was. Come on, chat. But later in his life, he definitely
didn't look kindly at him. In the end, the sneering yellow faces of young men that met me everywhere, the insults hooted at me when I was at a safe distance, got badly on my nerves. Who would have guessed that being an occupier wouldn't get roses rained on you? His entire write-up basically drips of hatred for the local Burmese, as well as a backward logic where imperialism wasn't bad solely because of the processes that made it up, but because the colonized expected a certain attitude of a colonial official that Orwell himself found difficult to fill, apparently. Let's quote the man some more, shall we? All I knew was that I was stuck between my hatred of the empire I served and my rage against the evil-spirited little beasts who tried to make my job impossible. He repeats this pattern often, says something incredibly racist, but turns around with a, "Oh, but I don't really like empire all that much either." Between uninspired and unconvincing prose about disliking empire, though he still found it quote-unquote respectable, whatever that means, he falls with, "I thought that the greatest joy in the world would be to drive a bayonet into a Buddhist priest's guts." Mighty authoritarian of you, Eric. Hold on, if he hates the Burmese and uses these terms, then surely a self-proclaimed socialist would have even harsher words for the most notorious fascist of all, right? Let's have a look. I should like to put it on record that I have never been able to dislike Hitler. I have reflected that I would certainly kill him if I could get within reach of him, but that I could feel no personal animosity. The fact is that there is something deeply appealing about him. One feels, as with Napoleon, that he is fighting against destiny, that he can't win, and yet that he somehow deserves to. Jesus fucking Christ. The simplest benchmark for any reasonable human being is to have a burning hatred for fascism, but apparently even that's too much for Orwell. Instead, in the height of World War II, he says the willingness to criticize Russia and Stalin is the test of intellectual honesty. Yes, echoing many a reactionary and liberal in red paint we see today. That's not
I think his greatest hang-up is his British origin.
to say that one shouldn't criticize, etc., etc., but there's a time, place, and format where it's most constructive, if your criticism is good faith to begin with. And the middle of a fascist takeover of Europe and beyond.
Like, that is objectively the worst time to criticize Stalin, okay? It's just, that's the, like, even the deepest of Stalin haters, I think, if they are criticizing Stalin at the peak of World War II, then they're, you know, your priorities are not straight, okay? It's one of the best things he did, okay? Straight up.
And isn't it? See my video on left-wing anti-communism for more about this perspective. Let's move on to his list making. Orwell reported on his friends and acquaintances to the Information Research Bureau, a dedicated organization within the British government founded in order to publish anti-communist material and fight revolutionary, anti-colonial, and pro-independence movements. This office not only got the rights to Orwell's works, but also directly translated and published Animal Farm and his other garbage works into 20 languages on every continent on Earth. In fact, Orwell's entire literary reputation is due to direct CIA and other anti-communist organization efforts at popularizing his nonsense, which is telling because his work on the face of it really is unimpressive. Regardless, back to the list.
Wiki says 9 million deaths under Stalin if foreseeable deaths arising from policies are taken into account. I'm correct, I think. Yeah, I mean, it ranges from 9 million to 100 million or whatever the fuck. And if that calculation holds, any person currently that is not having children because it's just too costly is considered a fucking death due to capitalism and a death due to, like, I guess, American-backed capitalism. So those numbers would be in the multiple billions. The assessment does not hold. The calculation that people make when they're talking about like deaths born out of Stalin and communism is oftentimes utterly ridiculous. Mismanagement and famine aside, okay, which for the record was commonplace even at that point. You have to analyze the material conditions of Russia at that stage in time. You have to look at the productive capabilities. You have to look at the likelihood of famine occurring in these areas, accelerated by mismanagement for sure. Okay. And you have to also look at whether or not famine was commonplace in the aftermath. Like, I think that the worst aspects of Stalin revolve around the paranoia, and at times not actually taking a more internationalist stance. I'm not a trop by any means. Okay. Having said that, I do think that given the limited confines, I'm understanding of the unimaginable sacrifice that the USSR took in World War II and how difficult it was for international cooperation when it came down to like defending Korea, for example, right? It was quite difficult for the USSR. And also I would go so far as to say Stalin was a little not lived up necessarily, but genuinely thought that the West would be infinitely nicer in their and more collaborative in their stance in the post-World War II environment. And that was wrong, obviously. That calculation was, as far as foreign policy goes, that calculation was wrong. I don't even know how he would have been able to overcome that, though, given the unimaginable death toll of World War II. And then also the deep paranoia and the incredible amounts of jailing dissidents, limited amounts of technologically available surveillance state at the time. Mismanagement. There is a lot of aspects of Stalin that is worthy of criticism. At the end of the day, when you look at it, the USSR no longer exists. You're going to get Chad into infighting frenzy, Lamau. If FDR was still in, or Henry Wallace, FDR's first VP, there would have been much more diplomatic order post-World War II. I agree. There's also the Russification initiatives as well. That wasn't too great as well. Yeah, there was a lot of issues. Anyway, the point is, if you take any sort of nuanced approach to this subject, a lot of liberals, they fucking lose their minds. They'll be like, what the fuck? As far as W's on the board, Nazi annihilation, pretty good. Profound W. Centralization and turning the USSR from a backwater agrarian peasant state that was under the oppressive thumb of the czars into one that defeated the United States of America in the space race as the first country to send a human being, Yuri Gagarin, into space in an incredibly short amount of time. That is an unimaginable W, okay? Sorry. That shit, you can't take that away. You cannot take that away. It's true. Not 20 years, but still likely a relative short amount of time. Yes, it's an unimaginably short amount of time. Western countries benefited from 400 years of raping Africa, okay? Both literally and figuratively, whether it be the extraction of wholesale human beings in the form of chattel slavery, or even the bounties that they reaped off of empire. You might say, oh, well, Russia was an empire too. It's not even fucking comparable. And also the distributive efforts of, or the distribution of said imperial bounty was not the same, clearly. So much so that there was a fucking successful revolution in Russia as opposed to everywhere else. So at the end of the day, they were able to do that within the confines of the USSR in a relatively short period of time, an incredibly short period of time, as opposed to the development that took place in Western nations, descendants of continuers of the imperial legacy.
This Paul Robeson, arguably one of the most famous people of the past century, airbrushed out of history because of his communist leanings, as very anti-white, a Wallace supporter in his snitch list, with zero evidence either in reality or within his deluded mind, aside from a typical racist presumption that wanting non-whites to be treated like human beings must mean you hate all whites as well.
Yeah, all while losing more than fucking 20 million people fighting the Nazi scourge. I'd say that's pretty impressive.
Notes Jew and Jewess next to people many times incorrectly in a time where European Jews had just faced the Holocaust. Deutscher, Polish Jew, Dryberg, Tom, English Jew, Chaplin, Charles, Jewish? My guy, why is this so important to you? It makes you think. He also kept a paranoid list of names for himself, by the way, with the same weird pattern reproduced. Some liberals like to pretend that the lists were only to prevent these people from working for the Secret Service, but naivety is a liberal pastime, and so is absolute faith in nefarious institutions like the IRB, which played a significant role in things as diverse as the Suez Crisis and the Troubles. Why you wouldn't want people who could sabotage the propaganda efforts of an empire you supposedly hate so much, I have no idea, but it is telling. You'd also have to be incredibly gullible to think lists of leftists, anti-colonial figures, minorities, etc. were done in good faith and for a good purpose. Regardless, as a liberal darling, all of his obvious ignorance and suspicion of Jews, LGBT people, and blacks is skated over without a peep or mention. Had any other post-war leftist made remarks of this kind, you'd for sure know about it, and their problematic nature would litter the prefaces of their published works. Yet, no mention. Liberals are so intentionally blind that they claim his attempted rape of his adolescent girlfriend was a quote-unquote botched seduction, in which she had shouted, screamed, and kicked before running home with a torn skirt and bruised hip. Yes, that's apparently a botched seduction to liberals, when a 190 centimeter tall man corners and forces himself onto a tiny 150 centimeter tall woman. Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. For a lot of research that I do for my videos, I end up hitting pages that aren't available in my location. That's frustrating, as you can imagine. Geo-restriction really does suck, but not with Atlas VPN. For those unaware, a virtual private network makes all of your internet traffic travel through an encrypted tunnel. This way, it protects you from spying, public Wi-Fi dangers, and... Alright, back to the video.
This is an older video.
That's not it, though. Arguably, his magnum opus, Animal Farm, was written in 1943 and 44, yet not a mention or room in his mind for condemning fascism as it was ravaging Europe, with the only power at the time actually kicking Nazi Germany's teeth in being the Soviet Union, which he spent the entirety of the war as well as his life condemning and satirizing. At the same time during the war, the IRD, which he would work for, was making connections with Ukrainian nationalists, of which many directly aided the Nazi Einsatzgruppen as they went about their program of a mono-ethnic Ukraine without Jews, Poles, Gypsies, and Communists. There's even evidence to suggest that Orwell knew and approved of this. To quote a great article you should read, Isaac Asimov also points out a shocking fact that conveniently escapes the myriad disciples of the British author. George Orwell spent the peak years of genocidal destruction of World War II writing a childish story about how evil the Nazi-killing Soviet Union supposedly was. As Asimov points out, Orwell wasn't much affected apparently by the Nazi brand of totalitarianism, for there was no room within him except for his private war with Stalinist communism. Consequently, when Great Britain was fighting for its life against Nazism, and the Soviet Union fought as an ally in the struggle and contributed rather more than its share in lives lost and in resolute courage, Orwell wrote Animal Farm, which was a satire of the Russian Revolution and what followed, picturing it in terms of a revolt of barnyard animals against human masters. He completed Animal Farm in 1944 and had trouble finding a publisher since it wasn't a particularly good time for upsetting the Soviets. As soon as the war came to an end, however, the Soviet Union was fair game and Animal Farm was published. In fact, Orwell went out of his way to manufacture a fantasy that couldn't possibly be mistaken for Nazism, because, as everyone knows, the people and ideology that materially supported every single genuine liberation and independence movement in existence are the true evil. Baby. Of course, not a single line critiquing American genocidal policies globally, or their constant warmongering and saber-rattling, and their sanctions and bombing of poor third-world countries trying to detach from colonial regimes that had oppressed them for decades if not centuries. Nothing on the Spanish or French or Portuguese. His only genuine vitriol and whatever passed for criticism, oscillating between childish storytelling and verbose ranting, was exclusively reserved for socialist countries, and specifically the USSR, a country he never visited, never read about, and never interacted with the politics of. This point can't be understated. Orwell actually knew next to nothing about the USSR, and the misconceptions and ridiculous caricatures he reproduces both in his writing as well as his commentary are so...
Yes, bro, I'm chopped, I'm washed, I'm unk, okay? I need a fucking cane. My ankle is the size of a fucking watermelon right now. Give me a goddamn break. Oh my God.
Easily corrected by the lightest possible research as to essentially solidify the fact that he was simply happy in his ignorance. Or insidious, one or the other. By the way, if you thought Animal Farm critiques Stalinism or whatever other made-up concept, it doesn't. The fundamental thesis of Animal Farm is that the working class is stupid and cannot be trusted to lead any sort of independent political existence. To quote Jonas Manuel, a Brazilian organizer and professor of history, Orwell spends the entire book describing generations of animals as easily...
Early reports 20 shot at Brown University? What the fuck? 20? What the fuck? Hey, we don't do breaking news. We don't do breaking news. Okay?
Confused, dumb, stupid, illiterate, amnesiac, the entire book. The main target of this book's critiques aren't revolutionaries or communism, it's the working class. George Orwell writes from an aristocratic
I don't know what you guys are, where you guys are getting that from.
As incapable of self-governance, without the capacity to constitute themselves as a political...
I'm seeing nothing. Just the emergency alert 7 minutes ago from Brown University, Rhode Island, warning of an active shooter. I don't know about the 20 number. I don't know where that's coming from. But early reports. Police are currently responding to an active shooter situation at Brown University from 11 minutes ago. ABC 6 News obtained a text alert sent to members of campus community alerting them of an active shooter and urging them to lock doors and stay hidden. The incident is occurring near Thayer Street. Okay. You need to fucking calm down, chatters. Even if a police scanner said, even if a local police scanner said that, you cannot go along with that yet. Okay? You have to wait. This is why I always say you have to wait. What is Times Now News? No. What do I always tell you? Just wait. Okay? Just fucking wait. The thing is, like, the police have the capacity to get shit wrong. They do it all the time, especially in the heat of the moment. Okay? Always a bit weird that chatters are so horny for you to cover breaking news that they have to be the first person to post this shit. Yeah. Calm down. The only thing that we know is that there is an active shooter situation at Brown University. Okay? There is no reason to be the first to market on stuff like this. You feel me? There's no reason to be the first person. 2 American soldiers killed by ISIS in Syria? Yeah, I know. Shut the fuck up. I know. Okay? I don't know why you're bringing that up right now. Let's continue.
Subject, and therefore always the object of dispute and manipulation by vying elites. The people lack the capacity for political self-determination, cannot build a political program or engage in autonomous political action. This is George Orwell's theory, borne out by his choice of metaphors. Animal Farm isn't a critique of revolutionaries, it's a critique of workers. It's an aristocratic manifesto against the working class. This book, Animal Farm, is a deeply reactionary book, displaying aristocratic condescension against the people, a book in which the working class appears as imbeciles. It displays all the marks of the bourgeois genre of elite theory, its historical metaphors for Soviet history whitewash capitalists and imperialists. The USSR is shown as self-sabotaging while its enemies are completely absolved. This is George Orwell and is why he was so successful. I highly recommend you read the article. It's great and full of citations to further bolster the point. I don't want to subject you to excerpts of Animal Farm, after all. By the way, his hatred for the working class was even noticed by the people who fought beside and absolutely hated Orwell in Spain. 1984, on the other hand, doesn't even deserve to be commented on. To quote Asimov again, I read it and found myself absolutely astonished at what I read. I wondered how many people who talked about the novel so glibly had ever read it, or if they had, whether they remembered it at all. I felt I would have to write the critique if only to set people straight. By the time 1984 came out in 1949, the Cold War was at its height. The book therefore proved popular. It was almost a matter of patriotism in the West to buy it and talk about it, and perhaps even to read parts of it, although it is my opinion that more people bought it and talked about it than read it, for it is a dreadfully dull book, didactic, repetitious, and all but motionless. I generally recommend you read this entire review as well. The critique is excellent and really goes to show not only how bad the book is, but also how the literally 1984 types don't even bother to engage with the book.
The reason why I have this, I guess, like, more nuanced approach to 1984 is because, like, it's most commonly utilized by right-wingers who don't even understand the main message because they think it's like an anti-communist work across the board when they are literally the defenders of the exact 1984 style forms of governance. Okay? It's very, very frustrating and very annoying that it's basically the same grief I have for a lot of people that take like anti-USSR narratives from Trots and then use that as like the formative anti-communist work in general. Like right-wingers who take on any sort of criticism, oftentimes from people who have socialist tendencies, socialist leanings, communist tendencies, and take ideological differences and basically weaponize it against existing at the time, communist formations. It's very frustrating. Okay.
and of course the incredibly ineffectual and childish criticism of vague or otherwise undefined symbols of power. Keep in mind though that Asimov himself is a liberal at the end of the day, so some of his politically oriented comments suffer the usual deficits. Of course, the elephant in the room that Orwell would love to shoot is his supposed leftist convictions. To quote a fantastic article from Red Sails, it is mistaken to imagine that children in the English-speaking world get Orwell's work drilled into them like a mantra because somehow genuine socialists managed to sneak his work past a censor that banishes the likes of Karl Marx and Malcolm X. From the beginning, this supposed socialist had published everything he could in a personal crusade against Marxism, as opposed to his preferred quote-unquote respectable English social democracy. This fact did not go unnoticed by the CIA and practically every other anti-communist outlet that existed. To quote, between 1952 and 1957, from 3 sites in West Germany, a CIA operation codenamed A Dinosaur launched millions of 10-foot balloons carrying copies of George Orwell's Animal Farm and dropped them over Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, whose air forces were ordered to shoot the balloons down. Even the Animal Farm film, forcibly shoved down millions of kids' throats the world over, was entirely financed by the CIA, a secret they kept for decades. It was entirely produced in Britain too, because the CIA feared that plenty of talent and animators wouldn't go along with such a blatantly anti-communist message. The very script and ending was edited to be even more negative and anti-communist afterwards, as the CIA thought it still seemed too sympathetic. All in all, Orwell was just a garbage person. Personally, politically, professionally, the human equivalent of a clogged toilet. To quote Parenti, safely ensconced within a virulently anti-communist society, Orwell, with Orwellian doublethink, characterized the condemnation of communism as a lonely, courageous act of defiance. Today, his ideological progeny are still at it, offering themselves as intrepid left critics of the left, waging a valiant struggle against imaginary Marxist-Leninist-Stalinist hordes. May he and his ideological progeny rot like their brains often already do.
Listen. Say what you want about Parenti. He doesn't have photos with Jeffrey Epstein nor Steve Bannon. Okay? It's fashionable to hate Parenti these days, so there's going to be a lot of haters. Yeah, they say that he's too introductory, too elementary, too fucking makes people feel like they know more about Marxist-Leninists than or anti-imperialism than you actually know. You need to read specific books to get a deeper understanding, all this stuff. I know. That we're now officially so many layers deep that the average person is already checked out 1,000,000 times over. From my perspective, it's a fucking W if you get the average person to understand that George Orwell was at least in what he has done in his life, more leaning in the direction of socialism than what a lot of right-wingers think about his background. Okay? Yeah, every line of serious work that I've written since 1936 has been written directly or indirectly against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism as I understand it. George Orwell, Why I Write in 1946. So even that is like automatically you're above and beyond the average person, the average liberal's understanding of George Orwell, and certainly the average right-winger's understanding of George Orwell. But even then, obviously, he takes this like anti-totalitarian stance, anti-authoritarian stance, and it's primarily directed, that enmity is primarily directed towards the USSR. So I guess in some ways, the right-wingers are not entirely wrong when they see this as an anti-communist work.
Are equal, but some are more equal than others.
This is our home.
Is Marx's work still relevant for modern economies? Absolutely. Yes.
Squealer! I parked the car! Let's have no one do that again.
Animal Farm, a cautionary tales.
Marx didn't know about TikTok? Okay, fair. That's like That's facts. Except most of the time when people say Marx didn't account for this, it just means that that person hasn't read Marx, because he accounted for many. He was a poster through and through. So the reality of the matter is oh my God, they're fucking releasing it on May 1st. Oh my God, they're releasing it on May Day. I don't know. Maybe the people that actually worked on the project were able to sneak in much more of their own personal politics into it than we assume. And the distribution saw it as an opportunity to do like anti-communist propaganda or something. I don't know. What is May Day? The Workers' Day? Yes. It's the actual International Labor Day. No, Marx really did account for a law. Marx accounted for commodity consumption devoid of commodity, i.e. NFTs, like he accounted for a laborless commodity. Yes, he did. He did account for a lot of the things that people say he didn't account for sure. But it's also just a framework. That's it. And that is the reason why that is the reason why it's so solid and so reliable as far as like how you can do your analysis. Okay? Marx didn't account for me. I'm just OP as fuck. True. Are you beginning to see more anti-socialist content now? Pluribus giving me bad vibes as well. I mean, I will admit, yes, Pluribus does seem to have some, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it gave me that anti-communist, it gave me anti-communist vibes as well. I really like it. It's beautifully shot, but having said that, ideologically, it does make me feel like it's definitely anti-socialist, anti-communist. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I mean, it's mysterious. Who knows? I am not making any predictions on that so far. Because, like, I think the work itself is supposed to be anti-AI, but we shall see. Anyway. RIP Woke 2.0, 2025 to 2025. I'm pretty sure that the point is that the critique of American exceptionalism shit, not anti-communist law. I don't know. I mean, Carol is objectively an unlikable person and hyper-individualist, and they do actually present the hive mind as like kind of popular and kind of good. Not even kind of good, like objectively good. But what is good if you have no intentionality behind your actions, right? What is good and bad if it's your technically your biological imperative? Having said that, we shall see. Yeah, it will. It will have to be. We'll find out. Oh man, why is there no room for negative critique of this show? Wait, what do you mean there's no room? I'm saying I personally like it. What the fuck? I'm saying I personally like it. That doesn't mean what the fuck? That doesn't mean you can't criticize it. We shall see. But yeah, here's a question. The CBS town hall used to screen people. We're going to be watching this later. Do you consider yourself a conservative? If so, why? Please be as specific as possible. Please complete the following survey. Are you grieving the loss of a loved one? If so, please share who and how you're coping with your grief. Please complete the following survey. Which religious figures or leaders do you most admire? Would you describe yourself as evangelical? If so, why? This is how they screened the people for the town hall, by the way, like a fucking jury pool. Town hall here, meaning the only venue Barry has at her disposal for now, free from any editorial interventions that would allow her to raise the platform of a fringe creep under the very literal clunky guise of just asking questions. Of course, Barry Weiss also elevated Tony DeCoppel to the main anchor of CBS Evening News starting at January 5th. Tony DeCoppel, Tony Double Cirque, who very famously shit on Ta-Nehisi Coates so aggressively in their softball puff piece they were supposed to do about Ta-Nehisi's new book that it came out at the time called The Message, because it was anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian. Tony DeCoppel basically said that Ta-Nehisi's book was the type of book that you would find in the backpack of a radical. It was like pro-Hamas, all this stuff. And then we found out that Tony DeCoppel actually was an adult convert to Judaism after his first marriage and even got a second circumcision. That's why we call him Tony Double Cirque, for those of you who don't know. And the reason why we even do know about that is because he wrote about it in the New Republic. Okay? I'm not making this stuff up. He chose to release this information about himself. His wife still ended up divorcing him and then moving to Israel. Anyway, he is super pro-Israel and is extremely annoying. And and now, of course, Barry Weiss has elevated his position for that reason. Okay. Yes, Israel, by the way, in this so-called ceasefire, also attacked a high-ranking commander. And the media covered it in the most predictable ways possible, where they basically, Israel says it killed senior Hamas commander despite ceasefire is perhaps the most critical headline that I've seen so far. So it's shocking that it's coming from the New York Times. Most of the articles that I've seen basically say Israel assassinated or Israel killed senior Hamas commander. First high-profile kill since the ceasefire began. And it's like, well, that doesn't seem like it's a fucking real ceasefire, does it? In any case, perhaps it's because of the military commander background that is the reason why the media is actually covering the fact that, Israel is still bombing Gaza and hasn't stopped doing so. It's so shocking to me. So shocking to me that Israel would do such a thing. After all, they're known for abiding by ceasefire agreements, right? Except wrong. Famously, they don't actually use ceasefires as a real binding agreement. They just, force the other side to cease, and then they continue firing. Okay. Who the fuck is Chuck Ross, and why is he such a hater of you? He dropped an article. It reads like, yeah, about all your defining codes, and it's also miscontextualized. I have no idea who Chuck Ross is. Anyway, there is a Tom Nicholas video. Oh, he's a Washington Free Beacon guy, brother. Why are you watching Washington Free? Why are you reading Washington Free Beacon articles, dude? Anyway, let's do this. Let's do the Tom Nicholas video.
Jesus saves! Jesus saves! It's the 4th of October 2025, and a group of a few dozen religious activists have marched into Soho, the centre of London's nightlife, wearing outfits.
Someone called you, chatter, someone called you an MSN homepage surfer, and it's kind of true. This is like getting all of your news from Yahoo News, you know what I mean? I'm a Yahoo News content aggregator enjoyer, you know? That's where I get my news from. Haven't we watched this before, Unc? No, we haven't watched this before because it's from 6 days ago.
A cross between military uniforms and streetwear. They come to a halt not too far from the Admiral Duncan, one of the capital's oldest gay pubs, and they begin to chant. All of which is immediately undercut in their own video by this guy, who deploys the classic British response to seeing odd behaviour in public, which is to pull a funny face. The activists are members of the King's Army, which describes itself as a non-denominational evangelism movement.
King's Army is an evangelistic army.
Oh my God, the LARP needs to stop, brother. What the fuck? What level of LARP are we on right now? That is crazy. Bro, this looks like a Red Alert cutscene. They got the Proud Boys over in England. This is unironically lamer than even the Proud Boys, which I didn't even think was possible. I did not think that it was possible to be even more lame than the fucking Proud Boys.
Army, the coalition of Christians from all walks of life, locking arms together in unity under the banner of our King, to advance the gospel, raising the standard and pushing back darkness.
Wait, there's no way they got the CRT lines themselves, right? Like, not CRT in the way that we know it now, but like the OG television lines. Like that's got to be added by that had to be added by Tom, right? There's no way that they added it themselves.
As we plunder hell to populate heaven.
Which all sounds very grand. In practice, it ends up looking like a cross between the Cub Scouts and if Baz Luhrmann did Henry V.
We're mobilizing a joint task force made up of every denomination,
the audio
age,
levels are crazy,
social class, race, and color to play their part in this holy salvation war.
A month later, the King's Army's self-appointed Field Marshal, Scott McNamara, gave an interview to the evangelical magazine Premier Christianity about the demonstration. There, he expressed shock that some people in the secular press and on social media had interpreted the stunt as homophobic. "We don't get caught up in politics," was his carefully chosen line. And look, perhaps their choice of location...
I'm apolitical, bro. You know, yeah. It's like people who are like, you know who was the maximum apolitical guy? Adolf Hitler. What do you mean? He's just a guy who wanted to make his country great, dude. It's just no politics. He's just an apolitical guy. He hated politics, okay? And the maximum apolitical position is to just be in support of that guy, obviously.
Was merely unfortunate. Perhaps their description of Soho as London's sex district in the caption to the video of the chanting that they uploaded to Facebook was made entirely without judgment. But McNamara's claims that they don't ever get caught up in politics are somewhat undercut by the fact that 2 months previously, the group had organised a protest outside 10 Downing Street and then the Houses of Parliament opposing the legalisation of assisted dying.
House of Lords! Hear the word of the Lord!
Which, like, I know people's definitions of what does and doesn't count as political vary, but staging a demonstration outside of Parliament demanding that a specific piece of legislation not be passed kind of feels like a slam dunk. If McNamara and the rest of his soldiers deny their loud pronouncements about God are political, however, they're increasingly unique. Over the past couple of years, politics and Christianity have been on an unignorable collision course, not only here in the UK, but in Europe and the US too. which isn't entirely without precedent. America in particular has had a well-defined and extremely vocal Christian right for decades. What's new is an apparent embrace of Christianity as part of a much broader political strategy. The political right aren't just trying to...
I like that these guys are leaning into Christian mobilization at a time when like religiosity is at its lowest historic levels. Like, that's cool. That's the smart way to organize. Yeah, no, for sure. Like, how fucking desperate are you to put together like a community club? Like, unironically, it is better to tap into football hooligans than this, okay? Tapping in the historic way to fascist soccer clubs and ultras is probably an infinitely better approach to fascist mobilizing than trying to do it on the boundaries of evangelical Christianity, a concept that is relatively foreign to the average Brit, a concept that is also off-putting to more and more younger people anyway. Like, America spent a good deal of time building this sort of movement and building the base of support, building the churches, funding the churches. And even then, their primary gripe wasn't even spreading evangelical Christianity everywhere. It was actually to tackle desegregation, okay? For a lot of people who are unfamiliar with the history of the modern evangelical right in the United States of America, it was Paul Weyrich, who was himself Catholic, ironically enough, and his invention of the moral majority. Paul Weyrich, who was Catholic, realized that at the time of desegregation, that instead of saying that you just did not want, your white children to go to school with black children, a very successful method of organizing in polite society was actually around the boundaries of religious freedom. Okay? That is how he designed the entire modern evangelical Christian right-wing movement. Okay? It was on the boundaries of upholding white supremacy. And it hasn't really changed all that much, because white supremacy is probably the highest form of the highest galvanizing principle in the United States of America, even more so than I would say, not to come across as anti-materialist or whatever, but the anti-capitalist or pro-capitalist sentiment as well. It is like one of those things that is incredibly effective in terms of dividing the working class, and with seemingly no successful way of combating. White people will always choose, and let's say we haven't made a sincere effort to tackle this problem, because it's true historically. White people seemingly always will take the white supremacist position over one that is supposed to lean into solidarity across racial boundaries.
Appeal to Christian voters, they're placing God front and center of their political messaging for everyone.
This is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival.
A cross on wheels is dragged around the Charlie Kirk Memorial Rally in Arizona. A bishop of questionable credentials preaches to an anti-immigration march in London. Peter Thiel delivers a lecture series on the Antichrist. British MP Danny Kruger asserts the inherent Christianness of England in Parliament.
All politics is religious, and in abandoning one religion, we simply create a space for others to move into.
And then there's the conversions. It's not just J.D. Vance discovering Catholicism or Russell Brand conveniently being baptized just as the allegations drop. Jordan Peterson goes to church now, as does the bell curve author Charles Murray. As does, of all people, Joseph Rogan.
That's true, but also I think even one of the more shocking ones, I guess it's not super shocking if you know how like the anti-theists operated always, is what's his face? Was it Dawkins that said that he is culturally Christian? Dawkins, who said he's actually culturally Christian.
Wait, are you going to church too, or is that bullshit?
I have been to church.
Fuck.
Why? Have you ever been to church before?
I've been.
It's actually very nice.
In fact, the real bellwether is the about-face of many new atheists. Richard Dawkins, of the God Delusion fame, now describes himself as a cultural Christian.
Insofar as Christianity can be seen as a bulwark against Islam, I think it's...
Yeah, this is basically the boneless chicken tenders of anti-theism, okay? He took out the bone. That's it. The only thing that mattered to Richard Dawkins always was anti-Islam, okay? Islam is the greatest danger. That's precisely the reason why so many of these fucking anti-theists, these, Reddit atheists that were so formative in unlocking the atheist conscience of so many young Westerners at a time, all the way from Sam Harris to Dawkins. They all were anti-Islam first and foremost. Okay, that's what it was. They were atheists because it was, anti-Islam. I mean, Sam Harris is actually an even better example of this than Richard Dawkins, because Sam Harris is an even better example of this than Richard Dawkins, because Sam Harris also literally loves Israel. I don't know if Richard Dawkins is also pro-Israel. I think he is somewhat pro-Israel as well. But yeah, Bill Maher, these guys all just fucking hate Muslims, okay? Even Christopher Hitchens. I mean, he didn't survive long enough for you to see his final evolution, but he was definitely in that direction. He was leaning in that direction pretty aggressively. Yes. And I think part of it is because they are very libbed up and Western chauvinists, right? They're Western chauvinists. They don't recognize the role that Western imperialism has played, and that that these guys all will come across like they hate all religion equally, and yet most of their enmity is directed towards Muslims, especially at a time when this was very favorable for brain-breaking liberals, successfully converting them into loyal servants of empire, saying, I'm an atheist, that's why I hate all religion, and that's why we have to do the war on terror. Yeah, during Iraq and Afghanistan, these guys played a really, really important role in getting a bunch of liberals who otherwise fancy themselves to be progressive to become loyal servants of empire, major advocates for imperialism in the region.
A very good thing.
Commentators have suggested that at its most virulent, we might be experiencing a rise of Christian nationalism.
Christian nationalism.
White Christian nationalism.
The phrase Christian nationalism gets thrown around a lot these days.
But I think that's a bit of a misread. For all the airtime the press has given to oddball priests and pastors from fringe denominations...
Isn't Dawkins famously fully against Christianity and any other religion? You literally just saw a screenshot of him saying he's actually culturally Christian now. I think one of the most annoying parts about at least Sam Harris's work, or especially Sam Harris's work, is that it's so clearly, the double standard of Sam Harris's attitude is so clearly demonstrated at the peak of the intellectual dark web. When on the one hand, he will talk about the role that ideology plays when talking about white supremacy or talking about far right Christian nationalism, whereas the way that he packages, all Christian nationalist white supremacist shooters are actually mentally ill, they're lone wolves or whatever, whereas any act of violence that has taken place in the hands of a Muslim is directly because of the Quran, directly because of Islam. There is no there is no consideration for the role that social conditioning plays in the minds of, you know, far-right Christian nationalist terrorists. Now, I think he has changed his opinion a little bit on that too, but it is like, at the time, like I said, at the peak of the intellectual dark web, when Sam Harris was like aligned with the Joe Rogans of the world and whatnot, he always would find himself saying like, well, these young white men, they find themselves in the throes, they get really upset, and then they have mental health complications. Like, if you're gonna do bad analysis, if you're gonna factor in the dogmatic approach that religion bakes into people's collective consciousness, you should do it across the board. You should be talking about Christian nationalism. Perhaps as an American citizen, you should be talking about Christian nationalism far more than you should be talking about the radicalizing factors of Islam, right? The reality of the matter is, as I've always maintained the position, that I'm much more sympathetic to people who believe in religion, even organized religion. It doesn't matter, as long as it's actually not playing a formative role in defining society and setting up guidelines. As long as it doesn't actually interfere with other people's liberties, I don't necessarily care if you believe whatever you want to believe. And I also personally see that religion can be religion can be used as a tool for good things. And the example I always use is chattel slavery. Christianity was used to uphold chattel slavery. Christianity was also used to abolish chattel slavery. Liberation theology played a formative role in the abolition of slavery. It also played an incredibly important role in the justification of slavery. Okay? So that's what it is. Just like any other ideological, just like any other ideology, obviously it's a little bit scarier because it's dogmatic, it's dogma, it's unquestionable, it's uncompromising. But just like any other form of ideology, you can use it for good or for evil. Okay, there's good lessons in there. It's a social organizing tool. There's good lessons in there. There's bad lessons in there. Obviously, a big part of the reason why we constantly rip on Christians is because they self-describe themselves as enjoyers of Christianity, and then that's the reason why we say there's no love like Christian hate, right? Because more often than not, the expression of Christianity in modern American society is the prosperity gospel, or white evangelicals being rabidly hateful towards minorities and people that don't look like them, while claiming there's no hate like Christian love. I said it wrong. There's no hate like Christian love, right? White nationalists masquerading as atheists and advocates for minorities oppressed by religion serve to antagonize religious people to get more insural because they feel the hatred that Western societies have for them. Anyway.
The reality is that whatever apparently Bible-inspired policies conservatives might be pursuing are the least important and interesting part of any of this. And while the apparent rise of so-called Christian nationalism is surely worrying, there's every chance that conservatives' current decision to cling to the cross is not the sign of political strength, but of political weakness. Look at this photograph. This is a snap of JD.
Look at this
photograph! It was taken in the Cotswolds in the west of England while the Vice President was visiting the UK this August. In particular, it was taken at a barbecue that he threw. And that this is the only publicly available photo of that barbecue is unfortunate. Because the other guy...
Calling atheists Reddit atheists is fucking stupid. I know. The number one, this community is like 70% atheist. This community is like 70% atheist and agnostic, and they fucking lose their minds anytime I say anything about militant anti-theism. They just lose their fucking minds. They feel like I'm oppressing them in the same way that their homophobic parents did or something. Like it's so close and personal. For the 70% in this fucking community, be chill. You behave like fucking vegans, okay? Like not the cool vegans, but the annoying vegans. One of the few subjects I disagree with you. Religion is cancer. Much of the atheism in Europe originates from anti-religious sentiment caused by centuries of abuse from the Catholic Church, way before the present anti-Islam sentiment. It's the most like Reddit approach to understanding the world. Okay? If you cannot comprehend what I'm saying, I have a nuanced approach, okay? I have a nuanced approach to people believing whatever they want to believe. I think you have to have a nuanced approach to a diversity of opinion on things such as this, especially if you are a socialist or a communist or a leftist of any sort, any variety. We live in especially if we live in the Western world, the overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of the Western hemisphere unconditionally and uncompromisingly believes in capitalism being the best organization of the economy. That is, in my opinion, something that we must tackle far before we talk about the role that organized religion plays in the design of society, because I see organized religion as simply a tool that the capital-owning class wields in the direction of dividing the working class. But religion can be an organizational tool that helps people as well. Anyway, if you want to have a mass movement, you're going to have some religious people in that mass movement. Obviously on the internet, on twitch.tv/HasanAbi, you don't need to do that. You don't need to factor in religious people. Like I said, 70% of this community is atheists. But in the real world, there's going to be religious people that want to do right by others.
In this picture, Thomas Skinner, is almost completely irrelevant to the topic of rising Christian conservatism in global politics. Worse still, he's such a weird and wonderful character that it kind of breaks my heart to not be able to squeeze in a sidebar in which I tell you everything about him.
One thing I will do, and anyone that knows me will say this, I will give it my best shot. Relax, drink Stella, you know it'll make you feel better. You know me, I never, ever, ever look when I pour me gravy, because I'm the absolute governor, of course. He's Tom Skinner, Tom Bosch is...
Yeah, this guy sucks. The real Bosch guy is the guy who was like getting takeaway and then being pro-migrant because the fat Bosch guy is my favorite now. Not this guy. There's another Bosch guy, okay, who's much, much fatter than this one, okay? And he, at the peak of like anti-migrant sentiment coming from the new version of the EDL, he was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I love boshing to, Chinese takeaway. Big John.
Stay strong, Tom. Vance's trip to the UK wasn't an official one. He was here with his family as a private citizen on holiday. But that didn't mean that he wasn't working. It simply means that outside of a brief carp fishing trip with David Lammy, he was able to snub members of Britain's ruling Labour Party in favour of catching up with...
I know you've been traveling and you're Mr. Worldwide now, but you're American and we call it takeout, not takeaway. I know, that's the reason why I said takeaway, because here.
I've just posted a lot of videos of me from back in the day, having fun, having a laugh. And you know what? It's hit me now, looking back. I was struggling quite a bit, mentally, with money worries, with work worries, a lot of stress. So I hid a lot of it up by being outward going and funny and doing things like that. And when I look back now, I realise that I was in quite a bad place. But I didn't let anybody know. I didn't let anybody share what I was going through. And I just want to put it out there. If you've got problems, if you've got money worries, stress, strains, share it with people around you. A problem shared is a problem halved, and that is the truthful. And I look back now and I look at them.
Okay, where's the one where he talks about people shitting on immigrants, though?
I started eating then as well, a bit too much. And it's all...
Someone said this is pretty sure this is Maya's toad. Yeah, Georgie. Fucking hell. It's Georgie.
Because I was suffering inside and suffering in silence. Don't suffer in silence. Bosh.
This is past thumb phrenology. This is a big toe status. Yeah, he's fucking dope, though. He's woke because he's tried so much Chinese takeaway that it basically made him pro-migrant, okay? He's like, oh, I enjoyed this so much. I enjoy this more than anything else, right? If it wasn't for the Asians, we'd be eating fucking jelly deals all day. No spice bags. No Chinese takeaway. Just mushy peas all day. I do fancy a bit of a proper Sunday roast every now and again. But I love me some fucking takeaway. Yeah.
I love my country. I'm a proud Englishman. And when you see the flags going up, I can see why people are doing it, because a lot of institutions around the country won't put up the flags. So people are sort of taking it amongst themselves. And it's normal people that are doing it. But every now and again, it blows over. You get the isolated incident, which isn't good, it is upsetting.
So did you see a picture of a Chinese takeaway in York saying, go home?
Yeah, I saw that on...
He's so... No, I'm telling you, his understanding of the world, of migration patterns, of being kind to one another, entirely stems from Chinese takeaway. It's not even a joke. Like, this is literally where he was like, I'm woke now because these people have given me so much joy in my life.
Online, and I think the lady had been running it for 15 years. She's lived here, she's worked hard, and I'm associated with Chinese takeaways, but I would have felt the same whether it had been an Indian, Caribbean, Mexican, Greek, Turkish. You know, people that are working here shouldn't be targeted like that. No one should be targeted like that. And it just sort of hit a nerve. And I'm going up to York in a couple of weeks. So I'm going to go into the takeaway and give them a bit of custom.
It's so sick. I'm sorry. He is the fucking man, dude. Yeah, this is the one outside the Chinese takeaway spot.
Right, we were at Dragon House in York a few weeks back, got defaced. And I said when I was in York, I was going to come give them a bit of custom. I've got nothing against anyone putting flags up. I'm patriotic myself. But when it overspills into hatred towards people that have worked here for a long time, that's when it's wrong. So we're going to go in and give them a big bosh. Follow us in, Charlotte. Look at this. Proper old school.
Proper old school.
Now, we're not going to have a big order, because I already had Chinese today, believe it or not. Hello, could I order some chicken balls, please? Yes, please. That's big John. Could I have prawn crackers?
He's doing it. He's doing it. He's giving him a bit of custom, right? Fucking hell.
And have you
big
got
boss.
dry spare ribs? Yeah. And a portion of dry spare ribs. That's all I want tonight, please.
I'm British and I thought this was satire. No, dude. This guy literally was like upset that people were shitting on his Chinese takeaway spots, yeah? He realized like he looks like he would be the day in the life of a proper Brexit geezer type of dude. Like, come on. He looks like he'd be at the EDL rally, right? But unlike many who go to those fucking rallies, and then do curry afterwards, this man at least understood that like his curry is under threat. He needs it.
Thank you very much. Fan bosh. Yeah, look, get him on, look. Look, this lady here, look. Bosh. Thank you very much. Let's have it. Dragon House, York. Bosh.
Wait, this is the guy that pissed off the bruv right on Twitter recently. I remember the Brit Chuds were calling him a race traitor at eating at foreign food places. Yeah, they also eat at foreign food places as well. The irony is they just like still want to fucking kick out every migrant. It's England, man. You can't eat any food if you don't eat at. It's like living in Los Angeles and hating Mexicans, okay, and being like, I'm never gonna eat at an establishment where Mexicans are working in the kitchen. Okay, good luck. You starve then, okay? I guess die, you know? The fuck do you mean? It's ridiculous. Yeah, beans on toast only, lad.
Fellow travellers on the political right. The most important of these meetings, to my mind, was this barbecue. Because alongside Skinner, Vance had invited two further guests with a little more political and intellectual.
Flag shagging by day, tikka masala by night. Fucking hell.
Wait.
I have wrote a speech.
The first is Danny Kruger, a former Conservative MP who has since defected to Nigel Farage's Reform Party.
The Conservative Party is over. Over as a national party. Over as the principal opposition to the left.
In perhaps the funniest case of British nepotism I've come across, he's also the son of Prue Leith from the Great British Bake Off.
Quite often I need 2 holes so that I can squirt.
The final guest that we know about was James Orr. Orr is an associate professor in the Faculty of Divinity at the University of Cambridge, and was recently appointed as a senior advisor to the Reform Party. His greatest influence to date, however, has been as something of a mentor to J.D. Vance during his transformation from Trump explainer and critic to aspiring Trump successor. Politico has described him as Vance's English philosopher king, while Vance himself has apparently called him his British Sherpa. Orr, for his part, has played down this relationship, framing it instead as a journey of mutual intellectual growth.
I think that wildly overstates my influence on Senator Vance. If anything, he has been a mentor to me. We've had wonderful conversations over the years about politics, political philosophy, faith, religion. Senator Vance and I have a sort of kind of camaraderie on trying to work out what the new right should look like in the 21st century.
That question of what the new right should...
The concept of a Catholic convert hanging out with like the OG anti-Catholics is not lost on me, as they try to build an American-style evangelical Christian movement in England. Again, what the fuck is happening? It's like an Ouroboros. And I guess, and you already know, the uniting principle is fascist white supremacy. That's it. That's it. It doesn't make any sense. All of the historic struggles and all of the historic enmity that has existed in these places are utterly irrelevant when it comes down to attacking black and brown people. Like the new defining principle of the fascist, the organizational tool of the international fascist movement is just white nationalism. They'll take anybody and everybody.
Look like is key. It's the beating heart not only of J.D. Vance's relationship with Orr, but of all of these conversations surrounding conservatism and Christianity. Because while it might be the case that the far right has rarely been stronger, Vance and Orr recognise that both the MAGA movement in the US and the ever-ascendant Reform Party in the UK have a problem. Or a couple of problems, actually. The first is that both are cults of personality. There's a reason that Steve Bannon won't shut up about Trump running for a third term as president. Trump is MAGA. There remains hope among the top brass that the baton might be passed to J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, but it's far from certain that Trump's coalition would survive that handover.
I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible.
The Reform Party is much the same when it comes to Nigel Farage. A 2024 YouGov poll asked voters what they thought of Lee Anderson, easily the party's second most recognisable MP, and over half of respondents didn't know enough about him to form an opinion. Farage and Trump certainly have strong cults of personality, but neither is scandal-free, and I dread to think what their cholesterol levels are. There's a very real danger that, should anything happen to them, the whole project's just unravel.
Have you heard about the Epstein thing that's going on here?
I have.
You have? What do you think about it?
The second problem is that the success of the right over the past decade or so has been almost exclusively built around being against stuff. What James Orr calls the new right is anti-immigration, it's anti-high taxes, it's anti-free trade, it's anti-welfare spending, it's anti-woke, it's often anti-vaccine. All of that is clear. But if I was to ask you to name something that these movements stand for, you'd probably struggle to name much beyond some vague sense of national pride. All of this is fine in opposition, But as Trump learned from his first stint in office, it's less good when you get into power and find that, while your coalition might have been united in what they don't like, they're divided beyond belief in what they do. James Orr has set himself the task of solving this ideological emptiness and giving clearer shape to the movement.
Not sure quite what to call it. It's not really conservative, it's not really liberal. I suppose it's stitched together by a sense that there is an emerging worldview that is very hostile to some of the kind of foundational assumptions that liberals, conservatives, and indeed I think old school socialists share.
More than just sharing this mission of steering the right towards deeper meaning, Orr, Vance, and Kruger also share a creed. They are all practicing Christians. More than this, they're all Christian converts. In fact, even Thomas Skinner now tweets semi-regularly about going to church, despite previously having had a somewhat different take. There's like a tweet from like 2019. It's like, hey lads, anyone got any good excuses for not going to church with my wife this morning? Which is just like such a... Christian converts are a running theme throughout this attempt to mainstream Christian conservatism. Which isn't something that I say to imply that all such conversions are insincere, although clearly they can. Either way, there's a reason that people talk about the zeal of the convert. Polling shows us that converts tend to be more observant, more enthusiastic.
What the hell does Bosch mean? I don't know. It's like a rallying cry for fucking... Kaya, get out of there. Kaya, nope. Not that side. Nope. Ay. Pick up your 10-ton dog now. I will die. I can't even fucking move, dude. Yeah, Bush is like boom, 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 like 5 big booms, that type of shit.
And more certain of their faith than those who were born into a given religion.
Is
in
the
the cases
English version of
Vance,
Blammo? Sure.
Orr, and Kruger, this zeal is perhaps amplified by the fact that all adopted theologies which supported rather than challenged their pre-existing secular experience of the world. Orr and Kruger both come from money and were educated at elite boarding schools. Both then found their way to conservative evangelicalism. Orr found his religious feet at Holy Trinity Brompton, an American-style evangelical church which has accepted millions of pounds worth of donations from GB News owner Paul Marshall, who, because of British nepotism, is also the dad of the ex-bassist from Mumford & Sons.
What?
So it was the middle of wokeness, and you had bought a book online.
Yeah, so I bought a book.
What was the book?
It was Unmasked by Andy No, who's a conservative.
Why is it that like all of these guys are directly related to some other like famous person? It doesn't make any... It's just crazy.
Journalist whose beat is Antifa and the BLM riots.
Even if it was Mein Kampf.
I was thinking about this a lot. I was thinking about this, okay? And I think the reason why, at least historically, and I think like in contemporary society, it's a little bit different in England, but at least historically, like the working poor organized on the boundaries of socialism and with like a pro-labor stance and like despise Margaret Thatcher and stuff like that in England, as opposed to in the United States of America, where like there is a fuck ton more lumpen proles, or even people who are just objectively proletarian, but despise pro-working class politics, is because there is no stratification of class in England. It is directly in your face because they have, you know, lords and shit still. They have like remnants of old school monarchy-backed well-defined concepts like that. The nobility is directly in your face. And that's the reason why I think working class people who come of like that peasant background that never made their way into nobility still have this deep disdain for posh people, bourgeois people, you know. Kaya, just get out of here. Go. No, Kaya. Come here. Bitanache. Var. Oh. Var. beyaz garlic sos var. Evet bitti. Hayır var getir sen. Beyazı getir sadece. Class mobility isn't possible in the UK the way it is in America. Even if you succeed, you're still lower class. Hard for Americans to understand. Wait, fuck. The fuck? Class mobility doesn't exist in America either. So it's a lie. That's precisely my point. Class mobility is a lie, but Americans are more, Americans believe in it because there is no, aman tamam burada, tamam onları istemiyorum. Peki. Class mobility doesn't exist in America, and it doesn't exist in the UK, but American propaganda around class mobility is far better. And there's far more social investment in the notion of class mobility in the United States of America because of the lack of well-defined, old-school, like well-established forms of nobility. Americans have never had like, you know, lordships and shit like that, titles with land and everything else. That's the point I'm making. I think that's the reason why British people still have like disdain for, you know, or at least did for the longest time. Like our right-wing Hicks, or our Hicks, our working class Hicks are incredibly reactionary. And sure, in recent years, I think like the British working class have also moved in that direction. But in the past, like, the right-wing base was still solidly, even if not socially woke, was still solidly pro-labor. Our right wing is not pro-labor. They're anti-labor. They fancy themselves to be fucking small business owners one day that will dominate the working class when that's not the case, right?
It's your right to buy a book.
J.D. Vance experienced his flash of divine light on the road to becoming a Republican candidate, and just so happened to stumble into a school of thought known as Catholic integralism, which, like some Republican voters, believes that society should be organized according to certain aspects of conservative Christian doctrine. Like many converts, all three of these figures are dead certain that everyone else would benefit from similarly embracing Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior too. In fact, these three plotters, and many others on the political right, have seemingly come to the conclusion that a certain form of right-wing Christianity might not only be good for converting souls to Christ, but also for converting voters to conservatism. Yeah, so it looks different in this section because we're filming this on a different day, and even weirder, it's going to go back to looking how it did earlier in a minute. Because we forgot to film a section. So I guess we need to talk about Christian nationalism, which is a phrase that you might have heard a lot lately as a way of describing the new Christianized politics of the right. And we could spend a bunch of time doing the classic video essay thing of tracking this ideology and its history and how it differs from country to country, but we're going to make do with the lightest of overviews. Partly because when it comes down to it, I'm not convinced that Christian nationalism is as important a part of this story as we're led to believe. And secondly, because it's just not that hard of a concept to get your head around. At its broadest, Christian nationalism is a belief and practice which, as Encyclopedia Britannica puts it, seeks to create or maintain a legal fusion of Christian religion with a nation's character.
An American Christian nationalist is someone that believes America is a Christian nation and the government ought to keep it that way.
Like in many belief systems, there's a spectrum to this. On the most liberal end of the scale, we have the reasonably neutral observation that a given country, be that the US, the UK, or wherever else, has been shaped in some way by Christianity. This woollier version of Christian nationalism has been bolstered most recently by another convert. The Rest is History host Tom Holland. No, silly, not Spider-Man! Holland returned to Christianity after a nominal childhood church attendance whilst writing his 2019 book, Dominion.
The thesis of the book essentially is that Christianity is the most transformative and revolutionary ideology that has ever existed, and that in its distinctively Western form, it continues to completely saturate the way that people in the West view the world.
This descriptive vision of the relationship between Christianity and a given country's history, however, can quickly morph into a prescriptive one. Britain, or America, or wherever else, should be a Christian country, and the government should either defend or extend the role of the Christian faith in the life of the nation. At its most extreme, we reach the realms of Pastor Doug Wilson, shepherd to a flock of extreme Christian nationalists, including Pete Hegseth, the US Secretary of War. Wilson believes that US government policy should be shaped entirely by Christian values, or more specifically, his own ultra-conservative theological views, including a rolling back of women's right to vote and a reinstatement of laws against sodomy.
The collectivists who are in power now use the power of the sword to extort money from middle-class working taxpayers in order to
Yeah. Notice how all Christian organizing of this sort is first and foremost anti-communist and anti-socialist. Interesting. Because like if you look at the principles of any organized religion sincerely, and the things that Jesus Christ did, he's not a fucking capitalist guy at all. He's a objectively socialist. And yet, for some weird reason, all of these guys actively defy those teachings. They avoid talking about it. They avoid thinking about it. They avoid thinking in general. And their propaganda is almost actively anti-socialist in nature, anti-communist in nature. I wonder why.
Distribute that money to other people who shouldn't be getting it. That's how they use their power. If we had power, we would stop abortionists.
In truth, Christian nationalism is always a deeply conservative Christian nationalism, for two simple reasons. The first is that the nationalism part of the equation just tends to be anathema to liberal Christians, who tend to celebrate coexistence with other religions rather than wanting to win some clash of creeds. The idea of pursuing a politics which actively excludes non-Christians and non-Christian perspectives is likely to horrify. The second is that any Christian nationalist is always going to be driven by the aspects of their theology which explicitly differ from mainstream secular politics. If you're a pro-choice, LGBT-supporting, feminist Christian, there's a vibrant enough current which is supportive of those things within secular politics that you don't necessarily need to channel it through your faith. Christian nationalists almost always attempt to frame their desire to reshape their country's politics around the Bible as a return to some pre-existing state rather than some novel revolution. American Christian nationalists, for example, claim that despite the First Amendment's ironclad ban on the establishment of an official state religion, that America was still founded as a Christian country.
Remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 9 out of 13 of the original states required you to be a Bible-believing Christian to serve in government at the time of the founding. 13 out of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant.
Aspiring theocrats in the UK can rejoice in the fact that they're already one step closer to their goal. England already has an official state religion in the Church of England, with bishops in Parliament and 26% of primary schools being affiliated with the church.
Because the Church of England is not some private club, just another eccentric denomination. The Church is the chaplain to the nation, and through the parish system, in which every square inch of England has its local church and its local priest, we are all members, we all belong, even if you never set foot in your church from one year to the next, even if you don't believe in its teachings, it is your church, and you are its member.
Although massive L for conservative Christians lately, as the Church of England is currently preparing to install its first ever female Archbishop of Canterbury.
No! Settle in as we make sense of the downfall of the United Kingdom and the obliteration of the Church of England through a biblical lens.
To get too caught up in how true these claims to some national Christian continuity are, however, is to somewhat
England is falling.
I don't mean to pretend that hardcore Christian nationalists like Doug Wilson don't exist,
in my fucking
nor
church.
that we overlook the various attempts to erode the wall between church and state which are currently ongoing in the US. But these attempts don't entirely feel novel.
So here it is in all its glory, the offending Ten Commandments monument. It's in...
Jesus was not anti-capitalist. Capitalism didn't exist. Wow, what an incredible statement, Chatter. I know. But if you look at his actions, do you think Jesus was more pro-business or pro-everyday people? Did he fucking cure the lepers for free out of the kindness of his heart? Or do you think he cured them because they were actually offering him insurance premiums?
Surrounding grounds of the Capitol.
What really feels new is the combination of Christianity and Joe Rogan.
I have been to church.
Conservatives are clearly trying to do something new with Christianity. They're trying to use it as a means to extend their coalition. And that attempt to mainstream Christian conservatism, to me, is far more interesting. But why on earth do they think that God might be a winning strategy? To understand the recent increase in religious rhetoric among the right, you have to understand that many Christians across the political spectrum are currently under the impression that there is an ongoing resurgence of Christianity in the West. The roster of high-profile conservatives who have recently converted, they believe, has been accompanied by a new wave of young people who are also finding God.
There is a real revival of religious conviction in our culture, not just our culture, but across the West. It's a real thing. We can officially say that now.
It's a narrative which seems pretty plausible if, like me, you spent a month researching a video.
Bible lovers, when they're faced with the fucking quote, a rich man has a harder time getting to the gates of heaven than a camel through the eye of the needle, will very quickly turn around and be like, oh, they didn't mean it. They didn't mean that shit, bro. That's different. It's because a rich man is Sigma Grindset. And they were actually talking about, yeah, needles used to be real big. Camels used to be real small, actually. Or even if it was difficult for a camel to get through the eye of the needle, virtually impossible, they're basically saying rich men are doing Sigma Grindset anyway, so they're grinding their way into heaven, to their gates of heaven.
On contemporary Christian politics, and now have a TikTok feed peppered with videos of trendy young converts going to church or to Christian music festivals.
When we were worshiping earlier in the tent, I felt like God said so clearly, you are not waiting for a revival, you are living in it now.
The secular press have also gobbled up this tale. I've seen several packages from mainstream news outlets amplifying this idea that going to church is becoming cool again.
We've come to try and put faces to the figures that suggest more and more young people are turning to religion.
When combined with all this chatter about Christian nationalism, the overall effect is to suggest that Christianity is getting both more radical and more popular. In fact, the notion that Christianity is experiencing this big revival works in some ways to legitimize the spike in politicians and political commentators talking about God. They're simply responding to a popular demand.
You know, I've recently become a Christian. That don't mean you have to become a Christian. I mean, it's working for me pretty well. I feel an incredible relief.
And yet, this much reported Christian revival isn't quite what it seems. The biggest spike in stories about this supposed resurgence in the UK came in April 2025, following the publication of polling by the Bible Society, which claimed to have discovered something astounding. Church attendance among young people had absolutely exploded. As recently as 2018, just 4% of 18 to 24-year-olds both described themselves as Christian and went to church at least once a month. Just 6 years later, that number had shot up to 16%. There was a similar jump among 25 to 34-year-olds too, and this trend appeared particularly strong among young men. 21% of British men between the ages of 18 and 24 are apparently now both.
Don't worry, they'll get fucking bored of it quick. Reddit has failed us? Yeah. Yeah, the r/atheist, where are you now? Not enough huzz coming to church? Unc, I came here because I thought there would be some huzz, but they're all chopped. Going to church to pick up the huzz.
Christian and attending church at least once a month. That's more than 1 in 5. The Bible Society wrapped all this data up in a 46-page report which they titled The Quiet Revival, which soon became a buzzword in Christian media. That the Bible Society described this revival as quiet, however, is fitting, because every other piece of hard data we have points in precisely the opposite direction. This revival seems to be so quiet as to maybe be non-existent. See, the Bible Society data was what's called self-reported. It relied simply on asking people whether and how often they go to church and trusting their answers, which is pretty normal for polling, but this was kind of unnecessary. The largest Christian denominations in the UK actually collect their own data on church attendance, and they take the somewhat more robust approach of asking vicars or church wardens to actually count how many people are in the room on a given Sunday. When the Church of England published its annual attendance report this October, it noted that whilst attendance was recovering from an understandable dip during COVID, the long-term trajectory of decline simply hasn't been stopped. Ken Eames, the report's author, wrote in no uncertain terms that by almost every measure in almost every diocese, Church of England attendance and participation was still significantly lower in 2024 than in 2018. Data from the Catholic Church is less detailed, but...
Wait a minute, you mean to tell me that many people self-report and self-identify as Christian, but never actually take it to the degree where they attend church? Another shocking revelation for me. A guy who hasn't been around for a very long time. So all these guys are just fucking phony? What? What's next? You're gonna tell me that their performance of Christianity almost entirely is set around the boundaries of shitting on women and like OnlyFans girls, things like that? What's next? You're gonna tell me that the fucking kick streamers that keep talking about how much they love God are actually satanic in nature?
Similarly shows a drop in attendance from 702,000 in 2019 to just over 575,000 in 2024. Writing in the academic magazine The Conversation, David Voas further highlights that the Quiet Revival poll findings are contrary to plenty of other polling on the same issue which has been undertaken during this period. It also seems fair to suggest that if 1 in 5 young men have become regular church attenders, that would likely be a phenomenon it would have been impossible not to have noticed. And they're
self-identifying as a Christian versus church attendance is not 1-to-1. You're absolutely correct, except it turns out that these guys were lying about going to church. That's the difference. It wasn't that when self-reported, people greatly overemphasized their church attendance. That's what this shows. Do you see what I mean? You don't have to go to church to identify as a Christian. I'm not saying that at all. But these guys very clearly associate being Christian with church attendance. Therefore, they find the need to lie to whatever the Bible group that was conducting this poll. Not even God can get Gen Z to go outside, man. Shaking my head. Yeah.
just aren't stampedes of young lads marching down the street at 8:45 a.m. each Sunday morning. We've always pointed to several reasons the poll might have been flawed. He highlighted in particular that respondents to YouGov polls of this type are both self-selecting and are paid for their responses. This can open up the possibility of people just trying to crack through responses rather than giving accurate information. Polling also just isn't a particularly good way of measuring things that people do. Not only are people prone to lying to make themselves sound good, but lying about whether and how often one goes to church is the classic example of something that people choose to lie about.
It's not only that we're going to church services less. Actually, I have to report to you that there's recently been some research by sociologists in which they've checked up the answers to public opinion polls. They've asked people, did you go to church last week? And then they've gone to look in the pew to see whether you actually were there. And I have two disturbing bits of evidence to report to you. First of all, we fib a lot when we're asked that question.
Commentators who would quite like the quiet revival narrative to be true have attempted to defend this outlier finding through various means. It's happening in...
I do think it's pretty funny. Lying about going to church is so fundamentally Christian.
Entirely in smaller denominations, or vicars are counting wrong. The biggest reach I found was from the authors themselves, who suggested that the new converts might be tuning in via Zoom, but they're all sharing laptops and so are being undercounted that way. Yeah, and if I accounted for all the people who are getting together to watch my YouTube videos in cinemas, I'd probably have bigger numbers than Mr. Beast. The reality is that this uptick in church attendance is most likely just bunk. It simply isn't happening. If this is the case, it mirrors a similar phenomenon in America, where articles celebrating a supposed revival are countered by data which shows that, at best, the proportion of Americans going to Christian churches has stabilized after decades of decline. If the Quiet Revival report has any truth to it, then it doesn't seem to have found that young people, and young men in particular, are going to church more, but simply that they're lying about going to church more. Which might actually be more interesting than if they were actually showing up. See, the comparable data from the US is pretty revealing here. The results of the Pew Research Center's 2023 to 2024 Religious Landscape Study found that 18 to 24-year-old men were now slightly more likely to identify with a religion than women of the same age. This marks a massive turnaround in a country where women have historically felt more compelled to warm the pews on a Sunday morning.
Get up, Homer, it's time for church.
I don't want to go.
Interestingly though, where young men are more likely to describe themselves as religious, they're still less likely to regularly pray or even to say that their professed religion is very important to them. It's important to caveat that the overall trend of both religious identification and church attendance is still one of wholesale decline. If anything notable is taking place at all, it is a tiny bump in the number of young men identifying as Christian, either directly or by lying about going to church. That they're not actually turning up or praying or saying the religion they've adopted is all that important suggests that faith itself isn't all that key to this. Instead, the identification is the goal.
The chatter said, isn't this all because heaven is Chinese? The answer is yes. Çok güzel olmuş, sağ ol babacığım. Öf, çok. Bir yeter, bir. Artık bir yiyorum, bir. Evet. Yeah. It's just weird. Like you don't have a problem with it, right? You don't have a problem with it being Chinese, but like, it's just kind of surprising that it is. You know? You just didn't really think that it would be Chinese, but it is.
In fact, more than simply debunking the part of the Christian nationalist narrative which suggests that an advocacy for religiously informed policymaking is a response to a quiet revival in their faith of choice, all of this actually reveals a lot about why conservatives have become so obsessed with God in the first place. When faced with footage of tracksuit-wearing evangelical Christians marching into Soho, or photos of J.D. Vance talking with members of the Reform Party, it can be easy to frame British Christian conservatism as an imported offshoot of the American Christian right. The charismatic, low-church evangelicalism of some of these recent displays, after all, shares far more with American megachurch culture than it does with traditional high-church Toryism.
Hello, I'm Geraldine. Believe you're expecting me.
No, I'm expecting our new vicar. Unless, of course, you are the new vicar and they've landed us with a woman. Some sort of insane joke.
Finally got a clip from the Vicar of Dibley into a video. Wait till I get started on the episode where she has to eat all the Christmas dinners, which I mention all the time. This isn't entirely inaccurate. King's Army Field Marshal Scott McNamara lives in Orlando, Florida. And holy—
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Have some fucking decency. Have some self-respect, British people. Of course, if you're a British racist, you're not exactly known for having any decency whatsoever, but it is pretty remarkable that the main guy, oh my Lord, your main guy lives in Orlando? Like he's a Floridian. British evangelical Floridian. Yeah, this movement has no legs, I promise you.
Trinity Brompton, which is the spiritual home of evangelicalism within the Church of England, was heavily inspired by the Association of Vineyard Churches in the US. And because of British nepotism, the key link is Eleanor Mumford, who is the mum of Marcus Mumford from Mumford & Sons. Usually there's no Mumford & Sons references in my videos, and you know, this one we've had 2.
What about 3 if you count my shirt?
Nevertheless, the current attempt to use Christianity to give new meaning to the mainstream political right perhaps has greater origins in Europe than we might like to admit. In 2017, Rogers Brubaker wrote an article in Foreign Affairs outlining the emergence of a new set of rhetorical tropes among populist anti-migrant politicians in Europe. Figures like Marine Le Pen and Geert Wilders, he wrote, increasingly positioned themselves as defenders of a Judeo-Christian European civilization rather than only their own national culture. This was despite the fact, he continued, that Europe is the most secular region of the world with extremely low rates of church attendance. Christianity, he argued, wasn't being used out of any particular commitment to the faith itself, but as a locus of cultural identity.
I will never be silenced, and I will never follow in the footsteps of those.
My favorite is when these dipshits will go to CPAC, this time in Hungary, as Geert Wilders did here. Remember, it's an American conservative political action committee, okay? They're in Hungary. This guy is from the Netherlands. And they'll sit there without a shred of irony and rail against globalists. And it's like, brother, what do you think is happening here right now? What do you think is happening at CPAC Hungary? Why is there a CPAC Hungary? Why are you at the CPAC Hungary? I am Dutch. Geert Wilders understands very well that he is part of a global fascist movement. It's just a quiet part you don't say out loud. No, I know. I know he does. We haben ein serious problem. He's Asian? Wait, really? Is he actually? I heard that there was also. Wait, he's Indonesian? What the fuck? Boris Johnson's Turkish. Geert Wilders is Indonesian. Wow. Wow. Rare Asian L for sure. Well, Tim Pools is also another rare Asian L when you think about it. And he wears blue contacts. Oh God, that's so fucking lame. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was like Finland as well. Apparently there's some like anti-Asian controversy happening in Finland due to, y'all didn't know Tim Pool was Asian? Yeah. Yeah, Tim Pool was Asian. The Finnish controversy of like one of the, I think, is it a member of the parliament? Please uninform me of that. Oh, dude, the fucking Finnish. Where is it? I gotta show you this shit. It's fucking nuts. So Miss Finland loses her crown due to anti-Chinese racism scandal, right? Hold on, I just like fucked up my tabs a little bit. And then there is the reigning Miss Finland, Sarah Zavche, I don't know how to fucking say that, has lost her title and crown due to a racism scandal the organizers of the beauty pageant announced. They said at a press conference on Thursday that they accepted no form of racism or discriminatory behavior and apologized for the incident in a statement. Tara Lehtonen, who finished in second place in the competition, has already been chosen as the new Miss Finland. I promise to carry this title with pride and deep respect, the woman from Helsinki pledged on social media. Dzavcha was crowned as Miss Finland in September. According to the broadcaster YLE, she recently faced a backlash on social media after a questionable photo of her appeared on an online platform. Okay. In the photo, the young woman is seen pulling her eyes with her fingers. She accompanied it with a caption that, according to Wiley, meant something like going to eat with a Chinese person. It was like this is it. But it doesn't end there. This is like fucking middle school racism, by the way. It's crazy that you, like, after a certain point in your life, you cannot demonstrate this kind of racism, okay? Like 13, give or take, is the last time I would say, like, it's obviously always inappropriate, but like past the point of like 12, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? I'm Asian and I find that funny. Last time I've seen that was in grade school. In America, you can do it till 27. Yeah, in America, you can do whatever the fuck you want. America's, insanely racist. Is she Valentina Gomez running for Texas? Yes. It's also extra funny because the Finnish population is basically like the Asians of Europe. Okay? And I'm sure some Finnish people will get mad at me for saying that, but like their language, I mean, they have like Turkic origins, I think, in their language as well, right? Isn't that? I'm Asian and I don't find that funny. I mean, it's like everyone Turkish. Ila, show your support. Uralic, yeah. Yeah, like a lot European Mongols. Not Turkic, sorry. Finno-Ugoric Ural area. That's a crazy analysis. Token X Groiper here to say, yes, white supremacists think Finns are Mongols. Yeah, that and obviously Hungary, which is another one that's like super racist. Anyway, Swedes call them Fingolians. Anyway. We have a bad habit of assuming everything is Turkish. That's not a bad habit. You just described a good habit. Okay? Excuse me. And also, it is technically Turkic if you factor in Pan-Turanist sentiment. Okay? In any case, it didn't end there. Because there was a fucking Finnish MP that also did it And the way he hit the emote is so much more, even more racist than this. Can someone send me the link? Someone needs to send me that link. I saw it. It was mind-boggling. No, if you think this is the maximum, if you think this is the maximum racism that you can get out of this emote, you're wrong. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, I'm going to issue a trigger warning because it looks freakish, okay? Like, not even a trigger warning for racism in general, but like trigger warning, it looks fucking scary. Boom. Finnish MP Juho Eerola is under fire after posting a Je suis Sarah profile photo mimicking the eye-pulling gesture that cost former Miss Finland Sarah Zvavche her title. Eerola denies the image is racist and says it was for fun, while critics say it normalizes racial stereotyping of people of East Asian origin. Multiple Finnish MPs have done it now, by the way, from the fascist Finns party. Bro still got his baby teeth? Yeah. Here are the other ones. Once again, I find myself asking the question, what the fuck is going on in Finland, dog? Is it the weather? Like, what the hell is happening up there, man? Finland mentioned, but at what cost? Like, this is like the racism that you see from like a 6-year-old. They won't see the sun for another 3 months. I thought Finland was Alan Woke. Yeah, wait till you find out when they actually removed the swastika from their from their Air Force. Some of these countries, the closer they get to the USSR, the more objectively insane they get. Okay? As an Asian person, it weirds me out how loving and accepting Asian people can be. To be this, if it's from a white person. Yeah, pretty much like yesterday. Also, swastikas remain on some flags in Finland's Air Force, but are on the way out. This is from like 2025. They're still, oh my God, they still haven't deleted it. They made an official announcement to delete it in like 2016 or 2017 or something. And they still haven't. Bro, what? Yeah, dude. Listen, I like Finland, but I've talked about the Housing First initiative implemented in Helsinki. Like, I've talked about the way that they do public education. You know, there's the good and the bad, but the bad is really fucking insane. Yeah, they just keep pressing snooze on the swastika removal. Explain the reason. They're not Nazis, man. It was their first. It's their defense. Yeah, it was given to them by a fucking Nazi. What the fuck do you mean? Who gives a shit if they had it for... They're not Asian, dog. As demonstrated by all of this, it's not like they had the Buddhist symbol. It's total cope to say that it was there first before the Nazis adopted it, because the same guy that fucking gave them the symbol also became a Nazi and popularized it with the Nazis too. And not only that, but also, you know, they have somewhat of a controversial history with collaborating with the Nazis too. When you have all of those, when you combine all of those elements together, all of a sudden it just like walks and quacks exactly like a duck that happens to be goose stepping and sig heiling. Okay, you officially know too much about Nazis. It's my job. But you got to understand, they are just doing the East Asian religion, hence the eye gesture and the swastika. Yeah, it's the manji. Anyway. Okay. Sorry for sidestepping about Finland from Geert Wilders, but who is not Finnish himself.
Politicians who have opened Europe's borders, who impoverishing and endangering our people, selling out our Judeo-Christian civilization to those who shout the anti-Semitic choruses in our streets.
Oh yeah, by the way, of course, much like the rest of the new meta in the European fascist flank is that they consistently talk about how these are Judeo-Christian nations. Okay, like come on, man, really? You think that's believable? Like if there's one group of historic fascists that have never really abided by that principle, is like European Christians, right? Like that's okay.
Today, Brubaker coined the term Christianism to refer to such uses of Christianity as a political rather than religious vehicle. Christianism, he writes, is a matter of belonging rather than believing, a way of defining us in relation to them. The them which was being rejected by Le Pen and Wilders was Muslim immigrants, and Islamophobia remains a powerful force in the attempt to redress right-wing populism in the clothes of Christianity. This is abundantly clear in Richard Dawkins's About Face. Dawkins didn't start describing himself as a cultural Christian because he'd suddenly found common ground with the Christian church. This is the man who wrote The God Delusion, for crying out loud.
There is something insidious about training children to believe things for which there's no evidence. Merely to say that religion is harmless isn't good enough.
He was actually pretty open that he was mostly motivated by his throbbing Islamophobia.
Insofar as Christianity can be seen as a bulwark against Islam, I think it's a very good thing.
When I began looking into the conversion of right-wing activist Tommy Robinson, it took less than a minute of the first video that I found of him talking about his new faith for him to start.
Are you going to comment on the fact that you got taken off BDBD because of Chinese government censorship? Brother, I love you. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Thank you. Guy who wants me to get taken off of Twitch. Entire communities that spend every waking moment being like, Hasan, why isn't he not banned yet? Why isn't he banned yet? Why isn't he banned yet? Being like, I can't believe you got taken off of Bilibili. Which one is it? Do you agree with the Chinese government that I should be banned off Twitch as well and all of these other social media platforms? Who said I wanted you off Twitch, lol? The communities that where this sentiment is coming from. It's literally the LSF watchers. Different social media platforms have different rules and different restrictions. Do I agree with it? No. There's plenty I don't agree with in terms of Twitch restrictions as well. But you got to fucking play ball. They hit the rare China W. I know. And initially it was for having Twitch chat, but we don't know yet. We don't know why we got. We don't know why the second time the administrator removed the stream, but we'll see. I'm still waiting for updates from the Bilibili team. Not that I give a shit. I think it was because it was most likely because I was on Twitter. And it's seen as a way to like circumvent. It is seen as a way to circumvent like a platform-wide terms of service violation, which is to show other social media platforms. Brother, I'm a fan of you, and I did not know that your haters are genuinely sick in the head, obsessed. It's fucking scary. I know. We're not going to get into it. We know you want that China clout. It's okay to admit. No, I don't give a shit about the China clout necessarily. I do want to actually create a bridge between two seemingly very different countries and two seemingly very different peoples that have a lot of similarities in their culture. Okay. And also, just like every other fucking country, there is plenty to look at in the Chinese form of governance that, you know, we could take notes from. Ironically enough, the American government seems to only be invested in the hypothetical and oftentimes far-fetched things that they claim the Chinese government is doing and implementing those things here sincerely instead of, you know, doing rural development, infrastructure initiatives, rapid urbanization, greatly improving people's lives and living standards. We're not doing any of that stuff. Why is that a bad thing or hypocritical anyways? It's literally his job to attract as many people as possible. Exactly. Wait, what does China and the U.S. have common culturally? I think a proclivity towards consumerism is one of them. Car-reliant infrastructure that also in China is accompanied by robust public transit, but still car-reliant infrastructure for sure. Chinese people are very social in a similar way that I think Americans are as well, like very loud and very social. And then, of course, last but not least, I saw this on Twitter, so I can't even take credit for it, but an interest in using toxic chemicals. What was it? An interest in using toxic chemicals to deal with like very minute problems. I forget where it was. It was on. I saw a tweet about it. Yeah, it was a guy in America spraying his rocks with glue because he didn't want pebbles to fly away, but that was in America. Is that a euphemism? No.
Complaining about Muslims.
When I
also,
watched,
yeah, my channel on Bilibili is still there. I didn't get banned.
Paris Olympics and the opening ceremony was satanic, and it was a total.
Oh yeah, here it is. Americans and Chinese are spiritually brothers in many ways, but especially because they both absolutely love using horrifyingly toxic chemicals and flimsy construction in the name of minor inconvenience. This is This is one of my favorite takes I've seen. This isn't like tofu dregs or anything like that, but this is definitely something that you see, like uneven and substandard building initiatives is something that I did see in China quite a bit. And it did remind me of America also quite a bit. Yeah, no, it's just...
Same job, France. 15 minutes. U.S. Still stuck with concrete trucks. The problem with concrete isn't strength. It's slow, heavy, messy, and cumbersome. This bottle? Fast, light, clean, and nearly unbreakable.
That's awesome. Nearly unbreakable. Almost as strong as concrete. As the guy cuts through it with a handsaw. Doesn't seem to be nearly unbreakable, does it? That's why it's nearly. Anyway.
Attack on Christianity and the core beliefs of Christianity and Jesus. It was disgusting. And if someone who wasn't out to defend Christianity at every point, I watched it and just thought, that's done my head in watching that. They would not do that for Islam or Muhammad.
The new apostles of conservative Christianism have added further thems to their list of opponents since 2017.
The left, I call it the radical left, I call it sometimes the radical left lunatics.
Christianists like Le Pen and Wilders used to celebrate the extent to which European Christianity had come to accept certain aspects of progressive change.
Because we know that without our Judeo-Christian civilization, there would be no separation of church and state.
This was contrasted with Islam, which is portrayed as being completely uncompromising and wanting to install Sharia law wherever it goes. The new wave of Christianist nationalists makes no such compromises. Vance, Orb, and others frame secularism as every bit as much the enemy as would the most
Even the Nazis understood that socialism was probably a far more effective organizing tool than Christianity. If their ultimate goal, as it clearly was to implement nationalist policies, then they at least understood that, like, you know, it's probably smarter to organize on the boundaries of like offering some members of the working class new benefits and promising them an immediate improvement to their material conditions. These guys don't even do that. They're like, no, you're gonna like this fucking this now antiquated idea. You're gonna be on board with it, even though we are now living in a time when Christianity's on a downtrend across the board.
Extreme Islamist imam.
You may just be a card-carrying atheist, but you still will recognize that religion is a real phenomenon in human history, and you'll recognize that actually modernity is engaged in a kind of very large, uncontrolled experiment in seeing how we can get on, large societies can function without...
I think it was because at the time socialism was popular, no? It was. But at the time, currently, Christianity is not popular. So it's not a great organizational tool, in my opinion, especially if you're putting it at the forefront of your organizing principles.
The one thing that all human societies up until, in the scheme of human history, 5 minutes ago, had as central.
There's a generous reading of this, which sees them as merely mourning the loss of religion in the abstract as a means of community and shared meaning. But it remains Christianity in particular which is being mourned.
Through all these long years, from the time of Alfred to the time of Victoria, it was assumed that a nation was a community of common worship and that our community, this country, worshipped the Christian God. Then in the 20th century, another idea arose, that it is possible for a country to be neutral about God, that the public space, the public square was empty of any metaphysics, that the route to freedom lay through the desert of materialism and individual reason, no hell below us, above us only sky.
Furthermore, Christianist nationalism is conservative Christianist nationalism. Liberal Christianity appears in these conversations as an oxymoron.
My final claim is progressivism and Christianity are at odds.
The result is that the obsession...
Yeah. OG fascists saw the utility of social democracy for a select ethno-racial minority to protect capital. Fascists today are trying to replace the social democracy with a religious state. Yeah. And it's also not even hiding that it's like hyper-capitalist. The reason why liberalism is failing is not because of woke. Liberalism is failing because it is first and foremost beholden to defending capitalism. That's the reason why liberalism is failing. So even, not to give the racists like, any sort of propaganda tips here, but the reality of the matter is, the reason why I genuinely believe these kinds of initiatives will be abject failures is because they do not even try to make it seem as though they are trying to redesign society in a way that benefits the working class at a time when people are desperate for an alternative that benefits the working class, because they realize that capitalism does not benefit the working class. Even though our education in the West is utterly devoid of any sort of socialist alternative being brought up, unless you go to like college and maybe take like advanced courses, you're rarely ever going to hear a socialist perspective unless you tune into twitch.tv/HasanAbi at times. Or, I don't know, you had like very cool parents and you read some books that other people can't even purchase. But ultimately, it's a very rare thing. And even then, people recognize that the current situation is just like untenable. It doesn't work.
With the UK or the US or wherever else being a Christian nation becomes a roundabout way of declaring
Open
that country
Presses,
to
thank
be
you for
a conservative
sponsoring the
nation.
PBS,
To
Piker
not
Broadcasting
be a
Service, with
conservative
25
is to be in some
gifted
way
subs.
other, an enemy within.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values shared with the United States of America.
Political enemies are thus instantaneously transformed into national enemies, enemies of the state. And yet, where proponents of the mainstreaming of Christianism really differ from their European forebears is in the renewed focus on the us part of the equation. Conservatives clearly see Christianity as having the potential to give new energy to their movement. At its most basic, the hope is that finding some common mythos might serve as a coagulant to a movement which is hyper-prone to splits and defections.
I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026.
My woke queen.
And I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future.
Now, you sort of fell out with Reform UK. I think it was back in early March, towards the end of February, that kind of thing. And one of the problems...
Well, I think correctly, they fell out with me.
The vague suspicion of power which defines the populist right at present might be replaced with something which looks a bit more like an actual ideology. Two recent events which took place this December, one on either side of the Atlantic, demonstrated the potential of this conservative turn to God. The first was the Unite the Kingdom rally, London's largest far-right rally in decades and decades. In a manner which is actually quite rare for the British far-right, Christianity was inescapable.
With every culture, or more or less every culture, a religion is attached to it. With our British culture, it's Christianity.
Yeah, it's really funny because they'll be like they'll start this conversation by being like, Islam is not working in the UK, in it, right? Islam is not compatible with British culture. They're far too regressive, yeah. And then you ask them what their worldview looks like how they would redesign society, and literally what they suspect the average Muslim believes, which the average Muslim doesn't believe those things, by the way. But they, like, what they think the average, like, fundamentalist Muslim believes, they unironically believe it just has a Christian patina on it. Yeah, Islamic law doesn't work in a fucking UK, lad. Why doesn't it work? They want to fucking dominate the ladies. They want to dominate the women, yeah? Me, I just want my women to be modest. And also make sure that they stay in the fucking kitchen, yeah? Fucking hell.
We are a Christian country.
We want to do Islamic. We don't want to do Islamic style regression. We want to do Christian style regression.
We adhere to Christian values, principles, and morals.
People talk about our culture being Christian. They've forgotten that we are constitutionally Christian. What do you think these flags represent? They represent various saints of our country. They are Christian flags.
Yeah. Yeah, do you see a crescent on it? No. I fucking don't. No crescent on the flag, yeah? That's bad. That's fucking bad. Whereas putting saints on the flag is good. Demonstrations of Christianity.
National anthem is a Christian hymn.
They have attacked the family. They've attacked Christianity. They've opened the borders.
What a lot of the woke stuff is, it's actually super racist. It's super sexist, and it's often it's anti-religion, but only anti-Christian. Like, why only anti-Christian? That's unfair.
A week later came Charlie Kirk's memorial service in Glendale, Arizona. With a lineup dominated by members of the Trump administration, this was perhaps the clearest template yet of how this Christian nationalist fervor might integrate with state power.
We will defend this world. We will defend goodness. We will defend light. We will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us. You cannot frighten us. You cannot threaten us. Because we are on the side of goodness. We are on the side of God.
One of my favorite Elon Musk moments on Twitter is that he's consistently chirping about declining birth rates in Korea and in Japan as well. And it's like, brother, why do you think that's happening? Like, it's literally because they've designed their society around exactly how you want to make sure America is designed. Xenophobic, anti-immigrant, and horrible hyper-capitalist work culture that makes it virtually impossible to fucking have kids. Like, you literally consistently talk about declining birth rates in the Western world and how dangerous this is. Meanwhile, you want people to work harder, work them to the fucking bone. You don't want to pay them. They have no disposable income, and they have no free time to even fuck. And on top of that, you don't even want migrants to come into the country, even though you yourself are a fucking migrant. What are people supposed to do? I wonder why these things are happening at such an alarming rate in places like Japan and Korea. I wonder why.
So I guess I would just say this gathering and God's presence, God's very obvious presence in this room, the presence of Jesus, is a reminder of what we've known for 2,000 years, which is any attempt to extinguish the light causes it to burn brighter. Every single time.
This is like an old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival.
At both events, Christianity, or at least Christianism, was invoked as...
It is pretty funny that Trump tries to do this, by the way. He is objectively the Antichrist. Like, he doesn't even try hard. He doesn't even try at all to present himself as like a sincere Christian. And yet, I wonder what the qualities are that he represents that really tap into the evangelical base of support that they really admire about Donald Trump. I wonder what it is, because it's certainly not that he even tries to present himself as a godly man.
As a source of internal political energy, not something to be opposed to, but to stand for. It also works to graft a history onto a populist right, which kind of lacks one.
Why did I become a Catholic? I mean, there are all these things that I could point to, but one, I really liked that the Catholic Church was just really old.
As the age of non-committal irony passes and people search for sincerity, all this helps to transform MAGA, the Reform Party, and the various insurgent right-wing parties of Europe from relatively young, unknown entities into the inheritors of a 2,000-year Christian legacy. Passing the baton from Trump to Vance or Farage to whomever should follow him can thereby be framed as less significant than it once did. This appeal to Christianity is an attempt to build something bigger and long-lasting. But whether that's likely to work or not seems less certain. Watching conservatives get excited about the prospect of using Christianity to widen and deepen their coalition, it's hard not to see a political faction which is a little bit high on its own supply. Vance and his allies in the US will almost certainly have some success in passing a slate of Christian nationalist policies. And this will be a red rag to the Christian right, who are already besotted with Trump. How much any of this actually appeals to the wider tent which put Trump back in the White House, let alone anyone outside of the MAGA coalition, is another question entirely. Here in Europe, the climb is even steeper. What makes this particular political moment unique is that high-ranking conservatives clearly want to do more than simply co-opt the iconography of Christianity. They want to use actual faith and theology to recharge and sustain their movement. The challenge is that too many of those who they see as potential converts don't really have much interest in the actual substance of the faith, which questions how sustainable any of this is. Maybe Joe Rogan finds God. But if he or any of his listeners are only really popping their heads into church because it's currently on trend for conservatives to do so, it seems unlikely that they're still going to be going in 6 months' time. Others might quickly find that, while they do occupy that slightly woollier end of the Christian nationalist spectrum in which Christianity holds some cultural importance to them, they actually do think that the likes of Doug Wilson or whoever else are pretty nuts. It's easy to view the current collision of Christianity and conservatism across the West as a sign of a political movement at the height of its powers, which is finally able to enact its deepest desires. But there's every chance that what we're actually seeing is a movement which is stalling, playing the greatest hits, and which is about to find out that the deafening chorus that they think is singing along with them is really just in their heads.
They're just desperately looking for a unifying factor that isn't on its face inherently bigoted. Because you have to market your fascism. You have to market your international fascist coalition project, right? And they can't just be like, oh, we're all fascists and we just want to like protect our country, even though they do say that they're nationalists sometimes, right? But like they have to find a positive galvanizing principle because it can't just be around, it can't just revolve around like literally purging the migrants. Because you'll reach a certain level of racist people that will be on board with that movement, but there still needs to be a value in the affirmative. And the problem is, there is none. So they think maybe Christianity is the way to do it. What is this? So Christian nations cannot stay Christian? How is this not genocide? Wait, what? Huge IQ, small PP. So Christian nations cannot stay Christian. Brother, are you Christian? Do you live in a Christian nation? Like when you fell out of being invested in some version of organized religion, whether it be Christianity or whatever, were you doing Christian genocide? Like, this is just people. Bro lives in Vatican City. Also, yeah, Christianity is not an ethnicity, famously. 27 months, that's got to be bait, and a tier 2 subscriber as well. I feel like all Christian nations have the obligation of becoming multicultural. How the fuck is this a tier 2 subscriber that's been around for 27 months and saying shit like this? My friend, I don't know if you have a lot of friends who aren't self-declared Christians but come from that religious upbringing. But what we are talking about is not the eradication of Christianity by force. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? How is this any different than white genocide as a narrative? Debate lords, you got many of them. It's the same shit behind white genocide. Yes, people that are not white. White already is a socio-political construct developed around purity. So it was already a self-defeating concept to begin with. Okay? Yeah. Oh, wait. Are you a Bardella supporter? No shot. What the fuck? Oh my God. He's talking about 95% of black slaves were sold by black Africans. Oh, wow. So chattel slavery was the fault of black people. It's true. Yeah, 100% of black slaves were black, by the way. And almost 100% of the market and the demand came from white people, or what you consider to be white, specifically because whiteness as a socio-political construct was designed around making sure that the human beings that people were raping and selling and enslaving had to have a generational component attached to it. Christianity is the only reason slavery has been abolished. Yeah. Ironically enough, Christianity was part of the reason why the concept of whiteness and blackness had to be implemented as well, because some of the African slaves that were being enslaved were also converting to Christianity, and the church doctrine made it so that it was actually illegal to enslave a Christian person. And that was part of the reason why scientific racism took root, as opposed to the previous ways in which racism worked as a part of, like, you know, pillaging the conquered territory. In any case, I feel like we've reached the end point of using Christianity as a uniting value, and you're demonstrating why these guys are actually lying, but seemingly are able to move you in their direction. Okay? Chatter, change your name to small IQ, small PP. Posh haters hit the tier 3 sub before chirping. Yeah. Yes, I know it was racist. Well, I mean, do you feel like there is a direct... It's an obligation when you're forcing a single dominant culture down people's throats. It's such an oppression when you see people around you that you don't feel close to. It's such a freedom when you can force people out. Exactly. I mean, that's precisely what this motherfucker is saying here. And it feels rather strange given, you know, given the fact that he was a tier 2 subscriber for 27 months. Do you feel like there is an active anti-Christianization of previously historically Christian nations? Or do you feel like people are just kind of falling out of love with the church? You know, as scientific achievements expand and as people are less reliant to conceptualize things that they're experiencing in nature because science has an answer for it. So people feel less of a need for what they consider to be somewhat repressive form of social organizing, as opposed to secularism, which many of those wonderful historically Christian nations you're talking about have been built around. The answer is it's secularism. And it's not an ever-present threat to Christianity at all. If people want to consider themselves Christian and still believe in Christianity without actually making it everybody else's problem, I have no issue with that. Okay? People are less spiritual, and that's a bad thing. Why? But Roman popery is too flawed and full of scandals. The UK is not Christian now. The majority are non-religious and growing numbers over decades who are non-religious. Exactly. But that's not something that happened because people... Look, I'm not a militant anti-theist by any metric, but there's a reason why people are falling out of love with the church or no longer considering themselves to be Christian in, let's say, historically Christian nations. And it has nothing to do with like any sort of anti-Christian genocide. That's not how genocide works. Okay? They're not locking up people. They're not putting people in jail for being Christian and then forcing them to denounce Christianity or killing them for being Christian. Okay? Imagine saying popery like you're in Gangs of New York. I mean, this is I think this person is French, which is ironic that he's also talking about like the death and destruction of Christianity, because like the French are, at least in Europe, the OG. They are the OG anti-Christian. That is the ultimate r/atheism country. So it doesn't make any sense. Anyway. I mean, Chatter is right. All societies and humans yearn from some form of spirituality, or would you disagree? I think it's entirely dependent on where science is. But then again, you're talking to someone who doesn't much care for that kind of thing at all. So, I bet the papists did this. Anyway, this guy is just, he got a little bit of, we were curious about his background and he just stopped typing all of a sudden. It doesn't sound to me like you're fighting for the gospel or honoring Charlie Kirk's name. Fuck. You're right. Yeah, I can't lose a tier 2 subscriber, dude. I can't. What? I'm entitled for my views? Oh my lord. This is the biggest fucking cop-out. Yes. And I can disagree with said views, right? I can disagree with your views, right? That's what discourse is all about. The fuck? You're the one who came in with your disagreements. And we're trying to have discourse. We're trying to have a back and forth. You don't have to immediately go, well, the principle of Well, I'm allowed to disagree with you. Like, yeah, no one said you're not. The fuck? Like, let's stick to what our disagreements are, and you make a case for why you think there is a deliberate effort to destroy Christianity in previously historic Christian nations. You don't have to do that without immediately attacking the freedoms that you have to disagree, when I'm clearly giving you that freedom by highlighting your statements. I don't think there's some anti-Christian pressure, yes. And saying Christianity is being used by the far right is messed up. Oh, you do think that there's anti-Christian pressure. Okay. You think there's anti-Christian pressure, and saying Christianity is being used by the far right is messed up. Well, you should take that up with Tom Nicholas, who I think spent 45 minutes describing exactly how the far right is actually trying to organize around the boundaries of bringing back Christianity. Except the problem is you are one of the few people who has actually fallen for this propaganda, it seems, which is surprising, especially considering your continued support of the Piker Broadcasting Service, which you all can subscribe and support. How dare you attack the true gospel? France was the religious hub of the world. I hate the revolution. Maybe his roommate got on his computer or something. Come on, Hasan. You live in LA. Don't tell me you haven't been around girls that genuinely believe in astrology, a metaphysical concept, despite the fact that they're well-educated individuals. Yeah, I mean, you've been in here for 19 months. You've actually probably heard me on numerous occasions talk about this. Like the concept of a God hole. And how people try to find a different form of spirituality after they fall out of love with Christianity. It has nothing to do with science then, right? Wait, what do you mean? Yes. The reason why it's the same principle. The reason why they look to that is specifically because they want to contextualize why they're here, what the meaning of life is. They want to believe in something bigger than themselves. And in the absence of scientific explanations for things such as that, which is not coming anytime soon, it seems. Huh? Okay. Well, it came in right as you came in. Doors open. Chewytron7, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Like if we had an explanation for what happens, if we had a convincing explanation for what happens through science about what happens when you die, I think there would be a lot less people that believe in any sort of organized religion. I don't think that people yearn for, by nature, some form of spirituality. I think they yearn for explanations. That's it. I just like Jesus's message is nice. Okay. But you are kind of cannon fodder in here for all of the militant anti-theists, because you go from, I just like Jesus's message, to Christianity is under attack in Christian nations, and it's actually akin to a genocide, and that I hate the idea that like the far right is actually, I hate the false smear of the far right using religion and specifically Christianity as a form of organizing. All of those things are going way, way beyond. Way beyond simply saying you like Jesus's message, it's nice. Okay? I know Bardella is the next in line after Le Pen, I know. And it's crazy that you tie it back to Bardella of all fucking people, while simultaneously recognizing that the hate is being relocated towards Muslims, when it's like one of the major reasons why the nationalists have gotten any fucking motion whatsoever in France is that they constantly redirect the enmity towards Muslim refugees and Muslim migration into France, as though that is the reason for austerity, as though that is the reason for why you have to retire at a later age than you normally would, or your material conditions are deteriorating. Okay? Yeah, go read a little bit about Mélenchon, I think. Anyway, dark question. How do you avoid succumbing to nihilism, especially when it comes to the idea of being separated from your family permanently on their death? I don't know. I just don't think about it. My favorite thing, once again, is whenever like the chatter that I just banned will be like, oh, what about the teachings of Muhammad, you pedo? And it's like, brother, you are literally a defender of one organized religion over the other. Like, what do you mean? You think fucking, like, point me to one religion that doesn't have these allegations. Like, the fuck? It's just so crazy. It always goes back to the same fucking principle, okay? It's always the same principle. Conservatives hate the conservatism of brown conservatives. They want to do conservatism, okay? They want to do conservatism. They just want to, they believe in reactionary shit, but they will point to the fundamentalist nature of other religions, while they simultaneously want the same exact design for their society. It's just maybe, I guess, not in a brown way.
Perhaps the most egregious overextension of the weirdness of Christian conservatism has been the war on the concept of empathy that Vance and others have been waging. This is something which Lindsay Ellis dug into in her recent 2.5-hour video essay about Trump, Palestine, and Miss Rachel. It was, typically for Lindsay, an absolute banger. What you might not know is that while Lindsay has taken a step back from making videos for YouTube over the past few years, she's still been releasing stuff over on Nebula, the premium streaming service that both of us are a part of. Nebula has a whole catalogue of exclusive and characteristically funny and fascinating videos by Lindsay on everything from Disney flop eras to Guy Fieri, Jurassic Park, and most recently, Bluey adults. As you would expect from the creator who kind of invented the YouTube video essay, they are all absolutely fantastic. Lindsay's exclusive videos are part of a whole catalogue of original content, which is only available on Nebula. That includes my debut feature-length film, Boomers, which is just...
It's an ethical react.
Just over a year old now. There's also Scav, the fantastic new documentary series from the Wendover Productions team. There's Jesse Gender's film, Identities. There is so much that it would be impossible to mention it all here. In fact, there is so much great stuff on Nebula now that in the run-up to Christmas, I'm setting you a challenge. We've just launched 3-day free trials in which you can get a taste of all the stuff. You don't watch Adam Friedland's ads? Platform. And I want you to go to my link, go.nebula.tv/Tom
I'm
Nicholas.
inconsistent. Suck my dick. Okay.
Sign up to a free trial of Nebula and do your best to try and watch all of it. I will be amazed if you reach the end of those 3 days and don't find yourself sticking around to watch more. And when you do, you are in luck, because if you sign up using my link, go.nebula.tv/Tom Nicholas, you'll get 50% off an annual plan, which brings the cost down to just $3 per month, which is an absolute steal. Alongside being a fantastic package of stuff to watch, signing up to Nebula using my link, go.nebula.tv/Tom Nicholas, really helps to support my work at a time when making videos for the internet is becoming a little bit harder. Not only do we get paid more every time someone watches our videos on Nebula rather than on YouTube, I also get a little kickback when you sign up, which makes a huge difference in allowing us to keep making great videos for you. That link again is go.nebula.tv/Tom Nicholas. Thank you so much for watching once again, and I'll see you over on Nebula.
All right. Respect to my goat, Tom Nicholas, the greatest Brit, one of the greatest Brits. Oh, also, this was another thing I wanted to mention here. Look at this. I said everyone grifts to the right because they are the easiest marks to grift to. They don't even care about consistency, just pure rage all the time. Look at this. Grums. What did they do to Tomb Raider? Apparently, this is a leaked screenshot of the Tomb Raider game. They're going to show the Game Awards tomorrow. Allegedly, it's a remake of the first game. Okay? What a difference one day makes. I can't believe wokies are mad they made Lara Croft look feminine with eyelashes and makeup. They really did want to make her AAA ugly. It's like none of these things happened. You got mad about it, and then you got horny about it, and there was no moment where people were like, oh, I can't believe Lara Croft is not fuckable. Like, there was never like a big initiative from whatever, the left that places this much emphasis on the tit size of Lara Croft. And it's crazy because not only is this obviously purely bad faith, right? It's so clearly bad faith. There is a market for it. That is what I cannot comprehend. There is a legitimate market for it where they're just like, no, please give me more rage bait slop, please. I need more rage bait. I need to imagine. I cannot enjoy anything unless I think that there is a libtard out there that I'm owning, okay? A libtard out there that is fucking outraged. I'm sorry, but who is this dumb fuck? A breast milk enjoyer. Mr. Milkman. Dude, I don't even know where to begin. If I were to explain to you what this dude's background is, you would probably fucking end it all. Just by finding out that a human being like this exists. You'd be like, this is crazy. He's like a sommelier, but for breast milk. Exactly. It's the weirdest psychosexual energy on the planet condensed into a Twitter profile. Yeah, they also just like, he's 60 plus years old. Okay. That's number one. And he's so bald that even his like profile picture that is a drawn version of him is still also bald. But like what these guys have is no joy in their lives. And it's also strange because they're like remarkably horny. And they almost use like how horny they are as like a tool. Like their organizing principle is just like owning some made up version of the left or libtards or whatever. They have designed a society around libtards constantly dominating them. There's so much perceived victimhood here, but the victimhood is not on, their wages. Like there's the victimhood that they experience, they perceive, that they consistently complain about is never about the material and totally about like whatever cultural thing that they're consuming. It's basically the most annoying, a significantly more annoying version of 2016 era rad lib shit, where people would be like, my favorite TV show, it doesn't have enough representational politics or something. And even at that point, like all those people that were hysterical were oftentimes not 60 years old. And they were oftentimes just like young liberals who could not figure out what to organize around. And instead, they just like hyper-focused on areas where they seemingly could make minor changes without recognizing their powerlessness against the unshakable structural hurdles that they wanted to actually clear, that they wanted to actually abolish. And, you know, at the end of the day, this is an even more annoying version of that. But it turns out that these guys, one, will never grow out of it because he's done all the growing he possibly could. And there is an incredible market for it. And that's what's so shocking to me, that there is a consistent demand. At no point do the people that are tuning into this kind of stuff, tuning into Asmongold, tuning into Grums, go, okay, man, enough. Like, I like this game. Let me just fucking enjoy this game. You know what I mean? I feel like you're greatly overemphasizing how much woke has ruined this game. For many of these people also, they don't realize that it is actually mergers and acquisitions and the profit incentive that has absolutely destroyed. And even though there are still plenty of amazing examples of art being made in the gaming sphere, this is now a trillion-dollar industry with multiple multi-billion-dollar conglomerates that have basically sucked up every other developer and publisher. And with this level of tremendous horizontal and vertical integration, they're simply churning out AAA slop over and over again. So it's actually not the wokeification of video games that's ruined gaming. It's actually capitalism that's ruined gaming. And they just so desperately, as though they have any sort of ownership stake, as though they are fucking small business owners or capitalists themselves, as though they have a deed to a fucking factory or a major developer, as though they sit on the board of a major developer, will unironically ride for capitalism while simultaneously trying to desperately shift people's priorities and attentions away from the real reason why video games are seemingly worse all the time, and back to woke liberals ruining gaming. It's so weird. Is so strange. It's not the wokeification that has made everybody try to fucking attempt and fail to make a live service shooter. Okay, it's not wokeification that has made people try to make a Fortnite copy. It's money. They want to put profit over any sort of attempt at making genre-defining content or making content that actually appeals to people, making content that actually people can consume and enjoy. Having said that, however, all things considered, the video game industry, in spite of this rapid monopolization, is still capable of putting out incredible works of art. And it's ironic because these guys also realize that that is still happening. That's part of the reason why they actually fucking enjoyed Expedition 33. However, they enjoyed Expedition 33 because it was very clearly a passion project, and those things still exist in the modern gaming industry, and yet they have to find a way to make it racist. Oh, I enjoyed Expedition 33 because it's all white. It's a white person game. And this is basically like the Radlib version of that, for the record. Congrats to the white person game. Like, this person is doing the Radlib version of that, and these guys don't even fucking realize that they're doing the anti-Radlib version of that. The reactionary side of this coin is the exact same coin. The main three women are French, Italian, and Japanese. Game includes no black diversity whatsoever. Wins Game of the Year. $47,000 likes. Still women, though. DEI. Like, I don't understand how you live your life like this. I genuinely don't understand. You are a victim of your own mind prison that you have constructed for yourself, motivated purely by outrage baiting so you can get a fucking crumb of clout that you can potentially monetize down the line with no guarantees of permanent monetization either. That everything that you see and analyze has to be from this framework. What a pathetic way to exist. It doesn't make any sense. And then they don't even realize why they can't enjoy things anymore, where they constantly on the off days will tweet about how fucking devastatingly depressed they are and how much they want to kill themselves. Like, yeah, no wonder you want to kill yourself, dude. This is what you have become. You've become this fucking this machine that spits out talking points. You have no interest in just like taking a deep breath and consuming something for the sake of enjoyment. Everything has to be immediately propagandized. I mean, everything has to turn into a fucking propaganda point. This is one of the major differences that I have with a lot of my counterparts on the left as well, for the record. Not everything has to be identified from the framework of cultural hegemony. Not everything has to be broken down into what kind of propaganda that people are trying to do. And one of the best examples that I will give you, of course, is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, a greatly enjoyable work, clearly a passion project of the dev team that, you know, is led by somewhat of a reactionary guy, and yet it's still a banger video game, okay? So you can still enjoy things like that. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually, you know, the enjoyment that you derive out of playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has nothing to do with your personal politics, okay? I mean, the only reason that these people do it is, like you said, for money. People live shitty lives. They don't get paid enough, and then they grift to make money. I know, but there's no guarantee. And at the end of the day, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is the crumb of revenue that you may or may not generate off of consistently churning out this kind of fucking idiotic propaganda worth destroying a part of your brain that allows you to enjoy things? Not to get all fucking centrist Andy with you guys, but like, you should be able to enjoy shit, okay? Don't make everything so political. I say this as someone who is capable of conducting analysis and oftentimes does. Oftentimes I do conduct analysis on different works of art, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying said work of art. One of the examples I used was Pluribus. I like Vince Gilligan quite a bit. I think the art direction in Pluribus is incredible. I think it's a unique story. I like it, even though it potentially could be an anti-communist work. Not that it matters to me, okay? Isn't Pluribus a fake video game? No, it's not a video game. This is a TV show, an Apple TV show from the creator of Breaking Bad. Like, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? If you don't actually enjoy life, then it's not even worth living. These guys started off saying that video games were for escapism for themselves, and then they got so invested in the notion that it was being ruined, although they were simply just like aging out of enjoyment for certain kinds of video games, in my opinion, and desperately want to relive the days when they had dreams and not live in the days where those dreams were never going to be accomplished as adults. So they just make that toxicity and anger and resentment everybody else's problem by desperately trying to make everybody else just as fucking upset as they are all the time. The most sensible thing I've ever heard you say is that some people just want to be assholes and use wokeism and inclusion as a veil to enable their asshole activities. Yes, People are narcissistic, regardless of their personal ideology or worldview or whatever. And some people on the left do that as well. We like to call them wreckers in this community. Or at least that's the socialist tradition. But yeah, that doesn't change the fact that they're fucking assholes or narcissistic. They just try to mask that egocentric, narcissistic, me ass attitude by using the right kinds of the right words, right? They use emancipatory language to make it seem like they have a sincere disagreement, and they simply have constructive criticism to offer. Okay? A lot of these guys are doing that shit too. Anyway, at the end of the day, I have less smoke for this person saying, congrats to the white person, game law, versus this person that's saying basically the exact same thing, but on the opposite side, saying, yes, there are no black people in the game, and that's why it's good. That's why it won. Because these are two of the people that are saying the same exact thing, just on opposing sides of the ideological spectrum. I still obviously consider white supremacy to be a far greater problem than a person that wants to implement some kind of white supremacist form of governance. But even then, it's still fucking annoying. Okay? And no, the reason why I'm saying that is not because I'm coming at it from a place of privilege. Okay? Although I do recognize that I have a place of privilege here. But the reason why I'm saying it's fucking annoying is because just let people enjoy shit. Like, it doesn't have the game's major point has nothing to do with the racial dynamics at all. You are just simply slamming that into your commentary. Having an issue with Olivia's take here is wild, and I don't like it. Okay, I know. It's because I'm a racist, chatter. How do you not understand? That's what it is. It's because I'm insensitive to the needs of I'm insensitive to the needs of my black chatters. Like, this is precisely what I was saying. Not every single person that is demonstrating the right kind of politics is making a reasonable criticism. Okay? You don't have to automatically go, nope, that's right. Like, that's it. And then you don't have to immediately jump to all these other fucking things. How is it annoying to want black people in a game? Black people want to see themselves in games, especially games that get rewarded. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh, is that what I said? Is that was your takeaway? Something I didn't say. Once again, I don't know if this is narcissism, or I don't know if it is specifically because you just, like, this is something that you have a personal problem with, that you've seen in many instances people just like immediately discard your opinions and immediately cast aside your needs, or immediately cast aside like whatever you find to be important. Okay? Dude, you should really have a rule about this. I do. We just usually ban people. Like, not every video game is always going to have every single group represented all the time. And in many circumstances, it's not even going to be good representation regardless. Okay? It's all good. You know, it happens. So forcing black people in a game other than creating a game for black people is a difference. You have to choose logic over emotion. No, it's just like sometimes it happens. trying to read into there are black people in Expedition 33, but not many of them, right? Like I think like one of the main black characters like dies, spoiler alert, and it's like not even a main black character, but like one of the friends of the protagonist. They're small side characters in general, not in the main party. Having said that, I mean, a lot of people die. So that's, that's just the thing that happens quite a bit in the game. It's kind of the whole point of the game. All right, I'm not going to get into it any further, but there is a lot of death, okay? And it's a great game, and I highly recommend it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. But ultimately, people write what they know, right? People write what they know. And maybe in this circumstance, they didn't write any main characters that are black. I don't know what this does beyond just like, it's a video game. Like if you want to enjoy it, you can enjoy it. If you can't enjoy it, you can't enjoy it. I don't know. Like it's not that significant. It's not that consequential. If the game in and of itself had like a white supremacist or anti-black message, then there's a different point of contention that could be addressed. But it has none of that. Okay? It's one of the issues that I have with this kind of stuff, because it's like like representational politics purely for the point of representation and is just not like, that is one of the tendencies that I think progressives in the Western world have that I find to be counterproductive in general. Diversity of opinion and diversity of background only matters as far as it's representing a different viewpoint. Okay? Like simply putting representation there as a way to check off a box in and of itself is just not, like, it's never going to be productive. It's just aesthetic. It's just aesthetic diversity, and making demands such as that one is also somewhat silly. Where does it stop? Should we boycott games that doesn't have every single ethnic group represented? It's complete folly. I mean, I don't know. It's just, it is what it is. Between Expedition 33, God of War 5, Cyberpunk, they were all so sad. I like the Dispatch, the fact that it brings inspirational characters back in. No, I know the person who tweeted this is racist. I'm fucking criticizing this person. His name is Severus Chud. I'm saying that while I agree with the worldview of the person that says stuff like congrats to the white person game, which I don't even think is supposed to be that serious, right? I vehemently disagree with this person's worldview, but I'm saying that like this kind of analysis is two sides of the same coin. Like not every single work of art is going to represent every single point of every single aspect of diversity. That's it. People are calling it an Israel game or white supremacist or anything just because they're upset it beat their faves. Yeah, no, that's the reason why they're calling it the Israel GPT make me a video game. You don't even know their worldview to disagree with it? You think I don't know the worldview of someone who says the main three women are French, Italian, and Japanese, game includes no black diversity whatsoever, wins game of the year, and is like celebrating it? No, I know exactly what this person's worldview is from this take alone. That's a dumbass racist who can only view the world from this framework. His name is Severus Chud. You're an asshole for spoiling the game like that earlier. No, you. That's in the fucking first 5 minutes. The thing that I spoiled happens in basically the first 5 to 10 minutes. It's not like a major spoiler at all. The game's themes are woke as fucking reality. People just have zero media literacy. Yeah, like sometimes you make a work of art with your own personal lived experience and the lived experience of others in your development team. Okay. And that development team might not have, that developer team might not have the diverse viewpoint that identifies your worldview, your lived experiences. But ultimately, as long as they're not, actively celebrating harmful ideas or actively promoting racist ideas and trying to propagandize like certain viewpoints or whatever, who gives a shit? The game is not about that at all. Also, he's like seemingly openly horny about a 16-year-old. Can you fund a video game? Make it about being woke or something? There's 0% chance that I would make a video game about being woke. It would be the fucking... it's not something that I will ever... That's not something that I will ever factor in. I think it's like... Let's just... Like that intention, like trying to make a video game for that purpose is just going to be the most boring fucking video game of all time. That video game exists. It's called Dustborn, and none of you fucking played it, okay? I played it for a little bit, and it was, low-key not the best. Yeah, it's like Tetris doesn't have any black people and that's why it's bad versus Tetris doesn't have any black people and that's why it's good. Totally irrelevant to Tetris. Yeah. And it's the same with Expedition 33. It is utterly irrelevant. There's no racialized dynamics or anything like that in the storyline. It's like people that were people on the right, the anti-wokers, okay? Anti-wokers that were fucking freaking out about how, Black Myth Wukong was the pivotal anti-woke video game. Brother, you are playing a monkey. Like, what the fuck do you mean? There's like very few humans in it. They're all gods. The fuck are you talking about? How brain broken are you that you literally are like, wow, this is so anti-woke? Not a monkey, the monkey. And I love Wukong. Exactly. That game is so hard. It is not hard at all. It's actually much easier than a lot of From Software games. Anyway. If this was clearly stated by a racist and zero other actual black people who expressed the same opinion, then do we really have to talk about it further as if there's a real contingency there? No, the initial point was presented by someone on Twitter who I assume is I mean, they have a black avatar. And then there were people in my chat that were also saying like, no, that person actually made a really good point. And it's ironic because it was a point that I had just previously talked about. Yeah, that person probably wasn't even making like a super sincere point either. They were just like making a joke saying like, oh, this is congratulations to the white people game, you know? Like, I don't think that was like some serious critique either. Anyway, look at this. This is when you basically are in that mind prison that I was talking about. This is a anti-woke gamer, Chapo Trap House's favorite content creator. I forget her name, but she like routinely says slurs and stuff, and her heart is not really in it. When you hear her say the slurs, you can kind of tell like it's just not, it's not authentic, it's not organic. She hasn't done the work prior to like consistently add it to her lexicon off camera. And she, I think, consumes entirely butter or something. I don't know. That's what I've heard. But yeah, she used to be a liberal. She used to be a liberal e-girl and then decided she will, you know, she can make more money being a racist right-wing e-girl, and now has the best fandom, in my opinion, out of anybody.
Yeah, it is.
But here she is, not allowed to enjoy Tomb Raider because the market demands that she does not enjoy it because Tomb Raider is woke now and not sexy enough.
But I say, all legends must come to an end.
Look at her looking at chat for validation.
That's where you're wrong. I'm just getting started.
For your information, Asmund thought the new Tomb Raider model was hot. Yeah, no, that's why it's allowed now. That's why Grums also said, but this is before they got their talking points, okay? This is when every single person is basically looking at their chat to see how they must react to the new Tomb Raider, right? Because they can't just be like, hey, I really like this, okay? It has to be backed up by their communities. It is the most insane way to fucking live. Like, what will my Reddit say? What will my Reddit community say about this thing? If all you care about is approval and acceptance, then that's what you have to do. I wish that you did that with us. No, I never do that, which is why I fucking constantly find myself yelling at all of you wokesters in the chat. That's why it's always funny when these dumb fucks will claim that I am audience captured when I spend a good deal of time yelling at the exact same audience. When people say I'm audience captured, they are actually telling on themselves.
That's it? Like, that's
As
all?
I looked out at an ancient world reawakening, my mind traveled back to where this story began.
Disapproving this game because of its target audience is literally the epitome of virtue signaling. Well, it's vice signaling, right? That's what it is. But you have so many bad takes about what good games are, and I agree with everything else. Name one bad take that I have about gaming. Go on. I'll wait. I have zero bad takes on gaming. Fuck you.
Yeah, now we're gonna get the Tomb Raider one.
Everything changed. It's been years, but the events are still etched in my memory.
You said Kingdom Come 2 deserved Game of the Year. I said Kingdom Come 2 was my Game of the Year. And I said Kingdom Come 2 deserved RPG of the Year.
Lost worlds. Frozen in time. New discoveries. Waiting behind every door. Across every chasm.
Boo, I hate this. Right? Am I doing it right?
I didn't know then the path this adventure would send me on. But it lit a fire that still burns. I need to see more. I need to go further. To uncover the secrets of Atlantis.
Can't she react harder? No, she can't. She's waiting for chat to download her talking points. By the way, this market could be totally satisfied, totally satiated by a chatbot. Okay? Because what these streamers are doing, and yes, this includes Asmongold as well, is the exact same thing as Chud GPT. Okay? That's it. Wow, you have an excellent opinion, and I totally agree with it. Like, that's what they want. This is a entire community that revolves around, like, basically fucking hearing exactly how they believe, okay? Exactly how they see the world. They want someone to just say it back to them. And it's ironic because people will often tell me that I'm doing that. Meanwhile, let's be fucking real. Not a lot of people, especially in the United States of America, have the worldview that we have here in this community. And many of you did not actually arrive at this worldview when you first came in here. And there were probably one or two, if not hundreds of different areas where you were in utter disagreement with me. And over time, maybe you began to understand what I was saying. And even then, I don't expect you to agree with everything that I believe and everything that I say.
Some legends are destined to be retold.
Oh, she hates it. Don't worry. Now that everyone said, yeah, I normally expect goalposts on Tomb Raider to be moved by people like Melanie Mac. As expected, the goalposts have moved. Is she hot? Is she not hot? Is she hot enough? Will the communities realize that she's hot? Or will the communities, will my subreddit say she's sexy? If they do, then I'll say she's sexy. Nope, the graphically rendered breasts are not big enough. I feel like she got, she's pretty stacked. Nah, they need to throw the Gooner clear coat on her. They do this so many times too. And I don't know how many times it'll take for like some people to basically move on this shit where they realize like, oh, okay, these guys that I'm getting my takes from are maybe not all there, or maybe just like simply farming outrage. How many fucking video games and how many TV shows, whether about video games or not, have these guys actually consistently said, suck shit because it's woke, only to have said video game or TV series actually bang on arrival, and then they have to turn around and be like, oh, it's good because it's anti-woke. Perhaps that had nothing to do with it. I like to call this the the BG3 phenomena. Okay? It's gay. It's gay and woke, and that's why it sucks, except everybody liked BG3. Baldur's Gate 3 was a banger. So it's actually not gay and not woke, even though it's literally the gayest and wokest fucking game of all. Perhaps gayness and wokeness has nothing to do with whether or not you can enjoy a fucking game. Yeah, Ghost of Yote outsold Stellar Blade in months on a single platform. I fully believe the Gooners turn people off the game, and it's actually pretty fun. No, Ghost of Yote. Most people don't make these decisions. That's what I'm saying. The market for commentary around the gaming sphere is entirely dominated by some of the worst neck-bearded, mouth-breathing losers. But the gaming sphere, like the consumer base, does not give a shit about that at all. They just want to play a fucking good game. That's it. What is this bullshit? What is this fucking self-flagellation where you just like have to analyze everything on woke metrics? It's so stupid. We just don't like the fact that Laura is still a white girl. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I refuse to believe that this is a real person, okay? The type of person that says like, no, I'm the singular person that demands that that Laura Croft now be, I don't know, a different race or something, or a different ethnicity. Because like, you want to know why I know? You want to know why I know that's not a real person? You want to know why I know that's not a real person? Because those games do exist and nobody fucking plays them. Like sometimes companies love juggling IP, okay? They love thinking that there is a new market out there when you just like, I don't know, make Ghostbusters 2 with women only, okay? And then nobody ends up watching it. Nobody likes it. Nobody gives a shit about it. Like, that's it. They do that. They do that shit thinking that there is like a real market for this. Just make a fucking good game. That's it. I don't give a shit what the background of the main character is at all. There's never been a moment in my life where I'm like, wow, the main character is a black woman. This is really taking me out. You know, it's fucking insane. Supposedly early concepts had her as a Latina. Okay, that might be an objective improvement, I'm gonna be honest. Hasan, what's your favorite non-woke game and your most hated woke game? I don't know. What is a fucking non-woke game? I can't even think of a non-woke game. The other thing is, video games are mostly made by woke-ass devs, like, of a super diverse background. Even games that you would consider to be, like, non-woke, with the exception of, like, Minecraft, I guess. Notch is a reactionary. And it, like, even when we talk about like Kingdom Come Deliverance, you think that entire developer team is also as invested in like anti-woke narratives as like the main guy? I don't think so. But my question is, why do they keep saying we're trying to take away the sexy ladies? I don't know. I think like maybe with advanced graphics and a lack of interest in like pursuing an artistic vision, a lot of developers rely on hyper-realism, and hyper-realistic characters are oftentimes not as like sexy as the drawn figures and the animated figures that you normally see. And that is what people really get pissed off about, where they're like, I can't fucking crank it. This is like, this is a real conspiracy to make me not be able to jerk off to this video game because the main character is not up to my standards. And I say, you're a fake gooner. When people tell me shit like that, I think you're a fake gooner. You're not a real one. A real gooner can goon to anything, okay? You're a fucking phony. You're not real. You're not invested in the cause. You're not a real gooner. You're not a day one gooner. Skill issue all the way, okay? That's it. Yeah, real gooners, especially old gooners. No, old gooners had to goon to the Sears catalog. And you're out here complaining that the main character of Horizon Zero Dawn doesn't look like a Kardashian. Skill issue. Okay? Skill issue. It's crazy. That's how I feel. Speaking of skill issue gaming tonight, yes, I'm going to finish Dispatch. But it is 5 p.m., so I thought we would watch the CBS Town Hall. The Erica Kirky Town Hall. But maybe we'll get into Dispatch and finish Dispatch first. The final episode of Dispatch is here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Oops. Wrong cam. Unlock the wrong thing. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Let me blast off with the Oni Spumoni meme. Finale. Yeah, it's time to get horny. This is a real gooner first game. Let's be fucking real about it, okay? Wait, is this the right one? No. Does anyone have the Oni meme again? Someone sent it to me again. I haven't, where is it? Can you link it again? I gotta re-download it. Okay, there it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also have to pee, but it's gonna be a fucking difficult endeavor. I have to pee, but I have to get up. That means I have to get up. You work for Amazon, just pee in a bottle? True. It's gonna be a difficult endeavor because my fucking left ankle is the size of a football right now. And I can't, I'm not gonna hold it in. I'm gonna go pee real quick. No, Erica, you promise? We'll watch it after. I don't even know how to watch it. I don't even know how to watch it right now. Calm down. Look, I got my cane. Heavier than both of you guys. Yeah, maybe a cool one. Yeah. And tall enough. I feel like the Santa is mocking me. The Santa moving around, standing tall, right behind me the entire day. Pull a quad at the gym? No, rolled my left ankle this time, and not the right one. Fucking awesome. Bro, why did you give Kaya a blood eagle? What? Are you okay? Let's hope your game doesn't bug. Your feet are gross. Why did you post that? Shut the fuck up. And just enjoy it. You know what I mean? Free feet. All right, episode 8, baby. Final episode, final chapter. A real anti-woke game through and through. Except it's also diverse. Oh my God, that's so loud. Or you can close the door. Don't say bless you, say science you.
Dealing with multiple red ring suspects.
No, Steve's on that one. Go talk to him in the conference.
Oh, thank you. That's your lifesaver.
Hey, can you go get Lana for me? I need her eyes.
Who the fuck's that guy?
I don't think this is right.
Report coming in from
There's hella new people in the
augmented villains breaking containment.
Dispatch all available heroes in the area.
Boss, we don't have any heroes in the area.
Can you handle things here? We're overrun out there, and I just think I need to get out into the field for us to have a shot.
Go. We got you covered.
It's okay to tell her to leave, right?
Tablet.
Keep an eye on the feet.
I love to see you go, or I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave type shit, you know? Restart. Okay, shut the fuck up, chatters. Worst ending chatters are the bane of my existence. Yeah, we gotta put fine shit to work.
My typing not the best, but you look like you can use the help.
We can use whatever you can give.
Damn, that's racist. I knew he was demonstrating anti-Asian sentiment.
Oh shit, is this it?
You just left our boy
But
hanging.
you know what time it is.
That's fucked up.
I didn't mean it like that. Thanks for getting out of bed, or whatever you were up to.
Yeah, I think I'll need to fall asleep, so I might be just a little.
Are you gonna finish your sentence, big man?
Oh, shit, I thought I did.
Look, we're shorthanded. Fuck you. We should have the rest of the team trickling in, so we'll have to make do for now. Lucky for us, we got the best 3 heroes on the roster.
We all know you'd say the same shit about whoever was here.
If we all know, then there's no reason to point it out.
Look alive. We just gotta hold it down until
Only
the cavalry
3?
arrives.
What the fuck?
Just so y'all know, I don't know if I'm making memories right now.
Only 3? And 2 have low morale?
Jumping Jesus. Red Ring swarming all over the fucking city.
First things first, yes, half the team is missing. Let's fix that immediately. Next, LA is on fire. Okay, we'll work on that. Third thing, fucking Red Ring is oozing out of every crack in the city.
Damn, dog, that's a lot of things.
Wait, low morale because I kept Invisigal on? And she's not even here.
But nothing we can't handle. So, I need you guys to focus. Shit's
LA
only
on
gonna
fire.
get worse if you
Super
don't.
realistic. This is how it is all the time.
I guess.
Great.
Ain't no friggin' way, bro.
Red Ring just released an experiment from containment. It's a, big thing with claws.
Dude, I don't have any mobility picks right now. That's crazy.
There's a suspicious package outside of City Hall. Please send someone to investigate. Bomb squad is tied up. Isn't that what we pay SDN for? We're
Convince
not
the mayor to call
evacuating.
for evacuation. Prove that there are no alternatives before it's too late.
You're done for.
Red Ring's at Crypto Night. Doppel's out there already, but there's too many, even for him.
Maybe Goatlim solos this? I don't know.
Guess what?
Okay, Goatlim. Oh, okay, they're doing it quick. They're fixing it quick. And it's a double XP. Oh, 43%. Oh, I got it. Oh, my king.
Robert, see that bar on the top left? That's Torrance, or what's left of it. We need to stop the Red Ring before they wipe us off the map.
They're fucking up Torrance again?
All right, everyone. You should get live updates on the state of the city. Let's kick some Red Ring ass.
Bro, that's crazy. Determine whether the package is a threat. Dispose of the package safely. Come on, 43. Let me get it. No!
I don't have fucking time for this.
How do you get injured during a fucking bomb threat, dude? No more upgrades? That was close too. I could have done it. Come on, rest faster. Yeah, Goatlim clears. Oh my god. Solo dolo Goatlim, dude. Fucking Christ, he's so good. She rolled her ankle. Shut up. Here.
You ain't ready for this.
Wait, someone's tracker is freaking out?
Well, do that hacking thing that you do.
Wait, hold on. Let me see if we got this. That was fast as hell. Oh, 90%, thank God. Imagine.
I'm on some.
What happened to all the heroes? They're gone,
type of
dude.
shit.
They're fucking dead. This hack is so hard. Not for the greatest hacker of all time, dude. Watch me. Watch me. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe it is actually hard. What the fuck?
Shit.
Bro. That's okay. That is actually crazy. Shut up. I don't have unlimited hacking attempts. Shut the fuck up.
Asshole.
Wait, what? What did that do? Nothing? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? Ah! I tried the electrocution method. Hold on. I'm gonna get it. Boom. Easy. Easiest hack of my life, dude.
Come on.
First try. How do you like that? First try incoming. Hack the world, baby.
Warmer.
Out of range. This looks like it's in range, brother. What? Okay.
Nearly there.
I'm in. Flambe found. Easy. What the fuck? Rescue Flambe? This motherfucker needs to be rescued, bro.
Be careful. We don't know what's going on in the refinery or what's happening to Flambe.
Well, then what the fuck are we waiting for?
Why is this motherfucker always in the goddamn refinery, bro? Hold on. I gotta wait till these guys stop resting. Okay. I don't know if I should send Goatlum. We all need to be rescued at some point. Yeah, but Flambe is always doing some shit. I guess maybe Goatlum.
New me? Fucking rocks.
Solo Dolo
The mayor
Goatlum.
is refusing to listen to reason. Could you perhaps lend a hand?
Oh no. Wait, I can send her and Punch Up together, right? Extra.
Step into the light!
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
Sorry
Let's
I'm late.
go.
Phone was on Do Not Disturb. Anyway, what'd I miss?
Oh, not much. Just the end of the fucking world.
Good
Yeah.
to know. I reckon we're gonna try and put a stop to that.
97%.
Get your
Let's go.
ass in gear, babe. We're putting in some mad OT.
That shit's actually helpful. Turns out that shit's hella helpful. All right, Solo Dolo, my king. Solo Dolo King, Goatlum. Oh, 52%. Fuck. Yes! Goatlum! Dude, he is the OG.
Holy shit.
I cannot believe how much fucking low morale has cooked my asshole, dude. My team's asshole is
Requesting
cooked.
backup. We've got several 487s at the mall. Civilians, not Red Ring.
Oh, God. Fend off armed looters, raided the mall, put an end to this swiftly before they escape. Okay. Oh, fuck. We need Flambe to return faster. What the hell? Why are you returning so slow, man?
Refreshing. I got this shit.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to
Easy. Easy. Clapped. Okay. Both of them.
Shit. Signal split.
More hacker
Can't look
man.
for them at the same
Not a
time.
problem
Gotta
for
pick
me.
one to track first.
Easiest fucking 60% only? No, almost didn't make it.
put some respect on the name.
Waterboy Redemption can heal Prism with Malevola. I know, I'm going to do that in a second. Mobility.
On fuego.
Coop. Oh, of course I'm going to do Coop first. I love Waterboy. No, it's Coop. Between Coop and Waterboy, who do you think I'm going to get first? Who do you think I'm going to get first between Coop and Waterboy? Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, what the hell is this? There's... Wait, what? He jumped through. Uh-oh. Where's he at? Fuck you. I don't have no idea where this fucking thing is. Wait, why can't I stop it? Oh, fuck me. Tell Murat to hack this? I'm just trying to find the range, brother. How have I not hit the frequency yet?
Stay with me.
Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, fuck off.
God damn it. Fuck me. Wait, I don't even need to bring him in here now because he's in the... This is the new range, isn't it? Wait, what the hell? Where is it? Where'd it go? Did it force me to restart? Shit. Where?
Got him.
Oh my God, that was hard. Oh my God, that was hard. That was, I won't lie to you. I know I make it look easy. I know I make it look easy, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause y'all are probably looking at me like, how does he do it and shit? But like, honestly,
looks like they've got Coop.
That was tough. That was tough. That was tough.
Why the fuck they take her there? She hates the ocean.
Fuck. All right, this is a Prism Malevola pick. I'm waiting for Prism to be not Flambe. I'm gonna do Prism
There's a
and
bomb
Malevola.
downtown. We
Hold
need
on.
someone to defuse it immediately.
Fuck who? I got no intellect players, dude. I got no int. Oh wait, I do have int.
What's it going to be
God,
this
Golem
time?
is so fucking goated. It's crazy.
Who trying to step to me?
You need speed for the Coop one?
No room, eh? I'll make some.
I mean, Flambe has the speed, but I do want to make sure that I do want to make sure that Prism gets healed. You know? Heal after or use a bandage? Just send Prison Flam for synergy farming?
Boy, you gonna match my freak.
Literally every fucking day.
I get in where I fit in.
Hey,
Fuck it.
need a hand?
Busy.
Uh-huh. You've got a lot of explaining to do.
Look, I fucked up.
She's the only one with
Bad.
high morale,
Really?
bro.
Really bad, but can we please leave the being pissed at me for after we save the goddamn city?
Please.
For real?
Lay
One
off her, man.
hundo P Golem
She's here to
solo
help, so just let her
solo
up.
Golem
No
again,
bullshit.
dude.
We need all the help we can
Fucking
get.
again.
Busy. You're back in. On one condition, you fucking survived this so we can all be pissed at you together.
No promises. She looks pretty bleak out there, but I'll do my best.
That's more than enough.
Waterboy wishes he had 1% of what Golem has. True. Located Waterboy in a speeding train that's about to crash. Pull him out to rescue him. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave him, honestly. I think that's what we should probably do. Right? Like, there's no reason to fucking actually save that bitch ass, dude.
Request
assistance!
You hate gay people? Is Waterboy even gay? You think Invisigal can solo this? Don't risk
Fuck it,
it.
I'm there.
Sure.
On
Except
my
I
way,
have no
wet
more
guy.
heroes left. Huh.
We
Just
need all
kidding.
hands on deck and our trainees are pissing themselves. Can someone help me out?
Oh fuck! This is the one thing Goatlum can't do, honestly. Or can he not do that? Let's see. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I can't wait. I can't wait. Solo Golo. Let's see if he fucking clears it. There's no way, right? Oh shit, 63%. Fuck no! Dude, you guys can't do anything. Waterboy is downed. He's dead. Oh fuck. Inspirational speech. He's not gonna be able to do that. Come on, will he? 8. Oh, so close.
All right, gang's all here. Some of you in worse shape than others.
Everything hurts. Even my socks.
Damn.
You look like, shit.
You just got rescued. Do not play with me right now.
God dang it. I'm sober again.
Oh, what the fuck is all this? I have to bring him back from being down, right?
Oh shit. Give me 1 second. Hey, Phenomena Minute, fuck, what's your name? Phenomena Man? Hey, Phenomena Man. No, I'm good. Thought we talked about the melons.
Unfortunately, I signed up for the monthly melon subscription to save 10% on my purchase. 11 months remain.
That's great. You like saving, so how about you help save the fucking city?
Yo, Invisigal, where's my freaking generator, dude?
$822.
Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Look, doesn't matter. Galen, can you just help him get into the hero pool?
Yes, sir.
Finally getting the goat on the Z team.
I save on shipping by delivering it myself.
That sounds not worth it.
Greetings and salutations. I have left the company of my far superior team to assist you. You may call me Phenomeman, for that is my name.
Phenomeman is like... By the way, a lot of people don't realize this, but Phenomeman is the true autism representation in this fucking game, okay? Like, people think, oh yeah, it's Waterboy or whatever, but honestly... is actually Phenomenon that is the true autistic
Everyone here knows
representation.
who you are, man.
Phenomenon man.
Oh, just shut the fuck up, water bitch. God damn it, dude. God, I can't stand him, dude. I can't stand him. Low key, sure, I cucked Phenomenon and I cooked Phenomenon. But honestly, I should have brought him on the team. I did water bitch for you guys and it was a mistake. Okay, it was a bad decision.
Big fan. I'm a big phenomenal man fan.
Is that the wet janitor who shakes violently like a small, frightened animal?
Oh my god. He knows who I am.
He's right.
Waterboy's very excited to work with you.
Phenomenal.
What the fuck?
The Khut of Chad is using the chaos to summon their god through human sacrifice.
I mean, his stats are not terrible. No, Phenomenon is trash. You're about to see for yourself. Oh, yeah, I gotta send Malin, right? Rescue the hostages, apprehend the cultists, get there before the ritual is complete. Can she heal 2 people at the same
somebody else for
time?
hellfire?
Ma'am? Okay, you have to stop calling me that. Get me on my jet right now.
Escort
Fuck
Utopia
this
to her
shit.
private jet at Torrance Airport. Protect her along the way from both Red Ring and fans. Maybe Phenomenon. Wait, Joel Haver is the water dumbass? Skip these minor issues? What do you mean? They all fucking eat away at Torrance being destroyed. You just don't want me saving Taylor Swift, low key. Coop solo?
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Wait, which one is it? Which one is better for Coop? If I do mobility, right? Escort missions are mobility issues. Wait, which one has a synergy with? She's already injured. All right, I'll do the vigor. Punch up?
I'm fine with that.
Your entire team is chopped? Shut up.
Quite the odd couple.
Couple? You aren't my typical romantic companion, but I could be persuaded.
Graceful, but deadly.
Do they even have synergy? Punch up and Coop? All right, let's see if this worked. Oh, 76%. Let's go. Come on, 91%. That's crazy. I basically got the entire board off that. Okay, for Malevola, I think we should put more into mobility or vigor. I'm gonna do vigor. No, I'll do mobility. I don't think I need to be rounding. I have an intellect hero. His name is Waterboy. He's just fucking stupid. In general, like the way he carries himself is, it reads as stupid. And Invisigal is also another kind of intellect hero.
Shit. The DTLA branch are all accusing each other of being Red Ring spies.
When did this happen? Where like she's no longer the... Oh, I don't have any talkers left right now. Shit. And that thing is like running up.
The university's security system was triggered, and we've got students locked inside.
Waterboy's a talker. His ruse is crazy. Oh, shut up. Okay, we need 4 points. Okay, left, left, right, up. Left, left, right, up. Wait, didn't I get this already? Yeah, what am I doing? There it is. Oh, I need both of these here? Oh, this is a real brain breaker, dude.
Still got it.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. How do I fucking connect that back? Go up? Are you trolling? Wait, I can't. Look. Oh, I am trolling. I am literally trolling. I'm fucking trolling. I was doing the thing. I was doing the dumb thing. I mean, it's just first try. It's just first try. Your brain is so cooked. Excuse me. I have a big brain and it worked and I rescued the students. So suck my dick. Okay. $100p. See, Utopia is gone. We kind of saved the city. Okay, break up the arguing SDN heroes. Oh, God. Come on, keep resting. Oh, fuck, I have to send her. I don't have enough time.
This fucking rules.
Send her second?
Call me a BOGO bitch.
Golem doesn't have a charisma slot. Golem only has a brain slot. I don't think I'll be able to fix it like this. And
guess what?
Solo Phenomenon? Why? He worked there? Yeah, but he's ass. Trust? Okay, fuck it.
Did you know
Why
that
not?
every time the city
Why not?
grows, it becomes larger?
The stadium's in flames. Put out the fires quick. Oh, fuck. The one time where I need.
Bitch, get out.
One time I need water, bitch.
Ooh, new dirt just dropped.
Oh my God, that's a 4-banger. Superhero backup requested. Giant monster on the beach is tearing the pier apart. Take down the enraged kaiju destroying the pier. Evacuate civilians out of harm's way.
Cross your fingers.
Flambe, then Prism, easy. I don't think... I want to use Malevola to heal, so...
If you are sure, I'm willing.
Use Vizzy more? Shut up. Prism needs healing too. Maybe we do this. I don't know if it's good enough though. Ah, fuck it.
Now
Hopefully
that's
it heals
more
him.
like it. Oh, dang. I didn't know we had it like that.
You used to work DTLA, right?
Indeed. We go way back, as you humans say. I just had to remind them that it is only together that we can do it together.
He's fast. Thank you, chat. That was actually a goated backseating moment. The stadium is in flames. Put out the fires quick. No!
Shake it off and keep going.
I did not know so much pain could be felt.
Phenomenon needs only 2 seconds of rest. However, if any calls,
outside
fails,
was
or misses, he will
always
be
so
depressed and
strong.
need 45 seconds of rest. What? Attack it. Break off the red ring collar. Shit. How do you break it? Break off? What is break off? Is it intellect? I hope it's int. Oh no, it's fucking no! Ah! I couldn't have won it anyway. I couldn't have beaten it anyway.
Great. Well, that's a lot of ground to cover.
Because fuck us, right?
Fucking cow shite.
Okay then.
I couldn't have done it anyway because I didn't max out on combat either.
Hey, you seeing this shit? What is that?
Whatever it is, it sounds like more shit.
Fuck, all of my heroes are fucking. Oh my god, what the hell? They
Yo,
just blew.
Z-Team. Been a while. Miss me?
And you brought Red Ring back up. A lot of Red Ring back up.
Sona, what the actual
Am I gonna fail?
Guess what, Blazer? I'm off the diet plan. Shroud lets me eat whoever I want.
Yeah, that's not the flex you think it is.
Don't worry. You and me'd always give him indigestion anyways.
If we want to save this city, we need to take Sonar down. Without him, the Red Ring will scramble.
This is exactly how
Why
LA
don't you
is.
send the real boss down here?
Interrogate Sonar's successful reduce Sonar's forces. Interrogate Sonar's crew. Intimidate Sonar's crew. Subjugate Sonar's crew. Coop and punch up. Wait.
Swift as the night. Sharp as my knife.
Golem and Phenom. No, I think I need to max out. I think I need something to max out.
Shall I strike elsewhere?
I need like
Graceful, but deadly.
I'll do my hardest. Hardest?
you can thirst law punch up? Yeah.
Yo, Robbie, I want my tie back. So I can, choke you with it.
Nope.
Use the sync duos on sonar missions. No one's gonna cover the whole thing and you need the boost. Bust Torrance Terror. Secure the Red Ring tech. No.
Oh, what's it going to be this time?
I think this is good enough. Right? Secure the red... Vizimore.
I look forward to earning your respect.
But it doesn't hit the XP. If I hit... Why are you guys always trying to get me to fucking put... Actually, you know what? I should use Invisigal. Look at top right. What do you mean?
As long as we steer clear of that one laundromat I'm banned from, this'll be fine.
Yeah, it's synergy. I need it for synergy. Let's see. Oh, 90%. Let's fucking go. 100%. Fuck, bro. Oh my god, this shit is crazy.
We've located a second bomb, this time in the south side.
Oh, fuck, Waterboy's working. I don't have any brain heroes. I don't have any brain heroes. Putting in the overtime today. Prism is the only thing close to a brain hero, but she doesn't. Fuck. Hasan is so bad at this. Shut up, chat.
Boy, you gonna match my freak.
Literally every fucking day.
All right, let's see if this worked. Oh, yeah. Cleared it. Oh my god, I cooked his ass, dude. You are bitch made. You
God
are
damn
bitch
it.
made, Sonar.
Red Rings
God damn
put
it,
up a
Red Rings
roadblock.
put up a
Let's fucking
roadblock.
tear it
Let's
down.
fucking tear it down. Restore Red Rings roadblock of stolen police cars. Brace yourself for the oncoming fire and attacks. Come on, Goatlum. Come on, Goatlum. Give it to me, Goatlum.
What the fuck is going on?
It's not a solo dolo mission. I don't think he can
That's
solo
fine.
dolo. Because his He doesn't have he doesn't have the power. Golem is injured. I must heal him.
Pain and gain.
Wait, oh yeah, he
That's a hell of a
killed it.
deal.
Okay, good. I'm using too many fucking slots though. Coffee
Although
run.
I understand there are higher priorities for SDN at this
Deliver a
moment.
large iced matcha green
Vanderstink's
tea latte,
girlfriend is
oat milk, 2
demanding a
pumps
copy
vanilla
from
syrup.
Santa Monica be brought to Vanco.
Are you fucking kidding me?
This feels like a punishment. Teamwork slows me down, dude.
You got this. You got this, Invisigal. I gave you something easy to do. Please tell me. Oh, thank God. Max synergy. Let's go.
Watch me burn.
We've got another gang out here with Red Ring tech.
I don't have anybody to burn east side. Bust the east side gang. Secure red ring tech. All right, here. You do it on your own. It's a solo dolo. Let's see if you can fucking do it. Wow. Good job. Watch him clear it. I don't fucking trust him. Low key, don't trust him as much as I... Oh, wait. I need to keep fighting Sonar or else he like...
Got any Z-teamers nearby? I need help with evacuation.
This is... Oh, shit. Sonar's life keeps going up. I didn't realize. Assist Pom-Pom and escorting civilians to safety. Carry the injured civilians.
Close your eyes.
Okay, well, I'm fucking cooked.
Anyway.
My money's on Blazer.
Probably me.
Besides you, Golem, you're not allowed to bet on yourself.
Ah, damn. I forgot. I'm a leveler then.
Nice,
Oh, hey,
nice, nice.
That's weirdly sweet. Thanks, man.
What's the bet?
Last one left alive when all this shit goes straight to hell.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for them to rest, and then I'm gonna wait for. Oh, what the fuck? 17%? Oh my gosh, she cleared it at 17%. Are you fucking kidding me? Hey, yo, my goat.
Sin Coop right now. This is payback for the handcuffs.
Success will reduce Sonar's forces. Fight monster Sonar. Remain strong through his attacks. Dodges dive bombs. Phenomenon and Water Goat. I mean, I should send Coop, but she's resting.
Found the distributor of the Red Ring tech. It's Mr. Fister.
Mr. Fister.
What's happening?
A valuable lesson in uncertainty.
Red is autofail, I know.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I think this will work. Send Waterboy to Mr. Fister.
I'm not gonna lose sleep over this. Let's get lucky.
Keep punch up for Sonar and Coop.
Fuck them up.
That's true. Hold on. Okay. I know what to do here. Invisigal. Oh fuck. Every other combo hits. Other than punch up, every other combo fucks it up. Mal and Water Squirter, maybe?
Can I?
Hopefully it
am
works.
I ready for this?
Okay. Oh my gosh, she's still fucking resting. Come on, enough rest, man. Enough.
Graceful, but deadly.
Make way for me.
Wait, why can't I add
Make
punch
room,
up?
make room.
Oh, I can. I think I'm just gonna send 2 instead of hitting a triple. because I'm
the alpha.
I'm worried about not having
I
enough.
acted like it.
Ugh, that's the most beta shit you've ever said.
Hurry to the Torrance Bridge before it collapses. Lend your strength to the brick house to hold the bridge up.
Oh, what's it going to be this time?
Now we're talking. Finally! I was getting sick of flying over the same boring buildings. Now I've got new boring buildings to look at.
I should have soloed it for Gotlum. Rescue survivors before the stadium collapses on itself. Shit, I don't have any fucking mobility. I feel like these guys want non-stop mobility. They want non-stop mobility on all of these.
Hey, that red ring creep Smilemore took over the radio station. She's trying to brainwash the citizens.
Prism dupes, Fanat. It's okay. Oh yeah, that's true. Wait.
Help! We're trapped inside of the stadium.
I love a symmetrical stage picture.
No, no one's in danger. But
Housing
we pay good money for
crisis?
this service. What else could possibly be keeping you?
No civil. Wait, new gated community in Palos Verdes has been set ablaze. No civilians are in imminent danger. Okay, I'm not fucking. I'm sorry. If no civilians are in imminent danger, I'm not fixing that. Like, that's fuck that. Okay, I can't be everywhere all at once. Okay, that's crazy. I'm ignoring that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
baby, we're the motherfucking bridge now.
Sorry, we're
Ready,
fucking trying to literally do our very best over here. It's crazy. You know? With the I keep sending too many people anyway. Wait, what the fuck? It auto failed? Oh no. 47%. No! Please, at least tell me I got this one. Bro, this is crazy because now missions that need max charisma also fail. Auto fail if you have max charisma. Like, what am I supposed to do, you know?
I'm still here if you need me.
Yeah, that's the challenge. No, but it's like... Malevola is the one who's injured, right?
Holy shit. I feel excellent.
You need int, not Riz? Well, I don't have any fucking items for returning heroes right now, so not much I can do about that. Why is it taking so fucking long to return? God damn it. Stall? I can't stall it. Shit. Wait.
Ready for...
Oh,
to
let's
do
go.
more work.
I think I got this. I think I got this.
This is wow. Scary.
Nothing beats the original,
Oh,
but
shit.
this will have to do.
No, I can't do that.
Let me fry somebody, please.
Maybe flambe? With the red ring implants. Don't clone him them, just swap them.
You sure, bro?
I think this works.
Pick-me-ass bitch is creepy
The fuck?
as fuck.
Protect the well-meaning but defenseless and weak civilians against their overpowered enhanced opponents. I mean, I guess this works, right?
Oh, I got these
Fuck,
tickets.
I have no vigor. It's just all combat. I don't know what to do, chat. There's not enough time, and I don't have any supplements. There's no heroes that are downed. There's no coffee. There's no healing. Brother, just wait for the heroes to get back. There's literally 1 second remaining on that. Triangle is the strongest
hate that
shape.
part
Just
down.
send it.
And all parts of all other towns also.
Why are they so fucking slow? Okay. Civilians are heading towards their doom. There's no way they can handle the red ring. Move them to safety. Aid them in the fight. Oh, I can do all of it. Never mind. Literally all 3 of these are maxed out. Convince them to turn back. Imagine that's the only int point. Like, and then I just lose it.
On fuego.
Let's see if this worked. Oh, hell yeah. 72%. Let's fucking go. Oh, that I actually dialed in on that one. That was close as
That guy
fuck.
was really strong. Finally get the team to be a team.
Then they gotta go solo dolo when it count the most.
I cooked on that. That was crazy. I don't know how the fuck I salvaged
That's
that
how I
thing.
feel, bro. They got us spread thin, bro. Hitting us everywhere. Can't get a win no kind of way.
You're right. Hey, listen up. This isn't working. This is what they want. Okay, to send us to every corner of the city, spreading us thin, forcing us to travel back and forth. No more coming back to base between calls. Okay, we stay out for as long as we can.
Plan is for us to get more tired than we already are.
This cutscene is funny because you did
knows
really
our
good.
procedure, so he's predicting our moves. So we need to switch it up, be less predictable. Z-Team,
Classic
what
boss.
happens today will live on and...
Get it. First pattern we break will be the one where you say some inspiring shit, or try to at least.
Affirmative on that. Be careful out there, team.
Classic boss. No more rest breaks. No more union mandated rest breaks,
Blazer
bitch.
down here right now. Time I gave her some feedback.
We are crushing it, baby.
Coupe and
first.
punch up.
Swift as the night, sharp as my knife.
Yeah, it's the call will fail if I do punch up and coupe. It's not an insta fail with coupe.
Unsheath me.
Villains abound.
Maybe.
Home strong.
Phenomenon and punch.
Quite the odd couple.
Couple? You aren't my typical romantic companion.
I need him dumb,
but
you know.
I could
Waterboy
be
is too smart, chatter. I don't think this is appropriate because I think like, I mean, which one is subjugate, right? Interrogate, intimidate. Like, I feel like this is gonna cook me a little bit, but whatever.
I really thought we had something, guys.
All right, let's see what this is.
We're just visiting from Canada.
Why are you playing
we
this?
have
I
no
don't know,
part
'cause
in
it's
this.
fun.
Please let us off the plane.
Oh, dude. Rescue the civilians from Can Airplane. Destroy all Red Ring automatons. Reach civilians before automatons do. Solo goat. No. Prism flambe.
Call me a BOGO bitch.
Let's see. Jesus Christ, dude. 61%. Oh, thank God. That's crazy that it's like your team will fail the scenario if you're smart. That's a crazy situation.
Wait, Beefcake? Didn't we fight her last week? She was the one attacking the Frigos base.
Hit Beefcake hard. Hit Beefcake fast.
I'll do what I can.
I laugh at death. Ha!
Does this do any does Invis do anything? I guess Vizzy Golem for synergy, right?
I hope one day I will be enough. Guess what?
Z-Team's gonna stop us?
Give me Coop.
That's rich.
Give me Coop and maybe we'll let you all live. Fight monster sonar. Remain strong through his attacks. Dive his fucking bombs. Blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ. Let's see what the chances are on this. 52%. Fuck. Oh, never mind. 6-7. Come on, come on, come on. 6-7. No. Don't do it to me. What the fuck? Why is it over there? Oh.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
What?
I've got you.
Wait a second. Blazer. Slumming it with a Phoenix
6-7.
Oh, damn. Blazer's here.
It's funny. I see you in trouble, and I just can't help myself.
All heroes
Well,
that pass
that's
through
great, because
Blazer's
I'm in deep
Radiant,
shit pretty
Blazer
much
Radiant's
constantly.
light gains a protective shield that
I was
defends him
not
against one
expecting to see
injury.
my former lover at a time like this.
Watch me burn.
Wait, I can just send her to the fucking sonar?
Always wanted to take over
What
a city.
the fuck?
It's on my vision board.
What is happening? So what, if you don't beat Sonar's ass, he cooks you?
How can I help?
Solo? Solo dolo? Well, I guess I need to fucking send her with someone that Invisigal, but I can't because fucking Invisigal is you're busy. CD HP's top left, Sonar HP's top right. No, I know. Is this gonna
Gather
cook?
on me, teammates.
Fuck
I'm
it.
just gonna scooch right on in here.
I guess I don't really have a lot of.
So can I have a drink?
I don't really have a lot of space left here. Why put Punch in? Leave him out. This is a boss fight, Himbo. I know, but the reason, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not sending it triple, is what I was thinking, because I was like, there's not enough. There's not enough space for other heroes. Red Ring automatons are hated for City Hall. Construct a trap. Oh fuck. Okay, this is water bitch for
your
sure.
hairbrush. I've been using it to comb my mustache.
Oh, why don't you just keep that then?
That's awkward, bro. Chill. That's
graceful, but deadly.
You're sweating again.
Am I? That tracks.
why is it taking so long for them to fucking clear this shit?
Waterboy, think you can set the trap?
Way ahead, and I have a puddle
wet.
plan.
Okay, enhanced durability. Oh, hell yeah. Cooked them. Beefcake captured. Max synergy reached. Let's go. All of that is good. We're cooking. We're cooking with gasoline right now, folks. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Let's see the outcome of this one. I mean, it's a 100 P. This is a 100%. Exactly.
We might just pull this off.
Come on, you heard the man. One last push.
I expect a key to the goddamn city after this shit.
All gas, no brakes, baby.
I have to do these other ones. Blonde Blazer can solo him. I have to do these other ones, otherwise I'm cooked. Red Ring are escaping the USS Iowa. Seize them before they get away. Seems like a job for
Close
Coop.
your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Just finish him? I don't have enough. You just beat him? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to finish him. I have to wait. I have to wait for everybody to fucking rest. I have to wait for Blonde Blazer to get off of resting. I can't. I'm waiting for fucking Blonde Blazer to get off of rest. Okay? And then I will finish it.
This fucking rules.
But I have to, I literally have to also do the, I have to do these other missions at the same time while I wait. Waterboy will solo him? What do you mean? Shut the fuck up, chatter.
Oh, what's it going to be this time? Ah, come on.
Malevola and Golem? Well, I need to...
New me? Fucking rocks.
Actually... It's fine.
Yeah,
I don't need any of these characters for this one.
Good.
I'm gonna do it right now.
We can do this.
Nothing beats the original, but
Boom. That's a
we'll have
cheat code. I cheated. That's a fucking meta right there. Is basically a cheat. See? I know what I'm fucking doing. I know what I'm doing, chat. 2 Blazers? What's better than 1? 2 Blazers, that's right.
So you finally noticed. I'm perfect.
Let's do Vigor.
Ready, set, fire.
85%? Are you kidding me, dude? Let's freaking go, fam. Let's freaking go, fam.
Red Ring stole one of our news copters. They're firing down at civilians.
Jesus Christ, take that copter out now.
Chase after the helicopter tank to pinpoint the appropriate location for its landing.
What's happening?
Wait. I mean, it... fuck it.
Try to stay out of trouble, lad.
It's over
Roger
anyway.
that, Mr. Punch-Up. Sir.
Right? It's over after this, right? Boom. It's done. I mean, come on. No?
Hey, great work, team. A couple more calls and we're...
Uh-oh.
Not good, bro.
Critical systems are down.
Yeah, he realized the real heroes are those who are sitting in front of the desk, okay? Not saying that because I'm sitting in front of a desk, but clearly it seems to me like Shroud figured out who the real heroes were, the unsung, unspoken heroes that sit behind a desk, the chair hero, okay? That's right, with the headsets.
Please evacuate the building. This is not a drill.
Backup generator?
Should already be on.
Chase.
The real hero is customer service? Exactly. The desktop warriors, the keyboard warriors, the ones that get carpal tunnel by the age of 34. The chairman. Dispatching is harder than your 9-to-5 hero job is right. You talking about the chatters? I'm talking about the chatters and I'm talking about myself. Sometimes a real hero needs a cane to walk around with. Because he's 34 and he rolled his ankle again playing basketball. Playing unk ball.
I trusted you, Vizzy. You were wrong for this. I defended for you.
Fucking put me down! I didn't do anything!
No! I caught you! I caught you red-handed.
Whoa! Hey, come on. Roy, let her go, man.
No, brother.
I'm such a simp.
She ain't going nowhere. She tried to steal your mech suits.
Oh, fuck off!
It break my heart, brother. But Vizzy is a traitor.
No, she was
played
putting the
all of
fucking
us.
generator
That's
in.
not what I was doing. I'm trying to help you.
I trusted you.
She's 100% trying to put the generator in.
Never again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Holy shit. Is that the real?
She bring the keys to steal the car, but I stop her.
You fucking idiots! You need me!
You brought the astropulse. You already do enough.
You don't know what's coming.
What are you talking about?
Oh, she's the one who wanted to fight Shroud to put her life on the line because she didn't want her boyfriend to die. And by that, I mean me. I'm her boyfriend. Work husband. She really got to stop being a fucking lone wolf, though. How is he? What? Hold up. I just beat his ass.
Watch her. Don't get the power back.
You need my help.
You helped enough. I going.
No. Wait. Royd, I need my suit running. It's the only chance we have.
Oh, yeah. Give me the
We have
fucking...
jammers up.
Give it to me.
You're not going to be able to call out or call in. It's why this place isn't already swarming with heroes.
You sure know a lot about the plan for someone not involved.
Look, they tried to recruit me. Of course they did. But I said no.
Bullshit. Watch her. I go get the power back on.
Put me in. You're the Kirk to her Candace? Yeah, but here. I'm not going out Kirk style.
Take this.
We're fighting the Red Ring, Royd. I'm not walking home from fucking yoga.
All I got, brother. Hey, don't listen to her kind of bullshit, okay? You keep her tied up.
I got some pepper spray you can borrow if that's not enough.
I need to pop a perky. Charlie Kirky. Low key. But high key. Uncritical support to Invisigal.
All right, untie me. What? Why are you looking?
You didn't lie to me, but you didn't tell me the truth.
I'd love to sit here and explain it all to you, but a pile of Red Ring assholes are streaming into the building right now.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't tell me.
I was worried Shroud would come after you.
Well, he did.
So if I gave it to you, he'd have the pulse right now. I was trying to protect you.
Yeah. Well, the internal bleeding I've got from your old boss isn't making me feel all that protected right now.
She's hot. I'm gonna free her. I'm such a fucking simp.
Thumbstick.
What?
It's his name, because he sticks you with... They're all fucking idiots, Robert, but they're dangerous. I'm not fucking around. Untie me. He looks stupid, but he is a killer. You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help. Please.
God
I believe women.
All right.
I believe women. I believe women. I believe women.
What are you...
I'm looking for something to cut you loose, but his toolboxes are locked.
What did he do that for?
Oh, I fucking wonder, Vizzy. Why would he lock up his tools around invisible criminal thieves?
Robert!
Oh, great. Good.
I believe women, dude.
Are we in kindergarten?
That's the right choice. I logged on my phone to say this. Thank you. Boss, she's a double agent. Are you sure? Yeah. Low key? Yes. I don't even give a fuck.
What the fuck was that?
Hold it in, dude. Hold it in. All right. Fuck. Fuck. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Fuck. Come on. Open. God damn it. Come on. Damn it. Come on. Why would
Ain't no fucking way, dude.
Shit, I hate this place. God, come on. Open it. Come on. Fuck. All right. All right. Fuck it. Fuck it. Okay. Okay. Oh.
Ain't no fucking way. Grab the gun, fool.
All right, God, thank you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you. Jesus Christ, dude. That would have been so dumb to just like fucking tase him.
Hey, nice job.
Whoa, whoa,
Nice,
dicks out and
nice
all.
job.
Hey, yo.
Why are his nuts out?
Oh, thought that was normal. You mind helping him?
Why would you crinkle cut your balls through your zipper if you don't have... What are you asking me?
Can you just put his dick away? Feels like the dignified thing to do.
Dignified for who?
I know the guy a little, and it's bad enough he's unconscious.
Fuck. All right. Piss everywhere.
Thank you. That was very decent of you.
Invisigal will remember that. I did it for her.
All right, go get your suit.
Wait, shouldn't we stick together? I hate it when she does that.
You know what? Respect. Thank you. I'm a slick, dude. When a woman tells me to do something, I do it. I'm a performative male. Also, look at all that male performance. Look at what it got me. My very own mecha once again, with mecha dick and all. Royd is so goated, it's crazy. He's got it all, bro. He's fucking high int, high fighting, high combat, high charisma, high mobility. He's 100. We don't even need Mecha Man, dude. Royd's got it. What the fuck? Oh, I did that. Royd is like Golem, but with a massive dick? Okay, where did you get that from? That's crazy that you're just...
Oh, this is the premium package.
Royd, you really outdid yourself.
The man is Mecha again. Just like riding a Piker.
You know King is packing? I'm not making that assumption, you know?
This is great.
Oh, look who it is. Slimy goo dick is
Obviously,
back.
the suit doesn't work without the astral pulse, so it is really nice of you to bring it to us. Your dad would be so proud of you if he wasn't dead. Because Shroud killed him. Like he's gonna kill you. And all your friends.
And break their fucking
Thick
arms.
8, it is known.
Right. Sure. We can break all their arms right before we kill them. Super weird crime scene. Or just give us the pulse and we'll let you live.
With broken fucking arms.
Of course.
Both arms. Each one gets broken.
Everyone gets it, okay? We see the casts. You're making it weird.
Where's Shroud?
Where's Shroud? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right.
What the fuck am I waiting for?
Okay, we're good. Crazy, right? It's like real big, but super quiet. So cool.
So fucking cool.
What the fucking-ears is this? That's what I have to fight? That's Shroud?
Dad said he'd help me build a mech if I helped him build the Astral Pulse. Just another promise he didn't come through on.
Okay, that's what this is all about? You needed it to power your stupid spider shit?
It's not stupid.
Come on, kid. Using the pulse to power a mech is like plugging your cell phone into a nuclear reactor. No. I'm gonna use the pulse to change the world.
That plan is gonna be hard to pull off after I kill you.
Twinsies.
Oh, they don't like that.
The one time where I tried to be cool, he had to fucking steal it from me. Missile flurry. I don't fucking know. Okay, he's humping me. What the fuck?
You alright, brother?
I guess it's better than me spitting on my own face while I'm upside down as I try to spit on him, so. Cluster bombs. Damn, he's dodging everything, brother. Holy shit.
Are you trying yet? Or is this just a warm-up round?
He's reading you? Yeah. I'm losing aura. He's cooking my ass, dude. He knows exactly what I'm gonna pick.
Still got that new car shine.
Mommy! Uh-oh.
Late. My calculations had you showing up 30 seconds ago.
What's up with this guy?
Sorry to disappoint.
Hey, yo, only I get to do that, you fucking bitch. I'll kill you.
Well, then it's a good thing I can't even predict what these idiots are gonna do.
You get your hands off.
What the fuck?
I'm freaky out, dude. I'm freaky out. Oh, hell yeah. The Z team is a golem. Solo. He's gonna solo. Coupe also solos. These are both solo dolo characters, honestly.
Doesn't matter if I'm fighting one or all of you. The outcome is the same.
You cannot beat Z team, dude. We're pushing Z around these parts, but not like in the back. Oh no! Fuck. I was too busy talking shit. Not in the way that you think. Focus, you clown. Brother. I was not pushing Z right there.
Leave the best SDN has to offer.
Big Blazer!
Oh damn, malevolent save. Let's go. Okay, I got that one. I got that one too! Anyway, mommy's there to save me. It's fine. Wait, what? I successfully completed that QTE and I still got my ass beat.
I hope my saving you from collision was appropriate.
It was phenomenal.
Oh, what the fuck? No! No! Abort! Abort! I'm getting cucked! I'm getting cucked! I'm getting cucked! I'm literally getting cucked! This is the reverse! This is the reverse cucking. Oh my god, is that the bad ending?
I definitely had that.
Is that the bad ending? Do I have to fucking go back? What did I do wrong? 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 Do I have to restart? I will literally restart. I will restart. Dude, what the fuck? Settle down? No, man. I will not settle down.
Great. Well, I'll just go then.
Stop dancing, Santa.
There's a bitch.
Santa, stop dancing behind me.
We never finished our dance, Mecha Man.
Actually, I got the guy for you.
Wow, you really think this little fucking Lucky Charm is a match
He's
for
gonna
me?
punch you in the dick, big
He's got
dog.
a special move. See ya.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, it wasn't in your calculations, was it?
I see you.
Holy
Robert,
fuck.
this isn't working. He knows our next move before we do.
Phenomenon is dead. Whoa, the art style change? What is this?
Robertson returned. I fucking warned you that cutting me was a big mistake, bucko.
Oh my god. Give it a rest,
I guess you're probably realizing
Sonar.
that right about now, huh?
Give it a fucking rest, man.
Keep it coop over me? You are actually so dumb, dude.
I'm
You
gonna
know
say
you're
I'm
stealing
sorry.
toilet paper from the office?
I'm sorry. I really am.
Sonar, stop.
Oh, look, Dad. Mom's home.
Hey, we're your friends. Please, this isn't you. Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot back on the Z team.
That's the Game Awards Creator of the Year, dude.
Nah, I don't think I will. Because you know what? Now I'm on the me team. And if you couldn't appreciate me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Which is your loss, really. Because these new augment Shroud hooked me up with give me some pretty sweet new moves. Wanna see it?
No, actually,
Yeah, no, not really.
Okay. Easy, easy. Easy clap, easy clap. Seemingly didn't matter. QTE unironically doesn't matter in this game, I've realized. Like, it just takes away from the 2 last cutscenes, I guess, because I'm focusing on QTE. Wait, what? I did it. No! You don't kick Blonde Blazer in the face! Oh, damn. I took out one of his eyes. I mean, he's a bat, though. So I feel like he doesn't need his eyes, right? Bats are blind, no? Blind as a bat? He got Dan Crenshaw. I know. Bats aren't actually blind. Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Oh, fuck.
What?
Bruh, I am failing all QTEs today. Who the fuck is that? Damn. Flambe just lights motherfuckers on fire.
Oh, my dick! My perfect dick!
Oh no, you're armless now.
Calm down. It was your weak hand. You can still jerk off.
Bitch, I'm defended!
Oh, maybe if you grip it with the 7 one and hold it with... Yeah, you know what, fair enough.
Oh my god, I was not paying attention again. That's I'm so dumb. Okay, whatever. Blonde Blazers got me. If nobody got me, Blonde Blazers got me.
Wait.
Also, QTEs have no impact, I don't think.
No!
Oh no. Not Blonde Baddie. Did I do that? Did I get the queen killed? Oh, I'm mad. I'm fucking mad, dude. This is where the QTEs matter. Not really. Oh, Osugod. Osugod. That's what they're calling me. Wait, what the fuck? Osu mentioned. What the fuck was that?
Shroud's got a new suit now? What the fuck? How long was I out?
Wait, how?
Blazer.
You're the only one I told about my amulet, so I figured he wouldn't see it coming.
Wait, that's it? That's her whole power is the amulet?
Oh, look at you. Oh, shit. Yeah, look at me. Shit, no, look out.
No. I didn't realize. I thought it just made her blonde. I thought the amulet just made her blonde. I didn't realize it fucking also gave her every single piece of power. That's kind of fake.
For helpless losers.
I still love her. Shut up. Shut up. Hasan not listening to women? Come on, it was the first date. I was excited. Give me a fucking break, dude. Santa's loving the music. Y'all make sense as a couple for that reason? That's big penis roid, baby. My girls are collaborating. What? Super Spirit Bomb? I don't even know what to take. Ooh, that was sick. Okay, never mind. That was I Kamehameha his ass. Kame. Did you unlock the poly contact scene?
We fucked them in the face.
Fuck yeah! Can you believe it? Shit.
That's what I'm talking about, brother. That's it? Let's go again. Anybody want to go again?
Yeah.
You're alive. Nice.
You too. Nice. New, look.
Why? What happened? I still look good, right?
Long.
You're like a French soccer player who's going through something.
Stop!
No. No. Beef?
Track star. Well, that is a surprise.
Please, Elliot, put him down.
Oh, this fat fuck.
Hey, yo, chill. Malevolent can teleport it.
Why is everyone so tense? Don't worry. I'm not gonna drop him. Because Track Blondie there'll just swoop in and catch him anyway. So yeah, no. If I'm killing this dog, I'm gonna be sure he dies.
Eli, please don't do this. You can't.
Oh, I definitely can. You should know that by now. So, why don't you, and only you, Robert, fly your father's suit up here and give me my fucking astral pulse?
Why are you so soft? Because I said I wouldn't kill him.
That'd be helpful.
Hasan is gonna fuck this for sure.
Come on out. Don't be shy. There he is. So predictable. I knew this little sloppy guy is your weakness. I knew you'd have feelings for Blazer, who I prefer as a blonde, but to each their own.
Yo,
I
chill.
know you take, what is it you call her? Invisigal. That you take Invisigal under your wing, teach her the ways, extra credit. That's why we planted her here. Yeah, she works for us too. She gets 2 paychecks for the same job. Look at her.
What?
Oh, she's embarrassed. So, all that to say, there isn't a thing you can do that I haven't modeled out.
What?
And once I have the pulse, I won't need to predict. I'll just know. So don't fuck around, Robert. Not right now.
No. Not Invisigal, bro. Are you kidding me?
Same time, I just want a fair exchange.
Just don't be an idiot and try to give me the shitty prototype. I'm a bad person, but I'm a man of my word. Give me my pulse, and no harm will come to your stupid dog. You all hear that? I've been through all the game theory on this moment 1,000 times. I'm not steps ahead, I'm miles. So, don't fucking test me.
I fucked it up, I think. I should have done give him both.
I knew you'd do this. Put the real one in my hand, or swear to God I will.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
Blow it up. Blow it up. Something. He can't have it, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you stupid? You fucked it? How did I fuck it?
See? Was that so hard?
That ending, bro? Why? The entire game comes down to that fucking last second decision. This sucks. Now I'm not even mad that it didn't fucking win Game of the Year if that's actually the case.
That was...
Why would you give him that, bro?
Worth the wait.
Feel that, you fucking fucks? I told you! I fucking told you, Clouds! You feel the power?
I see it now. I can see it all. It's all there. Every permutation. Every outcome.
Do you want me to fucking... I will reload this game right now. I will reload this game right now. I will turn this car around. I will turn this car around, dude. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, come on.
I see it. It's suddenly so clear. If I let you live, my odds of survival...
I think Invisigal is going to invisibly steal the fucking thing from the side of his head. That's what I'm still holding out hope for, because till the last second, I still am firmly committed. Maybe I'm a simp. Maybe you can say I'm a simp. All this shit, but honestly, there's no shot. There's no shot she betrays me.
Sorry, kid.
You don't have to do this.
You've
already won.
I only win if you die.
Thank you, Adrian is online for the 10 gifted subs. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no. Invisigal is going to literally get in front of the bullet, right? Yep. come I can beat his ass now? What is happening? What? Isn't he supposed to be OP? What the fuck? Just take his fucking thing out, dumbass. I lied. I lied. I fucking lied when I said real heroes don't kill, okay? I lied. Picking all the bad choices, I don't give a fuck. Sorry, even if I lose Blazer in the process, it don't matter. He shot my girl. It's not bad. You're just a hypocrite now. Sorry. He shot one of my girls and almost shot my dog. That's not happening.
How am I the one on a stretcher when you look like hemorrhage shit?
Be that as it may, you did get shot by a gun. Hospital check is pretty customary after that.
It didn't hit anything. Bullet went straight through.
Yeah, about that. Quick hero lesson. When you jump in front of a bullet, you're supposed to actually stop it. You know, it's kind of the whole point.
Who's the top dog now? I think someone can say hot dog. Hot dog over here, finally pulling her weight.
So much for restorative justice.
What is this?
Whatever.
Maybe you should let
I'm a fucking hypocrite and a liar. Suck my dick.
Okay. Okay. Chill out, weirdos.
Chat will remember this.
Are you okay? Do you need anything?
This is just a precaution.
Look, all of this was a real
clusterfuck
shit show. Actually, I was gonna say poop show, but I'm trying to sound like less of a dork.
It's already working.
Blonde Blazer's got fucking abs, with or without the
I hope
amulet.
the
You know what I'm
fact that
saying?
I've always rooted for you makes up for ever doubting you.
See, Santa likes it.
I don't blame you. I mean, look how untrustworthy she looks.
Wait, this is threesome
There's
ending.
always a home for you here, Courtney.
I appreciate that.
Threesome ending.
I guess your girlfriend's all right.
She's not my girlfriend.
Then you're an idiot, because it's obvious she wants to fuck you.
Not the only one who wants to fuck me around these parts, and yes, I'm talking about Golem.
So, here we are. Looks like you did it.
What is the it you're referring to?
A lot, really. You're not a bitch, apparently, at least according to them.
Oh, what do they know?
Very little, yeah, but there's also all that, you know, really heroic shit you did, saving my life and all.
Golem
That
is
was
auto
cool.
foursome. Yeah, he's
Does that
solos.
make you a hero now?
No.
I think it might, though.
All right, let's do it.
Take care of her. Let me know if it's serious.
I will.
Golem solos anything? Yeah, including fucking foursomes by himself. He auto slots. He auto slots into every sexual slot.
Took a bullet for Robert. Something I would never do.
It was a targeted attack by Shroud and those miserable, jerks, the Red Ring.
There's a story out there that Shroud was killed by not a superhero, but an SDN dispatcher. Care to comment?
We cannot confirm or disconfirm this evidence, but I can say that bitch Shroud deserved what he got. Oh shit, can I not cuss?
It's fine. We can bleep it out.
Well, and shit, that's the only reason I'm talking. Point the camera over These are the real heroes right here. This is the team that thwarted Shroud in the Red Ring.
Does your team have a name?
Z-Team! Z-Team! These fuckers are the best heroes in the whole motherfucking SD.
Actually, I'm hearing now we can't bleep the curse words. Reporting live from SDN Torrance. Back to the studio.
We did good, huh, brother? Z-Team saved the day. We get you returned to the Mecha Mans. Defend SDNs.
You ever think about getting out in the field and being a hero?
Not my thing, bro. I like the work I do. I'm good at it.
Come on, Royd.
But you were throwing those red ring fuckers around like graduation caps.
Come on.
Too small, bro. Too small.
No joke. I started to feel bad for them. It was mesmerizing.
Take 8, Royd.
Yep, that was a fun job
big
for
penis,
sure.
Roy.
I'm getting some sleep, bro. Lot of cleanup tomorrow. Good job, Mecha Man.
Royd romance arc.
Over here.
Freaky Unk. Royd is Freaky Unk.
Hey. The bat in the suit? Yeah, he's with us.
Yeah, that's a founding Z-Team member right there.
That's
you
crazy.
Got the wrong bat, man.
What do you think? Did they earn a pardon?
Is that my call?
You're the one that'll have to work with them. Again.
Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not?
Rehabilitation.
Hey. Yeah, no.
Rehabilitation. Redemption. Redemption. Rehabilitation. I feel bad after killing. I feel bad after killing Shroud. I had to go back to my old ways. Rehabilitation says the murderer? Okay, calm down. That was restorative justice. That was the right thing to do because Shroud was never going to stop.
You maybe got an extra one of those?
I do, actually.
Really? I mean, where'd all the extra beers come from?
Oh, there's a ton of booze in the rec room. That's where they got it. I'm honestly shocked.
Yeah, revolution is not without bloodshed, okay?
Oh, shit. No powers.
I got it. Forced to open beers like a normie.
I'm getting drunk like a normie, too. I've had half a beer and I'm already feeling it.
Wee woo, wee woo.
So, is that permanent?
Nah, he's borrowing it until we can figure out a different solution for his
I have to pee so bad, but I can't stop.
Right, the whole being on the brink of death issue.
That's the one.
Well, it looks like he'll enjoy while it lasts.
So, do you feel better?
Oh, after killing Shroud?
Yeah. Robert, why? Did you kill more than one person today?
Nope. Not even a little.
I have to fix it. I have to get it back. She'll appreciate that I feel remorseful, you know? Like, I'm a murderer, but at least I'm a remorseful murderer, that type of
I
shit.
should let you know that you're suspended pending an investigation. Just a formality.
Totally understand.
You did a great job. With them, with Invisigal. She really stepped up. Took a bullet for you and everything.
No kiss ending? Wait, what? You picked the right choice? A re-murderer? Wait, what do you mean no kiss ending? Shut the fuck up. Wait, for real? Is there no sex though? I got the incel ending. I will stop it right now. I will stop it. I will restart it right now. Last save 7 minutes ago. Don't make me do
I
it.
wouldn't have put my money on this team being the one to save SDN, but here we are.
Listen, I had plenty of help.
That's nice of you.
I had Chase, I had
You
Roy,
literally
I
fucked
had
this up so
Beef.
bad, dude.
And of course, none of this could have happened if you didn't get me drunk that night and trick me into this shit. I have no regrets.
Same.
So, any
When
plans
do we
tonight?
fuck?
You're asking me if I have plans for after getting ambushed by Shroud and the Red Ring?
Nah, was that too weird of a way of asking if you wanted to make out later?
No.
Oh! Fuck you haters. Fuck you haters. No incel ending, dude. Sexo unlocked. Let's freaking go. Any plans tonight? Kissed on a car.
So does this mean the team's off Monday?
I was just trying to figure that out.
Look, he's getting in on the sexo.
I think you might need to go.
I need to take this young man, if you don't mind.
By all means.
That's new.
You were right. I was wrong about Busy. She didn't actually kill me, just almost. Now, let's see if I can make you throw up.
Wait, what?
Am I gonna kiss Chase?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, let me get a picture.
Over here. Somebody else take the picture. Okay, what's happening? Okay, stop. Wait, are we taking a picture? Are we taking a picture?
Wait, who is that?
Thanks.
Hey, are you taking a picture? What's happening? Okay, that's enough.
Who is that?
Let's be careful with your discussion.
Careful, everybody. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Who is that, bro?
Okay, instantly painful, actually.
Who the fuck is that? Catman? Bro, this shit was dope. This shit was actually fire. What a game. And to all the haters who claim I don't play video games on this, bro. goes. UN 56% of players went on the coffee run. Yeah, that was a dumb as fuck one. UN 37% of players put away Thumbstick's dick themselves. Yeah, nobody else did put the dick away, I guess. Your most hero was Prism, over 50%. Your most successful hero was Prism. Sent the perfect hero for the call 2 times. You barely succeeded on a call 2 times. A true hero. Your Robert always tried to do the right thing at the right time. You perform better than 70% of the players across all shifts. Prism was goated. Your most successful phase was episode 8, phase 2. And my strongest hero was Coupe. That's true. It wasn't Goatlum, which is surprising. Okay. What a time. What a time to be alive. Folks, what a game. Incredible game. 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10 stream game. 9 out of 10. Great. It's got the perfect amount of corny writing and the corny dialogue. I personally loved it. And I'm glad that I was able to share it with you. But that's all I got for today, because I have to go pee really fucking.